Chapter 1288. I found it. The scene froze and Xiao Chan saw everything that happened that day. It was like he was there personally. Ancient words floated in the pillar of light that descended from the sky. These were the dragon characters that Xiao Chan saw in the Dragon Grave Sea. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chan guessed. The dragon race people from the outside world made a move. Xiao Chan continued to watch. There was no expression of pain on Lu Ruyue's face. However, when the light descended, it was like some shackle in her body had been unlocked. A dragon might spread out and spread out. Lu Ruyue turned into a white dragon and soared into the sky. How strong! This dragon might make even Xiao Chan feel a deep fear. Compared to Lu Suifeng's description, the impact of this scene was several times greater. Even the blue dragon Yuanying in Xiao Chen's body opened its eyes and released its dragon might. The scene changed. The white dragon soared into the sky, and the crack in the sky started to close. As the crack closed, Xiao Chan vaguely saw the white dragon descend from the sky on an ancient altar in the distance. The tens of thousands of dragon race cultivators around the altar all knelt down, their faces filled with respect. This was the end. After that, Xiao Chan could no longer see anything. He loosened his fingers, feeling somewhat melancholic in his heart. Brother-in-law, how is my sister? Is she in danger? Lu Suifeng asked anxiously. Xiao Chan did not tell Lu Suifeng about the final scene he saw. He said calmly, she's fine. It is possible that you will never see Ruyue again in this lifetime. However, I can be sure that she is fine. She might even be better off than we imagined. Late at night, the waning moon hung high on Qingyun Peak, and a cold wind blew. This night was cold and desolate. Even the lunar palace was deathly pale. In contrast to Xiao Chen's current mood, it was even colder and more desolate. Ao Jiao, do you remember that I told you about Emperor Forsaken making a move against me half a year ago? Ao Jiao nodded and said, how can I not remember? I have never seen you so panicked before. You scared me to death. Xiao Chan slowly filled his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. You guessed wrong. That was not Emperor Forsaken making a move against me. Instead, it was Lu Ruyue leaving this world. Everything related to her will be mysteriously erased. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign is not that capable. Given Emperor Forsaken's strength, it was more than enough to deal with Lu Ruyue alone. Even if Emperor Forsaken was capable, he would not have the energy to deal with so many people at once. Xiao Chan put down his wine cup and sighed. Just like that ancient powerhouse, mercilessly erasing his aura from the abandoned land without any reluctance. Xiao Chen's words Jiao Jiao and said, was Yu Chan. Suddenly, Yao happened half a Jiao. Happened when Lu turned. Happened. However, how come your memories were not erased? What's going on? Xiao Chan shook his head, indicating that he did not understand. He remembered that strong spiritual sense from back then. He could not resist it at all. The other party easily extracted the memories related to Lu Ruyue. However, just as he was about to succeed, that mysterious energy suddenly retreated and stopped attacking. What are you planning to do? Ao Jiao asked worriedly. Xiao Chen's expression sank. He suddenly crushed the wine cup in his hand. She is the lover that I made a promise to never give up on. She is the most beautiful memory of my life. Even if it takes 1,000 years or 10,000 years, even if gods or Buddhas block the way, I will chase after her and never give up. After understanding the truth behind Lu Ruyue's departure, Xiao Chan was no longer anxious. His worst-case scenario was that Emperor Forsaken had captured Lu Ruyue. However, when Xiao Chan saw the final scene of the dragons bowing to the white dragon, he calmed down. Xiao Chan did not know what kind of world it was outside the abandoned land. He did not know why Lu Ruyue had erased all traces of her existence like those ancient powerhouses. However, all he needed to know was that Lu Ruyue was safe and had not been captured by Emperor Forsaken. That was enough. Since those ancient powerhouses from the peak of the martial epic could leave, then Xiao Chan would definitely be able to leave as well. As long as he persevered, there would be a chance to meet Lu Ruyue again. Xiao Chan was more confident than the sky. Since he had arrived at Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chan chose an uninhabited peak and decided to stay there. As for the memories of the others, he did not help them recover. Firstly, he was afraid that it would be too complicated. Secondly, he was afraid of attracting unnecessary trouble and provoking that mysterious energy to make a move again. While on the mountain, Xiao Chun enjoyed a rare period of leisure in the Kunlun realm. Aside from cultivating as usual, he spent most of his time pondering the saber domain. After establishing the saber domain as the foundation of the saber, Xiao Chun no longer wavered. Even if this path was wrong, he would persevere to the end, as this path was the most suitable for him. Ao Jiao did not remain idle either. She organized Xiao Chun's resources in preparation for breaking into the divine weapon ranking. Right now, she was still an item spirit and could not break free from the lunar shadow saber. Her strength was limited by the lunar shadow saber, reaching a bottleneck. Only by raising the lunar shadow saber to a divine weapon would she have a chance to break through to a higher cultivation realm. A cool breeze blew green shadows, a blue sky and white clouds. On the summit, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright, looking peaceful. Xiao Chun leaned against a rock. The lunar shadow saber was like a living thing, dancing nimbly in his palm, the back of his hand and his arm. It was a dazzling sight, too much for the eye to take in. However, Xiao Chun's gaze and thoughts were not on this dazzling lunar shadow saber at all. He just let his right hand play with the lunar shadow saber happily. Xiao Chun looked at the bright and sunny sky and muttered, "I stayed in the heavenly saber pavilion for a month. This peaceful environment is indeed very helpful in comprehending the saber domain. Now I can completely hide my power in the surrounding grass and trees, as well as in the clouds." 3 months ago, Xiao Chun's saber domain was very scary. Not only would it roar with thunder, but it would also be covered in dark clouds. Going back further, when he just comprehended the saber domain, he did not understand it at all. He only knew how to unleash his power. Now that he thought about it, it was very crude. Could it be that Senior Lan was laughing at me for being like a porcupine? According to what Senior Lan said, I have already gone from power to subtlety. With a thought, the saber intent filling the air is all mine to use. If I cultivate further, I will solidify this space, merging my entire heart into this 1 kilometer, making this 1 kilometer into my own space. Saber domain. Saber domain. Cultivating the word domain. That was to say, one had to rely on the state of space. Instead, the saber became a supporting existence, a supporting role. After all, the entire Kunlun realm believed that the Space Great Tao was much stronger than the Great Tao. This was because the Space Great Tao was hard to grasp and even harder to cultivate. However, in comparison, the Saber Tao was much easier to grasp and even easier to cultivate. How could it compare to the Space Great Tao? Originally, Xiao Chun thought so as well. However, as he cultivated the Saber domain, he wavered. The Saber Tao might not be weaker than the Space Great Tao. However, the vision of the Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm was restricted, preventing them from seeing the essence of the Saber Tao. Saber intent gathered in Xiao Chun's heart, and the nimble lunar shadow saber immediately stopped leaping around. It appeared in Xiao Chun's hand, tightly grasping it as he pointed it forward. The scabbard came out and stabbed into the cliff in front. Buzz! The saber trembled and the entire space trembled slightly. "Withdraw!" Xiao Chun shouted in his heart, and the light of the world within 1 kilometer slowly shrank. This formed a strange scene. Within 1 kilometer, the sun shone brightly, looking incredibly piercing. However, within 1 kilometer of Xiao Chun's world, the light slowly shrank. When the light faded, it left behind an eternal darkness. Slowly, all the light gathered on Xiao Chun's body. However, just at this moment, there was a "puh" sound, and all the shrinking light appeared. Intense fluctuations appeared, like disobedient children, scattering in a hubbub, returning to where they came from. This was the direction Xiao Chun was currently cultivating in. He did not choose to solidify this space and merge his body with the domain, working hard towards Senior Lan Chaofeng's level. Instead, he chose another path, gathering everything within 1 kilometer into the saber in his hand. The saber domain focused on the saber. Everything had to be focused on the saber. The saber could not be a side character. How difficult! Every time I reach this step, it immediately crumbles. I wonder what the scene will be like after I grasp a little of this path. Xiao Chun's heart filled with anticipation. However, he also felt somewhat anxious. He did not know if he would succeed on this path. He had tried more than 1,000 times, but he had not succeeded even once. He could not help feeling somewhat depressed. Let me practice my profound martial techniques. Cultivating the saber domain is important, but I cannot fall behind on my martial techniques either. Xiao Chun stood up with a somersault. Then he held the lunar shadow saber and spun it in the air. 1,000 mysterious phenomena appeared in Xiao Chun's body. As the saber light gathered, it formed a glorious painting of 1,000 mountains turning into dragons roaring ferociously in the sky. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Right now my instant of glory is already at my fingertips. I can obtain whatever kind of glory I want." Again. With a thought, Xiao Chun swung his saber, creating a glorious painting of 10,000 dragons soaring into the sky. The painting shattered, condensed, and shattered. As Xiao Chun swung his saber, he felt incredibly carefree, feeling much more at ease. There is only one saber, instant of glory. Back then, Xiao Chun had comprehended this incomplete martial technique. Now he slowly perfected it. Now he was even more at his fingertips. He could use it as he pleased and withdraw it as he pleased. All sorts of splendor, ever-changing and boundlessly ingenious. Following that, Xiao Chun practiced the 1,000-year hegemony establishment many times. He had already perfected this martial technique to the point of perfection. Unfortunately, this was a medial-grade profound martial technique left behind by someone before him. Furthermore, there was only one move. Hence, he could not use it as smoothly as Instant of Glory, which felt like it surged in his blood. Xiao Chun stopped and frowned. How unfortunate. This 1,000-year hegemony establishment should be a saber technique created by an ancient saber sovereign. There should be a complete set of it. Unfortunately, I only obtained this one move. In the cultivation of the saber Tao, Instant of Glory and 1,000-year hegemony establishment were Xiao Chun's strongest killing moves. As for Flawless Bright Moon, 1,000 Frost Battle Snow, and the completed 4-season saber technique, they were slightly weaker. They could only be considered inferior-grade profound martial techniques. After Xiao Chun finished practicing the saber technique, he casually tossed the saber into the scabbard stuck in the cliff wall. 2 bright moons rose up behind him. Xiao Chun executed the 1,000-year death and the 1,000-year flame at the same time. There were hot-bloodedness and lofty sentiments, as well as heartache from the past. The 2 bright moons painted a different kind of beauty. Chapter 1289. When Xiao Chun finished practicing his palm technique, 2 flames of different colors appeared in his eyes, one yin and one yang. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to form the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. He moved his feet, following the 2 energies of the sun and the moon. As they chased each other, they created a pulling force. Back at the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, Xiao Chun felt that this pulling force could be used not only for defense but for offense as well. The Taiji Dao contained in the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram could be explored as well. Slowly, a huge Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared under Xiao Chun's feet. It swept away all the dust and leaves, revealing everything. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand, and the fiery light in his eyes slowly disappeared. He muttered, "Interesting. Unexpectedly, I let this Taiji yin-yang flame diagram gather dust for so long. I really should not have." Suddenly, Xiao Chun frowned and looked to the front. He asked doubtfully, "Where did this fellow come from? How dare he barge in so fearlessly?" There was a strong aura outside the vast mountain range. This person used a secret technique to hide his aura and headed straight for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, not showing any intention of changing direction. This method of hiding his aura was very ingenious. However, it was not as good as Xiao Chun's foundation returning art. With Xiao Chun's spiritual sense, he could see everything clearly. This was like someone relying on their concealment to walk down the street naked without any fear, thinking that they could hide from everyone. However, Xiao Chun saw everything clearly. This person is probably as strong as a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Where did he come from? Xiao Chun asked, feeling suspicious. The royal courts of the various nations in the Sky Dome realm had connections with some of the major factions of the Kunlun realm, like the Great Qin Nation's royal court and the Ying clan. As for the Great Jin Nation, it was directly under the control of Bushin Palace. The various royal courts would definitely have a blue-robed emperor overseeing them. There might even be a peak blue-robed emperor. However, all this did not matter. These blue-robed emperors overseeing the various royal courts had no reason to sneak into the heavenly saber pavilion. Since Xiao Chun was not the blue-robed emperor of the various royal courts, there was only one possibility. Like Xiao Chun, he came from the Kunlun realm. However, who would be so bored as to spend so many resources to come to this lower realm where spiritual qi was so thin? This person was very strong. He completely ignored the various restrictions and formations of the heavenly saber pavilion. His figure flickered in the air, and after a few leaps he landed on Qingyun Peak. He actually came to Qingyun Peak. Did he come for me? Whoosh! Xiao Chun circulated the origin returning technique and concealed his aura. Then he silently landed on Qingyun Peak. Looking at the person who had just arrived from 1,000 meters away, Zhang Xian realized that he was overthinking things this time around. Unexpectedly, this mysterious person did not come to Qingyun Peak to find Xiao Chun. Instead, he was looking for the deep abyss demon that Lu Ryue's father used his life force to seal in ice. This person was dressed in black and had a slender figure. His handsome face gave off a bold and unrestrained evil aura. This person exuded a faint demonic qi. This was the demonic qi that all the cultivators of the Kunlun realm hated. A demon. Based on the aura of this person and the demonic qi around him, it was clear that he was a pure-blooded demon. However, Xiao Chun did not know which of the 18 demon races this person belonged to. Some of the demon races were very difficult to deal with. Xiao Chun did not say anything as he hid in a cloud. He looked at this person indifferently, trying to figure out why he was here. It must have been hard on you, first uncle. You have been trapped here for so many years on an ordinary hunt. Who could have imagined that a divine weapon would appear in this insignificant heavenly saber pavilion? Coincidentally, I accompanied Master to the Sky Dome realm to carry out a mission. Otherwise, who knows how long you would have been sealed here. After the black-clad demon spoke, he prepared to break the ice and release the demon inside. Stop! A cold snort startled the black-clad demon. Unexpectedly, there was someone in the heavenly saber pavilion who could sense his intentions. When the black-clad demon looked back, he saw the clouds in the sky shatter. The white-robed Xiao Chun descended and instantly arrived before the black-clad demon. Given Xiao Chun's current strength, he did not care about the demon sealed in the ice at all. However, this ice was created by Lu Ryue's father using his life force. Once the ice shattered, his body would shatter as well. This was a situation that Xiao Chun did not wish to see. Although his father-in-law was already dead, he had to leave his corpse intact. In any world, dying without a corpse was a form of disrespect to the dead. A consummation blue-robed emperor. When the black-clad demon saw Xiao Chun, his expression changed wildly. He was astonished in his heart. Unexpectedly, there was a consummation blue-robed emperor in this insignificant Sky Dome realm. Furthermore, Xiao Chun was so young, about the same age as his young palace masters. Xiao Chun already knew that this black-clad demon had come to the Sky Dome realm to carry out a mission. His visit to Qingyun Peak was just a convenience, so he wanted to release his first uncle. Xiao Chun did not stand on ceremony. He directly unleashed the might of a king and said coldly, "Tell me honestly what you are doing in the Sky Dome realm. Tell me the truth and I can spare your life." After the initial shock, the black-clad demon calmed down. "I do not need your forgiveness. An insignificant consummation blue-robed emperor wants to capture me? Dream on." Ka! A pair of fleshy wings grew out of the black-clad man's back. With a ferocious flap, a strong wind blew. The black-clad man's body vanished, merging with the strong wind. Then he flew far away from this place. Xiao Chun's expression remained calm. When he saw the other party's means, a light lit up in his eyes. He sighed softly and said, "So, it is a winged demon that is good at controlling the wind. This move is rather interesting." In the Sky Dome realm's deep-sea battlefield, Xiao Chun had interacted with all sorts of demons. However, they were all extremely low-ranked demons. This was the first time he saw a blue-robed emperor-level winged demon, which piqued his interest. "Ha ha ha ha. Insignificant human, what can you do to me? Even your Emperor Wu cannot capture me, much less you. Just save it." Strange laughter came from the howling strong wind as it flew above Xiao Chun's head. In one breath, Xiao Chun traveled 5 kilometers. In a few breaths, he traveled 50 kilometers. How ignorant. Mockery flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. Then he pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Xiao Qian stood on a purple lightning dragon and somersaulted a few times, blocking the strong wind 50 kilometers away. Then he sent out a palm strike, and the violent wind was blown back by this palm strike. Ouch! Ouch! Pained howls came from the surging strong wind. Then the strong wind gathered and reformed into that black-clad demon. However, this time, the black-clad demon was no longer as insufferably arrogant as before. Not only did Xiao Qian break his violent wind evasion with one palm strike, but his internal organs also ruptured, severely injuring him. How could the black-clad demon still dare to be impudent? As he looked at Xiao Qian, his eyes filled with horror. Right now, Xiao Qian even dared to fight Second Heaven Emperor Wu. He no longer felt it was beneath him to make a move against a small perfection blue-robed emperor. If not for the other party being a demon and having secrets, Xiao Qian would not have bothered with him. Speak, what are your intentions in coming to this Sky Dome realm? The black-clad demon retreated in horror in the air. He thought hard about how to deal with this. Just based on that palm strike earlier, this person before him should be on the same level as his young master. A demonic genius. Truly a demonic genius. To think that such a demonic genius could appear in the human race. He is too strong. He holds an absolute advantage in terms of strength. There is no other way. I can only use a forbidden art. The black-clad demon made up his mind, and determination flashed in his eyes. He looked at Xiao Qian and said, "Don't even think about making me tell you." Right after the black-clad demon spoke, the energy in his body suddenly surged. Xiao Qian's expression changed slightly. This was a sign of self-detonation. However, fearing that it was a trap, Xiao Qian did not retreat. He watched coldly as the other party self-detonated. Bang! He really can self-detonate. Xiao Qian exclaimed in shock when he saw the other party explode without a complete corpse and erupt with horrifying energy. However, shock was shock. This level of energy could already deal significant damage to Xiao Qian. It was better to defend. A clump of flames burned in Xiao Qian's eyes. When the energy of the demon's self-detonation radiated over, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram formed and easily blocked the energy of the self-detonation. No matter how strong the self-detonation of the other party was, before the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, it could not do anything. After the explosion, Xiao Qian casually waved his hand and scattered the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. As Xiao Qian looked at the shattered space in front, he sighed. He sighed at the instability of this Sky Dome realm space and the decisiveness of this demon. Perhaps he should not have displayed such a strong stance. That's not right. This fellow is not dead yet. Xiao Qian felt a weak aura. His body passed through the many spatial tears in front and looked to the south. A spatial tear tore open in the sky, and the black demon's weak figure entered it, quickly fleeing far away. What a fellow! To think that he faked his death to trick me. However, even if he survives like this, he will be severely injured. Furthermore, do you really think that you can survive? Xiao Qian's face sank. At some point in time, the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand, and he drew it from its scabbard. A saber light flashed into the spatial tear just as it was about to close. Xiao Qian sheathed his saber. After sending out only one saber strike, Xiao Qian ignored it. He only wondered where this mysterious demon came from. Was there an even stronger existence aside from him? A few minutes later, the black-clad demon, who thought that he had escaped after tearing open a spatial tear, relaxed his expression and revealed a smile. Just as he was about to kneel to the person in front of him, a saber light containing an unparalleled sharp saber intent arrived silently. A saber light with an incredibly sharp saber intent followed silently and chopped off the black-clad demon's head. Blood spurted out. That head did not even know what happened before it died. The sharp saber light chopped off the black-clad demon's head and continued flying forward, showing no signs of stopping. Everywhere the saber light passed, space was like tofu, neatly chopped in half. Dang! A finger blocked the saber light, and the person who attacked revealed a shocked expression on his face. That person's finger actually got cut, leaving behind a shallow wound. Interesting. After flying so far away and killing a person, you are still able to injure me. Right after that person spoke, His finger suddenly released a resplendent light. Kase! Kase! Cracks appeared in the saber light that Xiaochan sent out. After a while it shattered into pieces. Chapter 1290. The person who attacked had a fair and handsome face. That delicate appearance gave off a carefreeness like a cool breeze, making it hard to associate this person with a demon who cultivated demonic qi. There was an ancient purple mark on this person's forehead. That was the mark of nobility that only the bloodline descendants of the 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world had. In layman's terms, it was the mark of royalty. If Xiaochan were here, he would not be unfamiliar with this mark, as he had seen the same mark on the Eros demon Lung Yu's forehead before. Fengzi, the saber intent contained in this saber qi already surpasses that of a saber soul. This is a powerful bladesman who has started comprehending the saber Dao. A clear voice rang out. The one who had spoken was a charming woman not far away from Fengzi, who was filled with temptation. This woman also had the mark of royalty on her forehead. She wore leather clothes that revealed most of her skin and had a playful tail behind her. She was an Eros demon. Fengzi nodded gently and said, "There is no such expert in the Sky Dome realm. He should be a human outstanding talent that came down from the Kunlun realm. Should we change our plan?" The leather-clad woman smiled coquettishly. Although this was clearly a request, it was filled with a teasing tone. A strong lust flashed in Fengzi's eyes. He smiled and said, "Yao Manlan, your charm techniques are really ingrained in your bones. I really can't think of anyone in the world who would not fall for you. The beauty of a peach, graceful and exquisite, the fragrance of an orchid lingering." Yao Manlan was indeed like her name, not the slightest bit false. Yao Manlan smiled faintly. The praise of this Fengzi, a peak outstanding talent of the winged demon monarch bloodline, was very useful to her. "Are you mocking me? Aside from the lust in your eyes, your heart has not moved at all." "Haha, that is natural. If you want to move my Fengzi's heart, that will depend on whether that demon monarch Lung Yu of yours can do it or not," Fengzi said indifferently, his tone brimming with pride. Disdain flashed in Yao Manlan's eyes as she thought to herself, Her Majesty Lung Yu's charm techniques have already reached great heights, reaching the level of the soul and the soul. With just one look, she can capture your mind, turning you into a loyal slave. Yao Manlan did not linger on this topic and returned to her own question. "You still haven't answered me whether we should change the plan or not." Fengzi burst into laughter when he heard this. A torrential domineering aura burst forth from his eyes. "Change? Why do I have to change it? This Sky Dome realm does not allow Emperor Wu to come. Who can stop me? Even if Emperor Wu comes, I, Fengzi, am not afraid at all. There is no need for me to change anything." Upon seeing Fengzi's arrogance, Yao Manlan felt displeased. Among the 18 demon monarchs' branches, the wind demon bloodline was the most arrogant and unruly. They had always been so confident. However, he did not say anything. This Fengzi did indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. He was only 50 years old now, but he had already killed an emperor-level demonic beast in the deep abyss demonic world. Yao Manlan said, "In that case, we will stick to the original plan. We will charge into the Sky Dome Immortal realm, and use force to snatch away the remaining half of the Sky Dome heart." Fengzi said domineeringly, "Naturally. There is no need to come up with any plans to deal with a bunch of old fogies. We can just kill our way through." However, this person, a murderous intent flashed in Fengzi's eyes as he interrupted. "It would be best if he does not appear. If he does, my servant will not be killed for nothing." Back at Qingyun Peak, Xiaochun frowned slightly. He felt that someone had shattered his strand of saber qi. Although this strand of saber qi was just a casual attack, that demon was already a spent force. How could he have possibly shattered my saber qi? After thinking about it, Xiaochun could only conclude that this demon had an accomplice. Xiaochun, who had been preparing to continue cultivating, suddenly had an idea. A demon that could easily shatter a strand of his saber qi. This demon that could easily shatter his strand of saber qi was rather strong, at least twice as strong as the demon that appeared at Qingyun Peak. How could there be such a strong person in the Sky Dome realm? Doubts appeared in Xiaochun's heart. Could it be that the Dark Church returned to the Sky Dome realm and sent people to establish a branch? It was very possible. Of the 3,000 lower realms, the Sky Dome realm was the most mysterious. The Dark Church could not possibly give up on this place. I have to make a trip to the Imperial Palace and warning you. Xiao Qian did not have any intention of destroying the Dark Church. This was because it was just a branch. Even if it was destroyed, the Dark Church headquarters in the Deep Abyss demonic world would still send people to rebuild it. Unless Xiao Qian had the ability to enter the demonic world and destroy the entire Dark Church headquarters, there was no need for him to do something so strenuous and unrewarding. However, Xiao Qian's friends and family were in the Great Qin nation. He needed to warning you and take precautions. After traveling millions of kilometers, Xiao Qian arrived at the Great Qin nation's imperial palace in the time it took to brew a pot of tea. Xiao Qian got someone to send a message and soon saw the valiant and formidable-looking Yingyu. Haha, what brings you here again? Are you still going to ask about Lu Ruyue? I've already tried to recall many times. There is indeed no such person in my memories, Yingyu said with a smile when she saw Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian smiled faintly. He had already figured out the situation with Lu Ruyue. Naturally, he would not trouble Yingyu again. No, there is another reason. Xiao Qian immediately told Yingyu about his encounter during the day and his guesses. After Yingyu heard that, she frowned heavily. That's not right. If the Dark Church were re-establishing a branch, I would have received news long ago. Since the last time you returned, the Dark Church mysteriously retreated. I have not heard any news of the Dark Church since then. Furthermore, the demons you saw were of the Wind Demon race. Even if they were re-establishing the Dark Church, they would definitely be led by the humans who believe in the demonic god. The Dark Church has never had anything to do with the 18 demon races. Xiao Qian knew about this. However, he had not thought about it earlier. Now that Yingyu reminded him, he found it strange. Since they were not re-establishing the Dark Church, why did these demons come to the Sky Dome realm, where the spiritual energy was thin? As Xiao Qian thought about it, inspiration flashed in his mind. Could they be here for the Sky Dome Immortal realm? There are places in the Sky Dome Immortal realm that even I find difficult to deal with. There must be treasures from the Immortal epic there. That's not right. The treasures from the Immortal epic would not be of any use to them. Yingyu quickly rejected this guess. They were definitely not here for the treasures from the Immortal epic. It can't be. Yingyu seemed to think of something and her expression suddenly changed. It seemed like this touched on some secret that she could not tell Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian was very smart. He guessed what Yingyu was thinking. Is it not convenient for you to tell me? Yingyu thought for a while before looking at Xiao Qian. There is no harm in telling you. The Sky Dome realm does not permit Emperor Wu to come down. You know this, right? Xiao Qian nodded. He had known this long ago. The other lower realms did not have such a ban. Only the Sky Dome realm did. Furthermore, it was a ban that the upper echelon of the Kunlun realm and the Deep Abyss demon monarchs worked together to establish. Xiao Qian had been curious about this for a long time. Could it be that Yingyu knew the reason? Yingyu trusted Xiao Qian. Now that she mentioned this, she did not hide it. You are right. I do know the reason. All the royal courts of the various nations know about it. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was the leader of the 3,000 Immortal Lords during the Immortal Epoch. If one person completely grasped the Sky Dome realm and swallowed up the other lower realms, he could form his own realm, a great realm equal to the Deep Abyss demonic world and the Kunlun realm. 10,000 years ago, the last Tianwu emperor was ambitious. He wanted to swallow up the 3,000 lower realms and then fight with the Deep Abyss demonic world and the Kunlun realm, unifying the entire three realms. Xiao Qian's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty hid such a secret. Yingyu continued, you already know what happened after that. After the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the 5 nations divided the Sky Dome realm. No one was able to unify it. Xiao Qian thought of something. His expression turned somewhat sullen as he said, given that, the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty was actually a double blow from the Kunlun realm and the demonic world. I do not know what exactly happened. I'm afraid that no one knows. In any case, after the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the upper echelon of the Kunlun realm made an agreement with the Deep Abyss demonic monarchs. No one was allowed to send an expert on the level of Emperor Wu or anyone on the level of Emperor Wu. What they feared was a martial emperor reunifying the Sky Dome realm, threatening the existence of both sides. The Sky Dome realm's world core was also split between the Kunlun realm and the demonic world, each controlling half. After that, the luck of the Sky Dome realm never recovered. The two sides reached a tacit agreement to this day. When Xiao Chan heard this, he forgot why the demons came to the Sky Dome realm. He thought of something even deeper. The Tianwu dynasty was indeed destroyed by the double blow from the Deep Abyss demonic world and the Kunlun realm. However, that was not the main point. The main point was the two people from 10,000 years ago, the final Tianwu emperor and the Qing emperor Xiao Tong, who ruled the Kunlun realm at that time. From Yingyu's words, Xiao Chan could sense that the Tianwu emperor wanted to swallow up the 3,000 lower realms to contend with the Kunlun realm and the demonic world. His strength had to be extremely horrifying, probably on the same level as the Qing emperor. Furthermore, based on the information that Xiao Chan obtained from the Kunlun realm, the final Tianwu emperor was a good friend of the Qing emperor. Furthermore, the final Tianwu emperor happened to die at the hands of the Qing emperor. In the end, the Qing emperor who killed the final Tianwu emperor did not have a good ending either. In the end, he perished, and the Dragon's Gate was destroyed. That was to say, the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty led to the fall of two powerful and ambitious overlords, ending with grievances. What exactly happened 10,000 years ago? Xiao Chen sank into deep thought. The originally huge and complicated situation was becoming clearer and clearer in his mind. As long as he found a crucial point, all the mysteries could be solved. This crucial point was like a key. As long as he had this key, nothing else would be a problem. However, the problem now was where to find this crucial point. Xiao Chan, what are you thinking about? Yingyu frowned slightly as she looked at the distracted Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan recovered his wits and saw the displeased expression on Yingyu's face. He quickly apologized. Sorry, I was thinking of something else and got distracted. What were you talking about? Go on. Yingyu said helplessly, speaking of the Sky Dome realm's world heart. This world heart is also called the Sky Dome heart. Both sides hold half of it. Whoever grasps the complete Sky Dome heart will truly hold the Sky Dome realm in their hands. After that, they can gather the 9 dragon veins and start swallowing up the lower realms. Chapter 1291. Xiao Chen's thoughts returned to the present. After thinking for a while, he said, You are worried that the demon monarchs went back on the agreement and that the demons coming to the Sky Dome realm are here to snatch away the remaining half of the Sky Dome heart. Yingyu said, somewhat vexed. I am just a little worried. Logically speaking, the Sky Dome heart has 5 peak half-step Emperor Wu cultivators in strong formations. Even if Emperor Wu came, he would find it hard to defeat them. Furthermore, they have kept to the agreement for the past 10,000 years. There is no need to break it. Agreement. Xiao Chan smiled and said, How can such an agreement be reliable? Furthermore, the agreement back then was that neither side would send Emperor Wu down. A light flashed in Yingyu's eyes. You mean to say that the one coming is a demon demonic genius equal to Emperor Wu, or even surpassing a regular Emperor Wu? I do not dare to be certain, but it is highly likely. You had best inform the Bushin Palace and tell them to prepare for the worst. Now that Xiao Chan had delivered the message, he did not intend to interfere in this matter. So he prepared to take his leave. Your Highness, something bad has happened. Just at this moment, a guard ran in a fluster and shouted, What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Is the Sky Dome Immortal realm being invaded? Yingyu asked. That guard exclaimed in shock. Princess already knows? Xiao Chan and Yingyu exchanged glances. Their expressions changed at the same time. Unfortunately, they had guessed correctly. Furthermore, they had not expected the other party to move so quickly. What's going on? Speak more clearly. The guard rested for a while and calmed his flustered emotions. He said, The Sky Dome Immortal Realm's Sky Dome Palace, which guards the Sky Dome heart, suffered an attack from the demons. They lost very quickly, and the Sky Dome Palace has already requested help from the various royal courts. There are a few demons. 2. Yingyu waved her hand and said, You may withdraw. Yingyu sighed and looked at Xiao Chan. She said, You are right. They are indeed demon demonic geniuses equal to Emperor Wu. The 5 half-step Emperor Wu that were sent by Bushin Palace to guard this place, each of them was not weak. They were all top existences, but they could not even block 2 demon dwellers. "I'll go with you. The elders of the Qin state don't have to go," Xiao Chun said. "You're going." Yu was not very sure of Xiao Chen's strength. "Are you sure you want to go? Those are 2 demonic geniuses of the demon race that are as strong as Emperor Wu. Honestly speaking, I do not know what to do now. I am somewhat flustered." Xiao Chan smiled and said, "It looks like you do not understand my reputation in the Kunlun realm. Just bring me to that Sky Dome Palace." Yu could not dissuade Xiao Chun. However, she requested that the old man guarding the great Qin nation's luck go with her. Since the other party insisted, Xiao Chun didn't care. "This is the protector elder of my great Qin nation's royal court, a consummation blue-robed emperor. He is as strong as the half-step Emperor Wu. He has guarded the great Qin nation for 200 years already." On a warship traveling through the Sky Dome Immortal realm, Xiao Yu introduced a white-haired old man in hempen robes to Xiao Chun. The hempen-robed old man had a benevolent expression, giving him the air of an elder. After hearing Yu's explanation, he already knew the severity of the situation. "These are troubled times. 10,000 years is a cycle. These demons finally lost their patience," the hempen-robed old man said worriedly. He felt that the situation of the Sky Dome Palace was not optimistic. Just 2 demons forced the Sky Dome Palace to seek outside reinforcements. This was simply unbelievable. "Little friend, have you heard of any outstanding young talent that can rival Emperor Wu in the Kunlun realm?" After the greetings, the hempen-robed old man asked Xiao Chun. He had been in the Sky Dome realm for 200 years and did not know the current situation of the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chun had not seen this person before. Among the half-step Emperor Wu, there were several who could kill Emperor Wu. He had even seen one before. However, among the younger generation, aside from Xiao Chun, there did not seem to be anyone with such strength. If the descendants of Diwuk's group of primes in the astral battlefield wanted to rival a regular Emperor Wu, they would have to advance to consummation blue-robed emperor first. Shaking his head, Xiao Chun answered honestly, "I have never heard of him before." The hempen-robed old man's expression turned even graver. "Great chaos is about to descend. The future of the Kunlun realm is not good." Xiao Chun muttered to himself, "It was just an accident. Isn't old senior exaggerating things a little too much?" Xiao Chun had been to the Sky Dome Immortal realm twice before. At that time, he was only a martial sage. Back then, he had investigated and discovered that there were some forbidden lands in the Sky Dome Immortal realm that he could not set foot in. Now it looked like he was right. The Sky Dome Palace was in one of the forbidden lands. Fresh blood spread everywhere, and a heavy stench of blood wafted over. The corpses of the profound beasts that inspired terror in the forbidden lands appeared before the 3, their blood still wet. "Let's go." The hempen-robed old man leaped off the warship and led Xiao Chun and Yu forward. Some of the bewildering formations and restrictions that originally existed had all lost their effects. A moment later, a huge palace appeared in front of the 3 of them. Intense energy fluctuations could be felt from within. That was the Sky Dome Palace, the forbidden land where half of the Sky Dome heart was stored. 5 half-step Emperor Wu guarded it. The 3's figures flashed, and they arrived outside the Sky Dome Palace. They saw corpses lying on the ground outside the palace. There were thousands of them, and their blood had not dried yet. These are the cultivators maintaining the Sky Dome Dragon formation. They were all martial sages. Once the formation was formed, even Emperor Wu had to avoid it. "To think that they all died," Yu said in extreme shock. The hemp-robed old man frowned and said, "Moreover, all of them were killed in one move." Xiao Chen's expression, which had always been calm, changed slightly as he looked at the corpses. He had a deeper understanding of the situation than the other 2. Not only was it a fatal slash, but these people did not even struggle before they died. It was as if he was standing still and waiting to be slaughtered. His methods were extremely cruel. "People of the Qin state, you are finally here." So. The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. The reinforcements from the other 4 countries appeared at the same time, as if they had been waiting for a long time. It turned out that these people had arrived a long time ago. However, they saw that something was amiss and wanted to wait for everyone to arrive before entering together. When Yu found out, she could not help but say angrily, "How can you all do this? The seniors in the Sky Dome Palace might die at any moment, yet you all waited here for nothing. Little miss, you really abhor evil. Did you not see that these 1,000-odd martial sages could not even activate the formation and instantly died? No one knew what was going on inside. If you go in rashly, you might not be able to save them and end up losing your life. The Great Chu Nation's reinforcements did not feel that there was anything wrong with his actions. An extremely strong old man from the Great Jin Nation said, "This is the result of our unanimous agreement. There is no need to argue. Let's go in together." Suddenly, Xiao Chan said indifferently, "I'm afraid there is no need to go in." "There is no need to go in? What does that mean?" "It is not the place for a junior like you to speak here. Don't think that after returning from the Kunlun realm, you are unrivaled in the Sky Dome realm." The Great Jin Nation's black-clad old man's gaze was like that of an eagle's as he looked coldly at Xiao Chan. The short and fat old man from the Great Tang Nation said in disdain, "Yu, this is an important place of the Sky Dome realm, a forbidden land of the Bushin Palace. You really dare to bring anyone in?" When the Great Qin Nation's hemp-robed old man saw that the few of them did not like Xiao Chan, he quickly said, "Everyone, there is no need to get agitated. We are all on the same side." Xiao Chan also joined the Bushin Palace in the Kunlun realm. Now that we are in need of manpower, one more person means one more force. The various nations' doyens all came from the Kunlun realm. They had not been there for several hundred years already, so they did not know about Xiao Chen's deeds in the Kunlun realm. Seeing that a junior dared to interrupt them, they all felt somewhat upset. This was especially so for the black-clad old man from the Great Jin Nation, who was a half-step Emperor Wu. He had always considered himself the leader. Naturally, he was upset that his decision was interrupted by Xiao Chan. Yu pulled on Xiao Chen's hand, telling him to be more low-key and not to argue with these old men. "Xiao Chan, don't get angry. These old men were sent to the Sky Dome realm because they had no hope of advancing to Emperor Wu. Originally, they were filled with resentment. Seeing that you are a consummation blue-robed emperor at such a young age, they must be jealous. There is no need to care about them." At Yu's consolation, Xiao Chun smiled and did not say anything. In any case, there was no need to argue. His words would be verified soon. There was no need to go in. A cold light flashed in the short, fat old man's eyes. "Since we are in need of manpower now, we will not pursue the matter of you barging into the Forbidden Land. Go and help us clear the way." The Great Jin Nation's black-clad old man nodded and looked at Xiao Chan. His meaning was clear, for Xiao Chan to obediently lead the way. Xiao Chan felt helpless in his heart. What a bunch of peerless people. They clearly had no hope of advancing, and were just waiting for their lifespans to come to an end in the Sky Dome realm. To think that they were so afraid of death. It would be strange if this group of people was of any use to rescue them. Xiao Chan could not be bothered with them. He did not make any moves. "Did you not hear what Elder Hong said?" the black-clad old man demanded angrily. Xiao Chan replied indifferently, "I already said that there is no need to go in. Just wait here." Boom! Right after Xiao Chan spoke, 3 figures fled out of a distant inner hall in the Sky Dome realm in a panic, rushing over to where the group was. These 3 old men were all half-step Emperor Wu. Normally, they were the strongest existences in the entire Sky Dome realm. However, at this moment they all showed panicked expressions. Injuries covered their bodies, and their eyes showed no desire to fight. Clearly, they were scared out of their wits. "What's going on?" Senior Mao, Senior Yun, and Senior Lan all came out. The guardian elders of the other 4 nations forgot to reprimand Xiao Chan. They all looked at the 3 fleeing old men in shock. "Manlan, I already said that they are just a bunch of rotten wood. There is no need for any schemes. We can just crush them. Do you believe me now?" Loud laughter came from behind. Feng Zi walked unhurriedly in the air. However, he closely followed the 3 old men, not letting them pull away at all. Yao Manlan acknowledged Feng Zi's strength. However, she felt disdain for his arrogance. If not for Yao Manlan using her charm techniques to instantly charm the 1,000 martial sages of the Sky Dome Palace and activate the Sky Dome Dragon formation, how could this Feng Zi charge in so easily? Whoosh! 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 The 3 old men landed before Xiao Chan and the others. Then they looked at the man and woman in the air in horror. Seniors, what's going on? Where are Senior Wang and Senior Ma? The Great Jin Nation's black-clad old man asked anxiously, feeling somewhat nervous. Chapter 1292. Old Yun, who was the least injured of the three, said sullenly, "He's dead. That demon killed him." Ah! The consummation blue-robed emperors of the various nations who came to provide reinforcements all showed panicked expressions. Senior Wang and Senior Ma were peak half-step Emperor Wu. To think that they died at the hands of that youth. Not only that, but he even forced out the remaining three old men. How strong was that young demon? Thinking of this, everyone could not help feeling horrified. Then a few people thought of something and looked at Xiao Qian. Indeed, they saw no surprise on Xiao Qian's face. Xiao Qian was right. There was no need to go in at all. Everyone had already been killed and escaped. What was the point of going in? However, this was the inner palace of the Sky Dome Palace, which had many restrictions, greatly limiting mental energy perception. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qian saw something that the others could not see. Furthermore, his predictions were very accurate. Oh, another group of people coming to die. Is this all the strength that the Bushan Palace has in the Sky Dome realm? This is really disappointing. I thought that this mission would be more difficult. Feng Zi's arrogant shout interrupted everyone's guesses about Xiao Qian's true strength. Now they were all thinking about how to find a way out for themselves. When the Sky Dome Palace's old Yun heard this, he gritted his teeth in anger. If the Sky Dome Dragon formation could be activated, how could this brat be so arrogant? For the past 10,000 years nothing had happened in the Sky Dome realm. The Bushan Palace had long since relaxed their guard. Furthermore, they thought that with the Sky Dome Dragon formation nothing would go wrong. Who could have imagined that there would be a woman who cultivated charm techniques to such a deep level? With just a faint smile, she could charm more than 1,000 martial sages at the same time. This is the deep abyss royalty of the demonic world. No wonder. This is going to be difficult, Yingyu said worriedly when she saw the purple mark on Feng Zi's forehead. Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat. So this is the deep abyss royalty. He recalled some past events. However, his expression remained shocked, not changing at all. Xiao Qian, there is no more chance. We will leave together later. It seems inevitable that the firmament heart will be snatched away by them. Let Bushan Palace deal with this. Our lives are more important now. Yingyu was a decisive person. When she saw that the person in the air was from the demonic world's royal clan, she immediately gave up on putting her life on the line. The bloodline of the demon world's royalty was rare. The mark on their foreheads was their pride. The power from their bloodline would infinitely increase their potential. I can give you the firmament heart. However, can you let us live? Elder Yu knew that he was no match for Xiao Qian. Even if he fought to the death, he would not be able to escape the fate of the Sky Dome heart being snatched away. Feeling helpless, he chose to compromise and seek a way out. Feng Zi burst into laughter. A bunch of ants, do you think you're qualified to negotiate with me? When did humans become so naive? Run. Seeing that there was no hope of compromise, the senior elders who came to help pushed off the ground, wanting to tear space and flee. Am I really that scary? It's the first time we've met, and you're already so scared. It's really sad. A pitiful voice that made one's bones go soft rang out in the air. For some reason, the many old men stopped moving and looked at the owner of the voice. It would have been fine if they did not look, but when they did, they were immediately shocked. That Yao Manlan had an exquisite figure. Her facial features were exquisite and refined, looking like they were made from a divine work. Her tight-fitting leather clothes revealed a large patch of her snow-white chest. The swaying tail behind her not only did not break this harmony, but it even added an exotic charm to her, making her look very charming. Is Manlan pretty? Yao Manlan smiled bashfully. Her bright and beautiful eyes revealed a sense of weakness, evoking a desire to protect her in one's heart for no reason. The group of old men below was stunned. The eyes of the elders who came to help turned hazy. They could not help saying, "Pretty, pretty, pretty. Manlan is really pretty." The three old men who came from the Sky Dome Palace already had some resistance. However, they still struggled, their expressions filled with pain and confusion. The will of thunder and Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness stirred up overwhelming waves. Xiao Qian's heart sank. and he quickly defended his heart. The will of thunder, which had already reached its limits, released a resplendent light in his sea of consciousness and crushed the strands of pink mental energy into pieces. What a strong charm technique! Although it has not reached the level of attacking the heart, it has already broken away from the body's most primal temptation and can invade the sea of consciousness. If not for my peak will of thunder, it would be difficult to deal with this, Xiao Chun thought to himself, raising his guard. He circulated his peak will of thunder continuously. Manlan, are you really that pretty? Another bone-numbing voice rang out. Yao Manlan's figure swayed dreamily. Really? Really? The group of old men eagerly answered, pushing each other to be the first to speak. Clearly, they were already deeply immersed. Heavy disdain flashed in Feng Zi's eyes. In that case, all of you can die. Feng Zi's attacks were incredibly fast. When he threw a palm strike, several wind blades shot out like sharp spears at lightning speed. At the critical moment of life and death, the spears instantly pierced through the foreheads of the old men from the various nations who were immersed in the charm technique. Blood spurted out, and their souls were destroyed. They died with grievances. The many consummation blue-robed emperors did not even try to run when death approached. Dang! Xiao Chun stretched out a finger and shattered the spear flying at him. Then he pushed aside the confused Dingyu. His figure flashed, and he shielded the great Qin nation's old man. Then he pinched the spear with 2 fingers. At the final moment, Yao Manlan's charm technique clearly strengthened. Xiao Chun was confused for 1,000th of a second. He only attacked after he reacted. Now, he could only save Yu and the great Qin nation's hemp-robed old man. As for the old men of the other 4 nations, even if Xiao Chun wanted to, he could not. At the critical moment of life and death, the Sky Dome Palace's 3 old men quickly startled awake. They avoided being struck in their vital spots, only getting the spears to pierce through their heads and right shoulders. However, they were already injured in the first place. Now they were even more injured, losing most of their combat prowess. When facing the strong Feng Zi, they could only wait for death. Demonic woman, you will die a horrible death, the 3 old men raged. If not for this demonic woman, the Sky Dome Palace would not have fallen so quickly. However, Feng Zi and Yao Manlan ignored these 3. They only looked at Xiao Chun, who shielded Yu and the hemp-robed old man. Manlan, it looks like your charm technique is only a so-so. You can't even charm a youth. Feng Zi's strong confidence made him feel like everything was under his control. So he casually teased Yao Manlan. Feng Zi did not care much about Xiao Chun. Even if Emperor Wu came, he would not be afraid. What more an insignificant consummation blue-robed emperor? After being teased by Feng Zi, Yao Manlan sent a voice projection indifferently. However, my charm technique was scattered and I did not focus on him. Yao Manlan's expression did not change. She smiled faintly at Xiao Chun and said, young master's standards are really high. To think that Manlan's looks do not catch young master's attention at all. As Yao Manlan smiled sweetly, she executed her charm technique. Her gentle voice contained a heavy bitterness, making one feel guilty and want to comfort her. What a powerful charm technique. However, how can I fall for it again? A plan appeared in Xiao Chun's mind. He allowed the red light in his sea of consciousness to spread out, not resisting it. Then he walked over, appearing both real and fake. Miss Manlan, you must be joking. This humble one is just... Xiao Chun, don't go over. Yu shouted, worry filling her eyes. However, Feng Zi had a playful smile on his face as he looked down at her from high above. The killing intent that he revealed inadvertently prevented her from moving at all. The thing that Feng Zi loved to see was such a fool get charmed, and then die at his hands without even realizing it. This feeling of controlling the situation, of controlling life and death, filled his entire body with joy. Success! Yao Manlan rejoiced in her heart. The expression on her face turned extremely charming. Her pair of charming eyes were soul-stirring. She looked at the approaching Xiao Chun and asked, Manlan, am I beautiful? Xiao Chun was already very close. He could clearly smell the fragrance of the other party's body. It made him feel like he was in heaven, making him feel like he was in heaven. Feng Zi's lips curled up in a cold smile. It was time to make a move. Despair flashed in Yu's eyes as she shouted in pain. Xiao Chun. Guilt appeared in the eyes of the three old men of the Sky Dome realm. If they had not asked for reinforcements, these people would not have died. This was especially so for Xiao Chun. At such a young age, he was already a consummation blue-robed emperor. His future was limitless. To think that Xiao Chun was going to die here as well. There was nothing more unfortunate than this. Despicable demon girl. She caused the deaths of more than 1,000 martial sages of my Sky Dome Palace. Now she is going to send another outstanding talent to his death. Old Yun, who controlled the Sky Dome heart, said angrily. A cocky look flashed in Yao Manlin's eyes. She said with a smile, "Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful Manlon is, she is not yours. There is nothing to be pitiful about. Even if you strip naked and stand before me, I will not touch you." The dazed look in Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly disappeared. Then his lips curled up in a cold smile. Horror flashed in Yao Manlin's eyes. However, before she could react, Xiao Chun grabbed her neck with his right hand and lifted her up. Whoosh! An intense feeling of suffocation came over her. In that instant she forgot all about her charm technique. Only the fear of death lingered in her heart, unable to be dispelled. You seem to enjoy the praise of others. You like to make people die in bliss without them realizing it. I heard that when one suffocates to a certain degree, it can also make one feel extreme happiness and die in pleasure. Xiao Chun said expressionlessly. This woman was born to bring disaster to the nation and the people. However, she had a heart of snakes and scorpions. Xiao Chun did not feel any sympathy for such a person, no matter how lovely she looked. When Yao Manlon heard Xiao Chen's words, the fear in her heart spread to her entire body, causing her to tremble in fear. Don't kill me," Yao Manlon said with great difficulty, her eyes filling with despair. Yu and the others were all stunned. Unexpectedly, in a breath of time, Xiao Chun used lightning-quick methods to subdue this extremely dangerous woman. How could this young man resist that charm art? That is a charm technique that even scares us. It already transcends physical charm and invades the sea of consciousness. Old Yun and the others were shocked and in disbelief. Chapter 1293. The sudden change shocked Fengzi even more than them. Although he said that he could not see through Yao Manlin's charm technique, he kept his guard up in his heart. Yao Manlin's charm arts could already rank in the top 20 of the Eros demon race. Several martial emperors felt a headache when facing her. Today she actually fell at the hands of a Kunlun realm brat. How could he not be shocked? After the shock came overwhelming rage. To think that this Xiao Chun could still resist and escape his control. How could he not be angry? Go to hell. Fengzi's figure flashed, and he turned into a gust of wind, directly disappearing without a trace, leaving no trace behind. This was the innate ability of the Wind Demon Monarch's bloodline, Wind Wings Evasion. It could hide in the wind, raise one's speed and conceal one's tracks. Xiao Chun scanned with his spiritual sense and found that he could not find Fengzi at all. With a thought, he unfurled his 1-kilometer-long saber domain. Fengzi's swift figure immediately appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes, leaving no place to hide. Pooh! Xiao Chun picked up Yao Manlon with his right hand and tossed her at Fengzi, causing her to scream in horror. A strange look flashed in Fengzi's eyes after he executed his evasion. How can it be? To think that he guessed my direction. However, Fengzi did not have time to think. His lightning-quick strike was about to land on Yao Manlon. Damn it! Fengzi revealed himself, wanting to avoid Yao Manlon. He could already tell that Yao Manlon was in a dangerous situation. He could already tell that Yao Manlon's attack carried a strong force. He could not receive it and could only dodge. With his killing move broken, Fengzi felt frustrated. How could he care about Yao Manlon? As for what kind of injuries Yao Manlon would suffer after she landed, that was not something he could care about. Fengzi's figure flashed, and he executed Wind Wings Evasion again. Furthermore, he was even more careful. Fengzi's body merged into the wind, not releasing any aura at all. He wanted to silently injure Xiao Chun severely. By relying on this Wind Wings Evasion, he had killed several martial emperor-level demonic beasts. What happened earlier was just a coincidence, so Fengzi still felt very confident. However, he was wrong. Within 1 kilometer, no matter how careful he was, he could not hide from Xiao Chen's saber domain. Bang! Xiao Chen's figure flashed over and directly kicked him out. Xiao Chan stomped on Feng Zi and sent him crashing to the ground. Feng Zi fell to the ground and ate a lot of dirt. This kick was too fast, causing him to land before Yao Manlan. When Xiao Chan saw that Yao Manlan was about to land beside him, he casually kicked with his left foot. Yao Manlan vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying before she landed on the ground. The incomparably savage Feng Zi was trampled under Xiao Chen's foot just like that, while the poisonous woman was sent flying with a casual kick. Such a scene flabbergasted the 3 surviving old men of the Sky Dome Palace, not daring to believe their eyes. Before coming, Yu, who had been worried about Xiao Chen's strength, could not react in time. After Yao Manlan landed, she flopped around a few times. Wounds covered her body, and she showed a pained expression. As she looked at Xiao Chan, horror filled her eyes. All along, Yao Manlan had been toying with men in the palm of her hand. She had never felt such fear when facing a man before. At this moment, there was only one thought in Yao Manlan's mind: flee. However, how could Xiao Chan give her a chance to flee? After killing more than 1,000 martial sages of the Sky Dome realm, he could come and go as he pleased. There was no such thing as this. At some point in time, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. A resplendent saber light flickered, and the scabbard left on its own. Shua! The scabbard moved like a meteor, leaving behind a cold purple light. Wuxia! It pierced through Yao Manlan's back amid a scarlet light, pinning her to the ground. These 2 were still very useful. They both had secrets on them. Xiao Chan did not intend to let them go so easily. Ah! Electricity flickered on the scabbard, causing Yao Manlan to cry out in pain. She could no longer move. Eros demons were not good at fighting in the first place. After receiving such a blow, she would not be able to stand up again without external help. Feng Zi, who was below Xiao Chan, was not easy to deal with. So Xiao Chan did not waste any words. He raised his saber, preparing to cripple this person personally. You are not strong enough to kill me. Wuxia! Feng Zi roared furiously, and a pair of purple wings unfurled from his back. When the wings flapped, they kicked up a strong wind. As the wind blew, Xiao Chen's body bounced back uncontrollably. Yu frowned and said, "Oh no!" This Feng Zi activated his royal bloodline. Xiao Chan did not lose control of this extremely strong saber strike. With a thought, the rapidly descending saber came to a stop the moment the tip of the saber touched the ground. Feng Zi did not waste any energy. When he saw this scene, his expression turned grave. You are the bladesman who killed my servant? When Feng Zi saw the saber in Xiao Chen's hand and the saber intent in Xiao Chen's eyes, he immediately guessed Xiao Chen's identity. Xiao Chan said calmly, "If your servant is that fool who came to Qinyan Peak, then it is me. In that case you can go and die." Feng Zi snorted coldly. Then he spread his wings and charged towards Xiao Chan. After Feng Zi spread his wings, his aura became terrifyingly strong. He knew that Xiao Chan could see through his wind wing evasion, so he stopped executing it. Feng Zi flew forward and started a close combat with Xiao Chan. His hands were his most terrifying weapons. Unexpectedly, Feng Zi could catch the lunar shadow saber, which contained a strong saber intent, with his bare hands. Furthermore, his attack speed was incredibly fast, looking like a spinning clump of light. Dang! 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 Feng Zi's palms clashed intensely with Xiao Chen's saber, giving off melodious metallic clangs. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space, looking like it would crumble at any moment. Xiao Chan frowned slightly. The other party was actually faster than him. This was the first time Xiao Chan met someone of the same generation who was faster than him. After Feng Zi spread his wings, he seemed to have become a completely different person. Once the demonic world royal clan geniuses got serious, they could not be underestimated. However, Xiao Chan still held victory in his grasp. As he faced the other party's unpredictable attacks and storm-like attacks, Xiao Chan countered them calmly and slowly. 2 flames burned in Xiao Chen's eyes, one golden and one white. The 2 flames, the lunar true flame and the solar true flame, each carried a formless energy as they spun around Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan split his law energy into 2 and sent it in. A Taiji force field formed under his feet. Xiao Chan had not comprehended this miraculous force field for long. so he could test it out on Feng Zi. He moved his feet, and his entire body twisted like water. Xiao Chen's right hand, which held the saber, followed this feeling and swung his saber, blocking Feng Zi's attack. Initially, the combination of the Taiji force field and the saber technique was riddled with openings. The other party's claws covered Xiao Chen's body, making him look very scary. However, Xiao Chen did not care at all. He had a half-step golden body. As long as he protected his heart of an emperor, he could completely ignore the other injuries, such as losing an arm or a leg. Haha, not bad. This is the first time I've seen someone of the same generation who is faster than me. Xiao Chen could feel that his saber technique and the Taiji Dao were starting to match. He felt happy and could not help speaking happily. However, to Feng Zi, these words of praise sounded like great humiliation. Feng Zi had attacked with all his might, but he only received a not bad evaluation. Clearly, Xiao Chen was handling this with ease. I don't believe that your physical body is really made of iron. The mark on Feng Zi's forehead flickered with light, and his movement technique soared. Immediately, it seemed like the sky was filled with Feng Zi's figures, surrounding Xiao Chen and attacking him non-stop. Good timing. Xiao Chen's consciousness completely immersed itself in comprehending the Dao. Within the formless Taiji force field, his movements slowed down again. In fact, it was so slow that Xiao Chen's every move could be seen clearly. In the eyes of Ying Yu and the others, Xiao Chen's every move was broken down into 10-odd afterimages. Every afterimage lingered for a long time, as if they were blocking Feng Zi's attacks. As the battle continued, Xiao Chen's afterimages layered over each other, leaving behind tens of thousands of afterimages. This fellow has a formless force field around him. While my movements look very fast, in reality the force field slows me down significantly. I have to break this force field. Feng Zi saw that Xiao Chen was growing stronger as he fought. Initially he was covered in wounds, but now he could receive most of his attacks. So he decided to forcefully break that force field. Winged Demon Finger. Break for me. Feng Zi retreated 1 kilometer and pointed at Xiao Chen from afar. A strong wind blew away the clouds, and an ancient finger descended from the sky, thrusting towards Xiao Chen. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this was not a finger at all. Instead, it was a solid storm that took the shape of a gigantic finger. It pierced through the sky and tore through the layers of space as it descended. This finger equaled the might of a small perfection medial-grade profound martial technique of the Kunlun realm, possibly even stronger. Whoosh! The many layers of Xiao Chen's afterimages merged back together with a whoosh. The instant they merged, Xiao Chen thrust the lunar shadow saber forward and happened to block that gigantic storm finger. Bang! Xiao Chen quickly fell backward. Feng Zi smiled coldly and said, "Trying to fight with me? You are seeking death." However, before Feng Zi's smile could freeze, he was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen's back was about 1 meter above the ground. In fact, he had not truly fallen. Rise! Xiao Chen shouted and circulated the Taiji force field. This force slowly lifted him up. The saber swayed gently, and the storm finger moved like a snake. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He thought to himself, how dangerous. This storm nearly crippled me. Fortunately, I managed to hold on at the last moment. In the earlier moment, Xiao Chen experienced a test of life and death in what seemed like a simple scene to others. The winged demon finger instantly shattered Xiao Chen's Taiji force field. At that moment, his internal organs trembled endlessly, cracks appearing in them. Just as Xiao Chen felt horrified, the shattered Taiji force field reformed on its own. Without needing Xiao Chen to control it, it drew out all the remaining law energy in his body and started circulating it again. As the gigantic finger moved, it kicked up a boundless strong wind. The entire world trembled. Many small hurricanes appeared on the horizon, numbering in the thousands, filling the sky. Chapter 1294. Feng Zi exclaimed, "How can this be? To think that my winged demon finger is like a toy in his hands." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "The game ends here. Many thanks for your teachings. I have just barely grasped the rudiments of this Taiji Dao." However, as Xiao Chen had just grasped the rudiments, he could not use the Taiji Dao to destroy this winged demon finger. However, if he continued fighting, he would not make any more breakthroughs. So Xiao Chen lost his patience. After dispelling the Taiji force field, Xiao Chan circulated his primordial energy, and a heavy emperor's might spread out from his body. The lunar shadow saber released a light as it hacked down. The weakened winged demon finger instantly split in half. Primordial energy. Feng Zi felt dizzy, not daring to believe what he saw. Saber intent filling the air for me to use. With a thought, a vast saber intent spread out within 1 kilometer, gathering on the saber. Then Xiao Chun took advantage of the opportunity to leap up and hack down with his saber. Kasie. When this saber descended, space tore apart like tofu. Before the saber arrived, it had already arrived before Feng Zi. Feng Zi instantly went flying, his clothes tattered, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. A saber domain that already reached the microscopic realm. Feng Zi no longer had any fighting spirit in his heart. He turned and fled, only wanting to leave this place quickly. Xiao Chun, who was radiating a vast emperor's might, immediately suppressed Feng Zi's aura, even though he had already activated the demonic world's royal bloodline. In this world, the most dazzling light was Xiao Chun. After Xiao Chun circulated his primordial energy, the stalemate instantly broke. As Xiao Chun watched the fleeing Feng Zi, he quickly swung his saber, gathering all the glory of the various mysterious phenomena into one saber strike. Instant of glory. A painting within a painting. Feng Zi felt a huge pressure. When he turned his head to look, he was immediately startled. He saw a huge and vivid painting covering the area and flying towards him. Winged demon finger. Condense. Feng Zi could no longer care about overdrawing on his strength. He clenched his teeth and executed the winged demon finger again, gathering all the energy on his finger. Kase. The painting of glory shattered. However, before Feng Zi could rejoice, a new painting appeared. Break. Feng Zi, who still did not know that he was in the painting, heard Xiao Chan shout and saw space shatter, revealing him in the space in the painting. His body immediately suffered the pain of thousands of explosions, causing him to howl in pain. Feng Zi activated a necklace on his chest, and a protective halo appeared around him. This was a protective item given to him by the Wind Demon King. Xiao Chun could even flee from a sovereign martial emperor. However, he used it up prematurely against Xiao Chun today. White-robed bladesman, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I will definitely take revenge for today's grudge in the Kunlun realm in the future. Seeing Feng Zi's protective light shield, Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and stopped attacking. This guy's speed was already amazing, and now that he had taken out his life-saving artifact, there was no point in chasing after him. In any case, Yao Manlan had already been captured. There was no need to fear that they would not be able to dig out the secrets of her line of work. The 3 surviving old men of the Sky Dome Palace walked over and asked respectfully to Xiao Chun, "Might I ask for little friend's great name and which senior you are a disciple of?" Respect for the strong regardless of seniority was the tradition of this world. Xiao Chun gladly accepted, not finding it inappropriate. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Everyone, there is no need to stand on ceremony. I am Xiao Chun, considered a member of the Bushin Palace as well. The Thunder King conferred me the title of Blue Dragon King long ago." Conferred king? The Thunder King conferred you that? He was conferred king at such a young age. The 3 old men had not left the Sky Dome Palace for a long time. They were startled, their faces filled with incredulity. In the blink of an eye, this Xiao Chen's status was even higher than theirs. "Greetings, Blue Dragon King." The 3 old men quickly bowed. This was the rule of the Bushin Palace. Before advancing to martial emperor, when one was conferred king, everyone had to show respect. At this moment, Ing Yu and the hemp-robed old man walked over. When they saw the 3 old men of the Sky Dome Palace bowing to Xiao Chun, they were stunned. Xiao Chun waved his hand and said, "You are too polite. You should take care of this demonic girl first and then tidy up the Sky Dome Palace properly." Right. Old Yun, who controlled half of the Sky Dome heart, said, "This demonic girl has caused great harm. We have to interrogate her properly." When the 2 old men beside old Yun saw Yao Manlan lying on the ground, they mercilessly knocked her out with a palm strike. Then they placed restrictions in her body, temporarily turning her into an ordinary person. We will go and deal with the aftermath first. Blue Dragon King, how about you rest in the palace first? After we are done, we will come and entertain you, Old Yun invited. Xiaochun felt excited. There were some places in this Sky Dome Immortal realm that he was very interested in. He could ask these three old men about them, so he did not hesitate to agree. Old Yun revealed a smile and retreated. You are really good. You tricked me into such a miserable state. To think that I was worried about you when I came. Should I address you as Blue Dragon King now? Ingyu scolded jokingly after the three old men left, her eyes filled with mockery. Xiaochun smiled and said, Back then I already told you that I would do it alone. If you did not believe me, there was nothing I could do. When the hemp-robed old man heard this, he revealed an embarrassed expression. He smiled and said, I will take my leave first. I have not been out for a long time. The world has really changed. The demonic geniuses of the demonic world's royal clan are actually this strong. Goodbye, goodbye. Are your injuries all right? Ingyu asked as she pointed to the wounds of various sizes on Xiaochun's body. Strong demonic qi lingered on them, making them look very scary. Xiaochun smiled and said, These are just superficial wounds. They are not a problem. Let's enter the Sky Dome Palace first. Ingyu shook her head and said, I won't be going. They are definitely looking for you to discuss the situation this time. I will not interfere with the internal matters of the Bushin Palace. Xiaochun recalled that Ingyu belonged to the Ing clan. Although the Ing clan was strong in the Kunlun realm and had abundant accumulations, it was not under the jurisdiction of the Bushin Palace. Xiaochun did not force her and let her go. A servant of the Sky Dome Palace arrived late and led Xiaochun to a pavilion in the inner palace. Now that he had some free time, Xiaochun did not rest. He continuously thought about the earlier battle. There was both joy and worry in his heart. Xiaochun rejoiced because he had gained a basic understanding of the Taiji Dao. In the future, he would have another strong move. Xiaochun was worried because he did not know how strong Fengzi was among the demonic world's royal clan. If this person was not at the peak, then the demonic geniuses of the demonic world's royal clan would be somewhat horrifying. Fengzi left two deep impressions on Xiaochun. First, the other party was even faster than him. Second, once the other party's royal bloodline was activated, his strength underwent a qualitative change. If not for Xiaochun condensing the heart of an emperor and being able to cultivate primordial energy, he would not have won this battle so easily. However, primordial energy was not invincible. After others found out about it, there would always be a way to deal with it. Xiaochun could not lower his guard against the deep abyss demonic races. For hours later, Old Yun walked in apologetically. Sorry for making the Blue Dragon King wait for so long. Xiaochun put down his teacup and smiled. I was not bored. Old Yun, please tell me about the casualties. When Xiaochun mentioned the casualties, Old Yun's expression turned grave. 1,000 martial sages all died. None of them survived. Fortunately, the Sky Dome Dragon formation was not broken. When the Bushin Palace sends new people, it will be able to resume operations. However, Old Yun wanted to say something but stopped. Xiaochun asked out of curiosity. However what? Old Yun replied after some thought. However, the good days are probably over. Although the demons did not break the agreement and send Emperor Wu, this is the first time in the past 10,000 years that they have fought for the Sky Dome heart. However, this is the first time in the past 10,000 years that someone has snatched the Sky Dome heart. I'm afraid there will be great chaos. A demonic calamity? Old Yun shook his head. In the past 10,000 years we have experienced several demonic calamities. The Kunlun realm has to suffer a demonic calamity almost every 1,000 years. However, no matter which demonic calamity it was, our Sky Dome Palace was never attacked. The more important thing is that the demonic calamity that was supposed to arrive this time has not arrived yet. I believe that once it does, it will be a great calamity. At that time, no one will be able to avoid it. Xiaochun's heart sank. A great calamity? This Old Yun could be considered a veteran of the Bushin Palace. His words were most likely correct. The two chatted for a while. Then Xiaochun spoke of his intentions. Does Old Yun know of any unknown forbidden lands in this Sky Dome Immortal realm? There are really a lot of forbidden lands in the Sky Dome Immortal realm. However, to the Blue Dragon King, Most of them should not be considered forbidden lands. Old Yun thought for a while before saying, "The Blue Dragon King wants to explore this Sky Dome Immortal realm. What's wrong? Could it be that there are some prohibitions against exploring?" Old Yun smiled and said, "The Blue Dragon King misunderstands. Even if there are treasures in this Sky Dome Immortal realm, they are just magic skills. No one needs them or cares about them. If the Blue Dragon King wants to explore, I have a map here that records all the forbidden lands of the Sky Dome Immortal realm in detail. There are clear classifications: Martial Sage, Blue-Robed Emperor, Half-Step Emperor Wu, and Sovereign Martial Emperor level forbidden lands. There are all of them." When Xiao Chun heard this, he was startled. There are even Sovereign Martial Emperor level forbidden lands? Xiao Chun was really not sure about this. Previously, when he was in the Sky Dome Immortal realm, he had not been strong enough, so he had only explored it roughly. There is. However, there is only one. If the Blue Dragon King does not need to, it is best not to go there. Xiao Chun received the map that the other party handed over. Intense interest appeared in his eyes. His two minor magic skills were no longer of interest to him. Xiao Chun needed a major magic skill or even a supreme magic skill. Magic energy was not a problem. Once the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation broke through to the 8th layer, his Sea of Consciousness would expand again and hold even more magic energy. "Old Yun, do you mind if I stay here for a few more days?" Xiao Chun asked. Old Yun smiled and replied, "What is there to mind? The Sky Dome Palace welcomes the Blue Dragon King at any time. You can stay as long as you want." "Many thanks." Xiao Chun needed time to understand the restrictions on the map. He also needed time to consolidate his comprehension of the Taiji Dao. At this point, it was extremely difficult for Xiao Chun to raise his strength. The appearance of the Taiji Dao allowed Xiao Chun to see a trace of possibility. If he succeeded, it would be a great help. However, this was not enough. For his great tribulation of wind and fire, it was far from enough. Hence, Xiao Chun needed a magic skill. A magic skill that could help him clear his great tribulation of wind and fire. A supreme magic skill. Spreading out the map, Xiao Chun thought carefully. He ignored all the forbidden lands below Half-Step Emperor Wu. The reason was simple. The old men of the Sky Dome Palace who had this map were all Half-Step Emperor Wu's strength. They should have all been there before. Chapter 1295. Since someone had already visited these places, how could there be anything good left? In that case, there were not many left. There were a total of 10 Half-Step Emperor Wu level forbidden lands, 4 Emperor Wu level forbidden lands, and only 1 Sovereign Martial Emperor level forbidden land. "Ao Jiao, help me check the periphery first and choose a route for me." Xiao Chun did not have much time. Right now, he needed to comprehend the Taiji Dao and the Saber domain, which focused on the saber. Any time he could save would be a gain. Ao Jiao flew out of the Immortal Spirit Ring and grabbed the map. She smiled and said, "Leave it to me." After saying that, Ao Jiao silently flew out like a dancing spirit. As Xiao Chun watched her leave, his lips curled up in a faint smile. On an island in the deep sea that led to a crack in the demonic world, Chu Chaoyun sat cross-legged with a sword on his back. His eyes were closed as if he was waiting for someone. Whoosh! After a while, a wind demon wrapped in a golden shield spread its wings and flew through the sky at lightning speed, moving even faster than a meteor. The air could not stop it at all. Chu Chaoyun opened his eyes and entered deep thought. He failed. Even with Feng Zi working with Yao Manlan, he could not obtain the remaining half of the Sky Dome heart. It looks like he returned. What a coincidence. However, this is fine as well. If this Feng Zi really obtained it, it will be much more troublesome for me to retrieve it in the future. Revealing a smile, Chu Chaoyun slowly stood up and paced around. Since only one person returned, it meant that Yao Manlan was captured. This was a major matter. Xiao Chun wondered what Leng Yu would do. Yao Manlan could be considered her disciple. Interesting. After this failure, the Bushin Palace should be on guard. The 18 demon monarchs would probably not send more people to make a move. However, great chaos was about to descend. This storm could not stop. I should make my final preparations. 10,000 years is a cycle. I really look forward to the final battle with you. Don't die so early. After learning that Feng Zi did not obtain the Sky Dome heart, Chu Chaoyun was in a good mood. His figure flashed, vanishing from the island. There were 10 half-step Emperor Wu grade forbidden lands in the Sky Dome Immortal realm. Due to Ao Jiao's advanced scouting, Xiao Chun only spent half a month to explore them all. Other than killing a few difficult Xian beasts and obtaining a few Xian cores, he had gained nothing. He hadn't even seen a small magical power, let alone a great magical power. As for an even stronger supreme magical power, there was no need to even dream about it. 10 failures with nothing to show for it had severely dampened Xiao Chen's spirits. Before this, he was filled with anticipation. Who would have thought that this would be the result? Magic skills were hard to find. Even though this was once the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence, it was too difficult to find it after millions of years. There are also 4 Emperor Wu level forbidden areas. I hope I won't come back empty-handed. Following the map, Xiao Chun arrived at the first Emperor Wu level forbidden area. An icy lake appeared in Xiao Chun's line of sight. Cold qi assaulted him, but it did not freeze. It was incredibly mysterious. I could not endure this icy lake after descending to 1 kilometer. I did not receive any attacks, but I did not obtain any information, Ao Jiao said. Xiao Chun frowned and said, "This temperature is very harmful to the body. Even the Emperor Wu golden body cannot endure it completely. It is already very incredible that you could descend to 1 kilometer. In that case, you only have a half-step golden body. Isn't that even worse? Hence, I can only stay in there for half a day at most. After that, I have to leave." Splash! Xiao Chun fell into the lake. The first 100 meters were fine. After 500 meters, he had to circulate his energy to protect his body. After 1 kilometer, cold qi invaded his body. Aside from circulating his energy to protect his body, Xiao Chun also had to deal with this cold qi. However, it was fortunate that the cold qi did not increase in intensity. He could still endure it as long as it did not persist for too long. After descending for 3 kilometers, Xiao Chun finally stepped on the ground. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice, which was very solid. In the lake, Xiao Chun knocked on the ice, but there was no sound at all. He turned his head and looked around. In this lake, there was a kind of crystal-clear ice fish. They were not large in size and looked very docile. There were many of them, and they did not seem to be afraid of Xiao Chun. They swam above and around him without any scruples. "There's nothing here. It looks like I came here for nothing again." Xiao Chun stood up, creating a series of bubbles and gurgling sounds. However, this fish was not bad. Perhaps he could catch a few and roast them. They would definitely be delicious. Being able to live in such a cold place, there might be other unexpected miraculous effects. In this Emperor-level forbidden land, aside from the extreme cold, Xiao Chun did not find anything special. He had already lost interest and could only set his sights on the ice fish. Hey, this fish is so cute. Why do you want to eat them?" In the end, this suggestion caused Ao Jiao to protest. Xiao Chun directly ignored it. When he really roasted them, that foodie Ao Jiao would definitely be drooling. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Xiao Chun reached out and grabbed an ice fish that passed by him. In the end, his hand slipped, and the fish's tail gently swayed, slipping out of his hand. I actually failed to catch it. However, since I'm here, I definitely can't return empty-handed. Xiao Chun was very patient. In the end, the ice fish slipped out of his hand several times, and he could not hold it at all. Moreover, these ice fish were not afraid at all. They even spat at him. "I don't believe that I can't catch them." Xiao Chun was a little angry. He released a trace of killing intent in his heart, and it began to spread in the lake. Whoosh! However, it did not matter. The following situation made Xiao Chun afraid. The moment he released his killing intent, the entire bottom of the lake suddenly quietened down. Tens of thousands of ice fish stopped swimming. They turned their heads and looked at him silently. No matter how one looked at it, this situation seemed a little strange. "Ao Jiao, why do I feel that something is wrong? My skin feels like it's on fire, but I don't feel any pain at all." Xiao Chun rolled up his sleeves and took a look. He saw a layer of frost on his skin. With a gentle touch, large patches of frost fell off. Even his bones could be seen. This scene made his face pale. His hair stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his back. Earlier, the ice fish did not spit saliva. It was clearly an extremely high-grade ice fire. Even his half-step golden body could not withstand it. Two. Tens of thousands of ice fish opened their mouths at the same time. Streams of saliva like ice fire shot at him like bullets. Xiao Chun was scared half to death. He had never panicked like this before. He executed his movement technique to the extreme and quickly swam up. Fortunately, the shoal of ice fish did not chase after him. After they chased him away, the bottom of the lake regained its calm. Xiao Chun, who was covered in ice and fire, broke out of the water. When he landed, he immediately activated the solar true flame in his right eye and covered his entire body, eliminating the layer of fire on the surface. After that, he spent a lot of effort, even using his primordial energy to eliminate all the ice and fire in his body. Fortunately, he discovered it early, and the ice and fire did not seep into his meridians or internal organs. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. Ao Jiao could not stop laughing at Xiao Chen's embarrassing state, scolding him. "Who told you to be greedy? I already told you not to catch those ice fish. Now you know the consequences, right?" Xiao Chun felt somewhat embarrassed. After being chased away by a shoal of ice fish that looked down on him, he did not have the face to argue. However, Xiao Chen's interest in this cold water lake intensified. He had never heard of an ice fish that could spit fire. Furthermore, it was such a mysterious ice fire. What exactly made this shoal of ice fire change? When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chun preparing and wanting to go back into the water, she quickly stopped him. "Hey, you still want to go down? Are you really unwilling to die without being able to eat fish?" Xiao Chun smiled. "Silly, am I that greedy? There is definitely something strange about this cold water lake. Have you ever heard of an ice fish that can spit fire? However, if there is an opportunity, I will definitely catch a few. My instincts tell me that the ice fish are delicious. Furthermore, they have other uses." "PSK, you are still greedy." No matter what, Xiao Chun went back into the water again. This time, he learned his lesson and did not expose his killing chi. The gentle ice fish ignored Xiao Chun. Perhaps it was because the shoal of ice fish was too strong and did not fear him at all. Xiao Chun walked on the ice at the chilly bottom of the lake, calmly observing the shoal of ice fish. When one looked at the peaceful bottom of the lake, one would find it very beautiful. The water plants swayed gently with motes of spiritual light. The gentle and beautiful shoal of fish swam around. If Xiao Chun were an ink painter, he would definitely use a brush to properly record this beautiful scene. Aside from the ice fish, there were no other large creatures at the bottom of the lake. This shoal of ice fish was the absolute tyrant of the vast lake bottom. Just think about it. Even Xiao Chun had to retreat after the shoal of ice fish flared up, leaving in a sorry state. What profound beast would dare to provoke them? How cold! Half a day is almost up, and I have not discovered anything. I have to go back up. Xiao Chun wanted to stay behind. However, the cold chi was too strong, injuring his body. He could not stay for long. However, the moment Xiao Chun swam up, he discovered that the entire shoal of fish were swimming quickly in one direction. They were not panicking. Instead, the shoal of fish gave off a cheerful aura. I should have stopped looking for food. Whoosh! Xiao Chun leaped out of the lake water and casually dried his clothes. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started to expel the cold chi in his body. Let me see what exactly this cold chi is. Why is it so powerful? With a thought, Xiao Chun sent all the cold chi in his body to his palm. A misty mist came out of his right palm. However, after all the cold chi was expelled from his body, it slowly gathered into a flame. The mist in his palm slowly condensed into a flame, exactly the same as the ice fish's saliva. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he entered deep thought. The flame in the ice fish's body is indeed not innate. It has something to do with this lake. Xiao Chun, who was even more determined, dove into the water once more. Then, he followed the direction that the ice fish swam to where they were looking for food. There was a patch of grass giving off motes of light. The branches and leaves of the water plants were covered with something that looked like dew, giving off a cold spiritual light. The food of the ice fish was this dew. As the ice fish ate, the motes of light dwindled. What is this? Xiao Chun asked in shock. Ao Jiao's eyes lit up. How beautiful! Quickly swim over and take a look. Xiao Chun felt equally anxious. However, he still retained his rationality. Be careful. For this place to be known as Emperor Wu's Forbidden Land, it is not that simple. Chapter 1296. NN. I feel that we might have found a treasure this time. Little Ao Jiao nodded her head vigorously. Her smiling face was filled with anticipation. The 10 half-step Emperor Wu Great Forbidden Lands had been empty-handed. The two of them were rather dispirited. Now that they had made a discovery, they naturally could not contain their excitement. After observing for a long time, they discovered that the ice fishes eating were all very relaxed, not showing any signs of worry. Xiao Chun made his decision and swam over silently. However, he was still very careful, not daring to relax at all. The water plant stretched out as far as the eye could see. Humans were as insignificant as ants in this place. Xiao Chun observed carefully and discovered that the roots of the water plants did not penetrate into the ice. Instead, they were intertwined like a fishing net, crisscrossing and looking very complicated. However, Ao Jiao did not have as many worries as Xiao Chun. She was currently holding a jade bottle and working hard to collect these spiritual light dew beads. Very busy. If only little yellow feather was here. Looking at the lonely Ao Jiao, this thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind for no reason. Unfortunately, the solar divine flame, a legendary divine item, had long gone extinct. Ao Jiao, do you know what this is? Xiao Chun asked as he collected his thoughts and swam over. Hee. I don't know. Ao Jiao replied without turning her head. Collecting these cold light dew beads was even more difficult than collecting the dew from the mountains. One needed to be very focused. Xiao Chun smiled and sent a voice projection. You don't even know? Why are you so happy collecting them? Stupid. Didn't you discover what's special about these dew beads? Cold, extremely cold. If you can collect enough of this dew, it would be more suitable for quenching than any water I know. Quenching. This was the final step in the forging of any weapon. Xiao Chun only recalled it after hearing Ao Jiao's reminder. No wonder Ao Jiao had been thinking about the materials needed for forging a divine weapon. She would definitely have thought of this step before him. If we use these spiritual light dew beads to quench the water, the quality of the divine weapon will increase by at least 30%. Hearing Ao Jiao's words, Xiao Chen's face lit up and he immediately joined in the collection. This was indeed an unexpected harvest. Although he did not obtain a magic skill, the mysterious dew he obtained would greatly increase the chances of the lunar shadow saber entering the divine weapon ranking in the future. Although collecting the mysterious dew was troublesome, he would get used to it after a few times. Xiao Chun quickly thought of a solution. He spread out his saber domain, and everything within 1 kilometer was under his control. Under his control, the tiny dewdrops shot into the jade bottle in his hand like bullets. Ao Jiao was not envious of such a simple and crude method. She preferred to collect them one by one. It gave her a special sense of accomplishment. While the two of them were happily busy with their work, they didn't notice that the large shoal of ice fishes had quietly dispersed even though it was obvious that they hadn't eaten their fill. Xiao Chun, we should have collected enough dew, Ao Jiao said with a smile as she held her jade bottle. Xiao Chun glanced at the vast field of water plants and smiled. There's no rush. This is a vast treasure trove. We have not even obtained 1/10,000th of it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the seaweed beneath their feet suddenly moved, shooting up like a fishing net. Before the two of them could react, the seaweed suddenly moved. Before the two of them could react, the water plants wrapped around their limbs, continuously pulling them upward. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. He did not rush to free himself. Instead, he shouted at Ao Jiao. Quickly, come in. A light flashed and Ao Jiao turned into a sharp beam of light and entered the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chun relaxed and calmly observed his current situation. Water plants covered tens of thousands of kilometers around. The water plants for tens of thousands of kilometers weaved into a net, looking like flower petals. Break! The situation was urgent. Xiao Chun gathered the saber intent in his saber domain and held the lunar shadow saber in a reverse grip. Then he looked around his left hand. However, to his surprise, the water plants were not hard. However, they were unimaginably tough, giving his unstoppable saber a strong resistance. After a long time, Xiao Chun finally managed to extricate himself from the water plants. However, he was already surrounded by them. The water plants were densely packed, layered over each other. Xiao Chun, who wanted to charge out, chopped down one layer. However, there was another layer. The surroundings were filled with dewy water plants. The dewy water droplets gathered and settled down, looking like a misty flame. How troublesome! Am I going to be trapped here? Xiao Chun tried many times. However, he discovered that no matter what he did, he could not chop down all the water plants in one go and create an opening. As for breaking space, there was a strange pressure in this cold water. The structure of space was even more stable than in the Kunlun realm. I only have one move left, Xiao Chun thought. That move gathered everything in the saber domain onto the saber. However, Xiao Chun had not succeeded even once. He was not confident of using it at this critical moment. Xiao Chun, don't panic. There is an exit above. There is still an exit above. At the crucial moment, Ao Jiao's voice rang out in his mind. That was right. The water plants soared into the air from the ice and gathered together. As long as they did not completely gather together, there would always be an exit above. Go. Every second counted. Xiao Chun executed his movement technique to its limits. He became like a purple lightning dragon leaping into the air. The instant all the water plants gathered together, Xiao Chun leaped out in the time it took for a spark to fly. Then, he soared up and landed heavily on the ice. The lunar shadow saber could not stab into the ice. Due to inertia, Xiao Chun tumbled back 1 kilometer before he flipped over and stood up. Xiao Chun stood upright while holding his saber. The fatigued Xiao Chun did not relax after escaping. Instead, he warily looked to the front. The water plant was 10 kilometers tall. Its roots were very thick. As it stood tall on the ice, it pierced deep into the ice. The water plant was 10 kilometers tall, and its roots were very thick. As it stood tall on the ice, it pierced deep into the ice. A faint fiery light flowed on the surface of the water plant. When the amount of the mysterious dew reached billions of grains, it actually formed a terrifying ice flame. This also explained why Xiao Chan and the others had collected so much dew, but had not condensed it into a flame. The quantity was far from enough. What kind of flame is this? Why do I feel that it is even stronger than the lunar true flame? Ao Jiao revealed a strange expression in her eyes, unable to understand it. Flames were divided into yin and yang. Of the yin flames, the lunar true flame was undoubtedly the strongest. However, before the primal chaos split, before yin and yang were separated, there should have been flames in the universe. This mysterious flame before Xiao Chun should be one of the flames that existed during the primal chaos of the universe. In terms of grade, it was no weaker than the lunar true flame. This was a flame seed that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord personally found in the great universe during the Immortal epoch. As for what this flame was called, Xiao Chun did not know. After so much time had passed, such a cosmic-level flame no longer existed. The only reason he knew about this fragmented information was because he had read about it in an extremely ancient, incomplete book. He looked at the thick layer of ice under his feet. Even the lunar shadow saber could not split it. Xiao Chun guessed that there had to be a flame seed here. Furthermore, that water plant was also a divine item from the Immortal epoch. To think that it could take root in the ice and grow such a large patch of water plants. Just this point alone was sufficient to show how extraordinary it was. Great, great, great. Although I did not find a magic skill, my harvest today is even greater than finding a magic skill. Xiao Chun revealed excitement in his eyes, feeling incomparably joyful. However, the problem now was how to make a move. Be it this water plant or the flame seed hidden somewhere, they would not be easy to obtain. Xiao Chun, what should we do? Ao Jiao asked unwillingly as she flew out and looked at the mysterious water plant. The feeling of seeing a treasure but not being able to obtain it was unbearable. Faced with Ao Jiao's problem, Xiao Chun did not have a good solution. There's no rush. Let's take it slow. This water plant should scatter. When it scatters, I'll think of something. It is too dangerous to go over now. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun swung the lunar shadow saber at the roots of the water plant with a whoosh. While this looked like a casual toss, in reality, Xiao Chun used his full power. He drove most of the remaining primordial energy in his body, and infused it into the saber. Before Xiao Qin's expectant gaze, the lunar shadow saber instantly descended. It gave off an unparalleled sharp saber intent and stabbed the ice by 2 centimeters. Let's go. Xiao Qin only wanted to leave a mark. As long as he succeeded, it would be fine. He had exhausted a lot of his primordial energy. Now he had no choice but to leave. The instant Xiao Qin left the water again, he truly relaxed. He fell to the ground and did not get up. He just lay there and rested. Each time he entered the water, he was frightened to death. This simple forbidden land exhausted him. What a beautiful flower bud. In his half-asleep state, Xiao Qin heard Ao Jiao's soft cry, so he quickly opened his eyes. Xiao Qin saw a golden translucent stem, about 1 millimeter thick, in the middle of the lake. At the tip of the stem, there was an exquisite flower bud that looked like a bell. The flower bud was pale white, and its stem was as thin as silk. There were hundreds or thousands of them hanging down, looking like white snow, pure and beautiful. Unexpectedly, this was the scene of the huge water plant after it crossed the lake. Xiao Qin's mind trembled and he stood up, no longer feeling sleepy. Back on Heavenly Star Island, for the sake of dealing with the fake Buddhist sect that the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva supported, Xiao Qin had read some Buddhist scriptures. This flower bud looked like one of the 3 holy masters' flowers, the Adumbra flower. The other 2 were the Azura lotus and the Brahma cloud Bodhi. The 3 holy masters' flowers of the Buddhist sects, aside from the status they represented and their various mythical origins, each of them had boundless wondrous uses. The lotus cultivates the magic skills, the Bodhi comprehends the Tao, and the Holy King appears when the flower blooms. The first 2 sentences were easy to understand. It was just that cultivating on the lotus could increase one's cultivation. Using the Bodhi to comprehend the Tao could strengthen the comet core, achieving twice the results with half the effort. The flower blooms, and in that instant, a holy king will undergo nirvanic rebirth. In layman's terms, the flower can bloom and be reborn, which is equivalent to having another life. It turns out that there is an Adumbra flower seed under the ice. No wonder it can penetrate the ice and bloom everywhere. At this moment, Xiao Qin's expression turned incredibly grave. No matter what, he had to obtain this seed. If it really had the effect of rebirth, then no matter how difficult his great tribulation of wind and fire was, he would have a 99% chance of clearing it. However, even after using his full power, he could only break through 2 centimeters of the ice. He could not extract the Adumbra flower seed at all. Chapter 1297. How hateful. All along, Xiao Qin had thought that his offensive prowess was already strong enough, that he would be undefeatable in this Sky Dome realm. Unexpectedly, at the most crucial moment, when the treasure was right before him, he could only stare at it. That was a divine item that could help him deal with his great tribulation of wind and fire. It was much more useful than any magic skill, emperor-grade secret treasure, or martial technique. What to do? What to do? What to do? Xiao Qin anxiously paced back and forth on the ground, going round and round. Even he himself did not notice that his expression had become a little scary. What's going on? Why did Xiao Qin suddenly become like a berserker? Xiao Qin's appearance frightened Ao Jiao. Her expression changed as she looked at the thousands of snow-colored flower buds gently floating on the water. Is it because of these flower buds? Whoosh! Ao Jiao waved her hand and sent out a strand of saber chi. It flew close to the surface of the lake towards those slender golden stalks, trying to chop them all off. The thousands of stalks swayed and entered the water, avoiding this strand of saber chi. Xiao Qin's mind buzzed, and he suddenly startled awake. His complexion recovered, and he asked somewhat blankly, "What happened to me earlier?" Ao Jiao's face lit up in joy. "Xiao Qin, you were enchanted by those flower buds earlier. Your expression was very scary, like you were about to become a berserker. The Adumbra flower." This startled Xiao Qin. This flower was not simple. According to legend, only those with great beneficence in the Buddha world could subdue it. It looked like that was true. He nearly fell for it. A strong wind blew, and the Adumbra flower bud reappeared on the water. It was still as beautiful and pure as before, looking like falling snow. Xiao Qin calmed himself and carefully felt it. He discovered that his mental state had indeed changed without him realizing it. An urgent thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, an impulse to obtain this flower at all costs. Something is wrong, Xiao Chen analyzed rationally. After all, a legend is a legend. Whether the effect of rebirth is real or not still needs to be verified. Given my mental state, I should be tempted, but I should not be so rash. It looks like there is indeed something wrong with this flower. He closed his eyes and guarded his heart. After a long time, he finally suppressed that impulse. When Zhang Xian opened his eyes again, the flower bud had already disappeared. Presumably, the huge aquatic plants below had all dispersed. What kind of flower is this? So scary. Ao Jiao revealed a serious expression and asked solemnly. Xiao Chan murmured. The appearance of the epiphyllum is a fleeting moment of beauty, a nirvanic rebirth. This is the Adumbra flower that even Buddha would be moved by. Then should we still go down? Xiao Chen's expression was decisive as he said calmly, yes. We must obtain this Adumbra flower seed. As long as there's a 10% chance, we have to do our best to get it. Nirvana and rebirth. No one could resist such temptation. Even though he knew that this flower was not simple, Xiao Chen was still tempted. However, at this moment he was more open to it. He would follow his heart, do his best, and adapt to the circumstances. He would not fall into madness again. When Xiao Chen arrived at the vast patch of aquatic plants at the bottom of the lake, he immediately saw the lunar shadow saber stuck in the ice. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and leaped up in the lake, arriving before the lunar shadow saber with a few leaps. Then he pulled out the lunar shadow saber and sheathed it. Slowly, Xiao Chen squatted down and observed the aquatic plants at the side. Looking at the seaweed next to it, all the other seaweeds were sticking to the ice. Only this seaweed was deeply rooted in the ice, growing tenaciously. Xiao Chen, who had already seen the huge aquatic plants, knew that this patch of aquatic plants grew because of this. The Adumbra flower would not produce the mysterious ice fire. It was very likely that the flame seed that Xiao Chen was looking for was under this Adumbra flower seed. As long as he obtained the Adumbra flower seed, he would be able to kill two birds with one stone, obtaining the flame seed of the mysterious ice fire. Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed the bottom of the aquatic plant. It did not budge. Then he slowly increased his strength, but it still did not budge. Xiao Chen let go and stood up. With a thought, Xiao Chen drove his primordial energy. Then, he pushed aside the surrounding 1 kilometer of lake water, forming an area no different from land. Taking out the formation plate, Xiao Chen started to carve the iron defense magic formation. After a while, a iron defense magic formation appeared, encasing the surrounding 1 kilometer. After activating the formation, a golden ring of light appeared. This way, even if Xiao Chen did not use his primordial energy, the small iron defense magic formation could help isolate the lake water. Xiao Chen spread out his saber domain, filling the surrounding 1 kilometer with his saber intent. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber and hacked at lightning speed, driving 100 strands of primordial energy at the same time. Accompanying this saber strike was Xiao Chen's horrifying King's Chi. This was already the peak saber strike that Xiao Chen could execute without using a martial technique. When the saber struck the surface of the ice, the force spread out, causing the entire frost water lake to shake, creating wave after wave of water. However, the saber only managed to chop off a layer of ice. When Xiao Chen scraped away the ice, he discovered that the water plant was only half an inch above the surface. This peak saber strike of mine can be swung 100 times at most. Any more and I will overdraw on my energy. If I continue like this before I can obtain the Adumbra flower seed, I will end up killing myself. It looks like I have to comprehend that saber strike. Xiao Chen thought to himself, only by advancing the saber domain to another level can I chop apart this layer of ice. Otherwise, I will only be able to see the two treasures but not touch them. I'll just treat it as cultivating. It's just a change of location. Xiao Chen stopped thinking and slowly calmed down. Then, he slowly experienced everything in the saber domain, comprehending his understanding of the saber. Within 1 kilometer, the light slowly shrank. It looked like darkness was spreading, shrinking inward. Everything sank into the most primal darkness. Soon, the lower half of Xiao Chen's body sank into darkness. Then, the darkness swallowed him up, leaving only the lunar shadow saber shining with a cold light. Whoosh! Everything that Xiao Chan collected receded like the receding tide. Failure. Another failure at the final step. How to gather the energy of this saber domain in the saber. Not afraid. Again. Drenched in sweat, Xiao Chan clenched his teeth and endured his fatigue, continuing to try again. Failure, failure, failure. Countless failures prevented him from seeing the path to success. Senior Lan Chaofeng's words seemed to echo in Xiao Chen's ears. Saber domain, saber domain. Use the domain as the mane and the saber as support. You cannot put the cart before the horse. Damn it. Is this really not possible? As a bladesman, if I use the saber as support and lose confidence in the saber, how am I going to hold the saber in the future? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. A bladesman has to use the saber as the mane. The so-called using the saber as support was just the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu being too narrow-minded. Xiao Chen's heart did not waver. Persevering on his own Tao, Xiao Chan tried again and again. He even forgot the purpose of this trip. He immersed himself in comprehending the Tao. Just as he was about to lose all hope, he tried again. Everything within 1,000 meters was plunged into darkness. A strong saber intent surged out from Xiao Chen's body in his sea of consciousness and quickly gathered at the heart of an emperor. Kase! Kase! It was like a sharp divine weapon was being forged in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. It gave off melodious metallic clangs as it slowly took shape. It was like he was reborn. He felt like he was reacquainted with the world, understanding what the saber was. When the metallic clangs stopped, a small golden dot appeared in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. It looked solid and gave off an immortal light. It was like the sun illuminating the entire sea of consciousness, filled with explosive energy. The small golden dot contained a strong and horrifying energy. With a thought, the golden dot of light suddenly exploded. Light burst forth. In this dark world, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly burst forth with a sharp light, lighting up the dark space. Following that, beams of golden light shot out from Xiao Chen's entire body. The golden light contained an unparalleled saber intent. Xiao Chen looked like a treasured saber that had just been baptized. Feeling the energy in his body, Xiao Chen hacked down with his saber, landing in the center of the water plants. Pusi. With this saber strike, the hard ice finally split in half and sank continuously. When the light faded, Xiao Chen was covered in sweat. He felt incredibly delighted, immersed in excitement. I succeeded. I succeeded. The small golden nut in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness was no longer there. However, the entire sea of consciousness was bathed in a layer of golden light. Xiao Chen felt that the small golden dot would soon rise up from his sea of consciousness like the sun. However, this was not the time to think about this. There were more important things to do. Xiao Chen stomped his foot ferociously, and the ice cracked with a crisp sound. Xiao Chen's eyes shone like torches as he looked carefully. 1 kilometer away, a clump of dense, flowing flames wrapped around a snow-white seed. That's it. The Adumbra seed. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. Everything in the entire frostwater lake originated from that mysterious flame and ice seed. Be it the hard ice, the strange ice fish, the clumps of water plants, or the frost water dew, everything originated from here. Joy appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. After suffering comes happiness. I gained a lot on this trip. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, preparing to pull up the entire flame seed. That way, everything would end satisfactorily. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire ice surface suddenly shook intensely. Following that, the ice quickly crumbled, breaking into countless pieces that floated in the water. Xiao Chen's small iron defense magic formation was immediately destroyed, and he fell over. Bang! Xiao Chen landed on the ground. This time it was real mud and not the cold ice. Xiao Chen, who had flipped himself up, was confused by this strange turn of events. He quickly retreated, trying to figure out his current situation. When Xiao Chen looked forward, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. How can this be? A 1 kilometer tall Buddha statue appeared before Xiao Chen. The Buddha statue wore a golden kasaya, and Buddhist prayer beads hung from its right thumb. Its left hand held a clump of flame. This was the mysterious ice flame seed that Xiao Chen saw earlier. The flame seed wrapped around the snow-white Adumbra seed. The feeling that the Buddha statue gave Xiao Chen was not like it was carved. Instead, it gave him a sense of déjà vu. Right, that's right. Xiao Chun recalled that he had indeed seen it before. The feeling that the Buddha statue gave him was very similar to the huge immortal statues in the Kunlun realm's heavenly starry ocean. The immortal statues were controlled by the treasure master and turned into a market on the sea. However, compared to the immortal statues, this Buddha statue was much smaller, only 1 kilometer tall. Chapter 1298. A scene of the immortal epic appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. This Buddha overestimated himself and barged into the Sky Dome immortal residence, wanting to be unbridled. In the end, the Sky Dome immortal lord casually sent down a magic skill and sealed this Buddha in ice for 10 kilometers around, sealing it until now. Perhaps Xiao Chun had been wrong at the start. The hard ice did not come from that mysterious flame seed, but from one of the Sky Dome immortal lord's magic skills. Fate came and went. This was probably the truth. After the end of an epoch millions of years later, the might of the magic skill weakened significantly. Furthermore, the Adumbra seed sprouted, weakening the might of the magic skill once more. Hence, Xiao Chun destroyed the entire magic skill. Looks like after you died, there was still a formless force field preventing the lake water from falling. You must have been someone of the Buddhist sect back then. Sorry for offending you. This junior will be borrowing the flame seed and the Adumbra seed. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and waved, collecting the flame seed into the immortal spirit ring. Boom! The instant the flame seed left the Buddha image's palm, the 1 kilometer tall Buddha image in front suddenly crumbled into pieces. The Buddhist prayer beads on its hand, the kasaya draped over its body, and the magic shoes on its feet all shattered. A pearl flickered with light amid the pile of fragments, hovering in the air. A Buddhist saraira. Xiao Chun was mildly startled. A saraira was a holy item that only an esteemed monk would leave behind. There was a glowing human figure behind the pearl. It was a miniature Buddha image. However, it was more lively, not as stiff as before. Its eyes even shone with an intelligent light. Rings of Buddhist light appeared behind the light figure, looking solemn and dignified, transcendent and holy. Many thanks, benefactor, for freeing me from the sea of bitterness, the light figure said. Unexpectedly, it was still alive. Xiao Chun took a step back, and his expression immediately turned cautious as he spread out his saber domain. The light figure of the Buddha image smiled faintly and said in an amiable tone, "Benefactor, there is no need to be nervous. I am just a remnant soul and will be reincarnating soon. The Buddhists pay particular attention to fate. I have been trapped here for an unknown period of time. Being rescued by you is fate. It's a pity that you're not a member of my Buddhist sect. Otherwise, you would be able to learn all of the magical techniques in my saraira." Xiao Chun could tell that this Buddha before him was different from the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva and Zhuangzhenghe that he had seen before. This Buddha was not an evil Buddha. He immediately dropped his guard and said calmly, "Senior is too polite. I only did this unintentionally. It is already enough for me to obtain the fire seed and the Adumbra seed. But now that the immortal Tao no longer exists, reincarnation is no longer possible." The Buddha statue shook its head. Epochs come and go. As long as the heavenly Tao exists, reincarnation exists. You can't feel it, but I can. Although I can't let you inherit my mantle, I can teach you a divine ability. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out from the saraira and hit Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, a lot of complicated information appeared in his mind. It was a mystical ability called Dharma World. This is Dharma World. There are similar divine powers in the Taoist sections. Teaching it to you won't be breaking the rules of the Buddhist sections. The Buddhists talk about fate and believe in karma. I can see some Buddhist karma in you. Perhaps we can meet again in the future. Xiao Chun comprehended the mystical ability of Dharma World. It was a genuine major magic ability. Joy immediately filled his heart as he quickly thanked the Buddha statue. "Senior, please leave behind your Dharma name." The Buddha statue smiled amiably and said, "A Dharma name is a name given to those who convert to my Buddhist sections. I have not used my Dharma name in a long time, so I don't remember it anymore. You can call me Mahasvara Buddha." Mahasvara Buddha? Xiao Chun was startled. This was a true Buddha, an existence even stronger than Bodhisattvas. This was equivalent to an immortal lord among immortal cultivators, possessing an extremely high status. It looked like Xiao Chen's earlier guess was wrong. I do not have much time. I will give you 2 things. Since you obtained the heavenly snow divine flames fire seed, remember to nourish it properly. Its rank has already fallen too much. As for that Adumbra seed, whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your fate. Don't force it and enter the demonic Tao. The figure of light pressed his palms together and said, Umitba, before turning into countless motes of light and disappearing. Whoosh! The instant the Buddha image vanished, the lake water that filled the sky poured down. Xiao Chun reacted quickly. He grabbed the Saraira and soared into the air. Without the ice, there was still the Adumbra flower, as well as this mysterious Mahasvara Buddha. This place was no longer a forbidden land. Xiao Chun's movement technique was no longer restricted. With a thought, he landed on the shore. As Xiao Chun looked at the ice shards floating on the water, he revealed an expression of deep joy. On this trip to the Forbidden Land, there were many twists and turns, nearly losing his life a few times. However, the final harvest was startling. Not only did he obtain the mysterious Heavenly Snow Divine Flames Fire Seed and the Adumbra Seed, but he also obtained a magic ability. As for the Saraira in his hand, it was originally the most valuable. It contained the Mahasvara Buddha's various magic abilities and the essence of his lifetime of comprehension. However, Xiao Chun was not a Buddhist sect member, so he could only keep it as a decoration. Otherwise, he would have made a huge profit. Delightful. This trip was not in vain, Xiao Chun said happily as he smiled, feeling refreshed. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, said, Xiao Chun, do you know how to refine the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame? Xiao Chun smiled without thinking much of it. I don't know. However, you will know when you go to the Kunlun realm. Imochen definitely knows how to refine such a divine item. Let's not care about that for now. There are still 2 treasures in this lake. Let's collect them all. What are they? Of course, one is the dew from the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. The other is the absolutely delicious ice fish. You are still not willing to let go of the ice fish? Xiao Chun laughed loudly and said, That is natural. One should not have any regrets in life. One has to try everything. If I don't eat such delicacies, the heavens will not tolerate it. I'm ignoring you. I'll go collect the dew. You go catch the fish yourself. It's fine. Just don't leave any saliva behind when the time comes. Taking advantage of the limelight, Xiao Chun gently pushed off the water and landed on a piece of floating ice. He saw many ice fish swimming on the surface of the water. Right now the bottom of the lake was in chaos. Shock waves surged and the environment changed drastically. These ice fish needed to come up. A relaxed smile appeared on Xiao Chun's face as he said softly, Come out. Bang! Xiao Chun threw a palm strike, and the surface of the water immediately exploded, blasting thousands of ice fish out. The ice fish opened their mouths and spat out streams of ice fire that looked like saliva. Then they flew towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. This land was different from the lake bottom. His movement technique was much more nimble. Xiao Chun's feet instantly moved on the ice, dodging the attacks one after another. Xiao Chun's hands moved as fast as lightning, grabbing at the ice fish. Illusory images of his hands layered over each other. His speed was dazzling. Plop! Plop! Thousands of ice fish fell into the water. Xiao Chun's hands were empty. He did not manage to catch a single one. Xiao Chun appeared dispirited. He did not believe this. I don't believe it. I can already deal with Emperor Wu. I don't believe that I cannot deal with these insignificant ice fish. While Xiao Chun was happily and depressingly catching ice fish in this remote immortal realm forbidden land, the reinforcements sent by Bushin Palace arrived. Logically speaking, Bushin Palace should not have reacted so slowly. However, when Old Yun saw the reinforcements, he immediately understood. The people who came were actually the direct subordinates of the 3 holy masters. They were all cultivators with martial spirits like the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Each of the 3 clans sent 300 people. All of them were peak martial sages, existences just one step shy of becoming the blue-robed emperor. As for the 3 people leading them, they were the peak half-step Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm. They were equipped with peak-grade king-grade secret treasures, and could fight with Emperor Wu without being at a disadvantage. With the 3 working together, it would be easy to kill the first heaven layer Emperor Wu. These were the elites of the three holy masters. This showed how much importance the three holy masters in charge of the Bushan Palace placed on this matter. Yunfei greets the three lords. Sorry for not going out to meet you, Old Yun, the person in charge of the Sky Dome Palace, said in fear and trepidation. The three showed arrogant expressions, their faces dark and somewhat sullen. The white-haired old man in the middle was a direct subordinate of the White Tiger Holy Lord. His name was Qin Hu. He said coldly, Yunfei, do you know your crimes? Yunfei replied in horror. This old man does not know. What crimes have I committed? How presumptuous! You were careless and neglected your duties, causing the Sky Dome Palace to suffer heavy losses, at least 1,000 martial sages dying. Is this not a serious crime? This accusation startled old Yun. This accusation was too harsh. He knelt and said, This is simply because the opponent is too strong. It is not because we were careless. You are making excuses. On account of your loyalty to the Bushan Palace for so many years, I will give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Old Yun rejoiced in his heart. Could it be that I can escape this calamity? Three lords, please speak clearly. Bai Yu, the direct subordinate of the Vermilion Bird Holy Lord, said, I heard that the Blue Dragon King barged into the Sky Dome Palace without a warrant, giving the demonic world's demonic spirits an opportunity to take advantage of, causing the Sky Dome Palace to suffer heavy losses. Is this true? Old Yun's heart sank. This meant that he was trying to frame the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. On the floating ice, naturally, Xiao Chun did not know that there was a conspiracy against him. He had already been completely engrossed in catching the ice fish. At first, he thought that these ice fish could escape his grasp only because of coincidence and the limitations of his movement technique at the bottom of the lake. However, he now understood that he was gravely mistaken. These insignificant ice fish were much more incredible than he had imagined. No matter how fast Xiao Chun moved, the ice fish would sense him the instant he got close to the fish. Then it would gently flick its tail and dodge him. These actions looked simple and nimble, but they were actually very profound. The technique involved was even more exquisite than Xiao Chun's Blue Dragon cloud soaring art. The more Xiao Chun studied them, the more shocked he became. These fish were probably not ordinary fish. Of course, the ice fish's true name was not ice fish. Xiao Chun had casually named it after the ice. Xiao Chun had never seen such a crystal-clear fish with a docile character and a strong spiritual energy before. There were many profound beasts in the Sky Dome Immortal realm. All of them had immortal beast bloodlines in their bodies. This fish before him was no exception. Furthermore, the immortal beast bloodline was much denser than that of regular profound beasts. It would not be an exaggeration to call it an immortal fish. If I can comprehend this immortal fish's movement technique and make it my own, I can infuse it into my Thunder Dragon steps. The essence of the Thunder Dragon steps was explosive power, moving like lightning. As for this immortal fish's movement technique, it was good at dodging in an instant. The fusion of the two could be said to be flawless. Chapter 1299. Xiao Chun immediately took action when he thought of it. He started to carefully study the tricks of the immortal fish's dodging. While on the floating ice, Xiao Chun did not forget to cultivate the Taiji Dao. He used law energy to form a Taiji force field to help him comprehend the movement techniques of the immortal fish. Xiao Chun's comprehension ability was high in the first place. He could deduce many things from one instance without any difficulty, so he quickly progressed. The floating ice had melted long ago. A circular Taiji circle appeared on the surface of the lake. The immortal fish swam happily under the pull of the Taiji force field. Occasionally, the lake water exploded, and many ice fish soared into the air. In the force field, Xiao Chun's movements appeared slow but were actually fast. As he attacked, he was like a blue dragon emerging from the sea, startling the sky with a startling aura. However, when Xiao Chun calmed down, space froze. His movements slowed as if time had stopped. Xiao Chun's every movement was broken down into countless small movements, forming many afterimages. As he comprehended the Tao, Xiao Chun's understanding of the Taiji Dao deepened continuously. This was especially so for fast and slow. Xiao Chun gained a new understanding. His eyes lit up, as if he had gained a new lease on life. In the past few days, there had been an increasing number of immortal fish on the surface of the lake. Perhaps it was because of Xiao Chen's peaceful aura, but the Yu fishes liked to gather around Xiao Chen and tease Xiao Chen mischievously. The Yu fishes did not know that their good days were coming to an end. Over the past half-month or so, Xiao Chen had already comprehended their movement techniques. All that was left was to infuse them into his Thunder Dragon steps. Then he would form a brand new movement technique, the Fish Dragon art. It's almost done. Fish and dragons have many transformations. Whether one is a fish or a dragon depends on a single thought. Fast. Blue dragon emerging from the sea, startling the sky with one flight. Inside the Taiji force field, Xiao Chen first stepped on the lake's surface, causing thousands of fish to soar into the air. Then he attacked at lightning speed, like a dragon soaring into the sky, startling the clouds in the sky. The immortal fish did not sense any threat. They behaved as before. The moment danger approached, they gently swung their tails and dodged this lightning-fast attack. Slow. Spirit fish swings tail, concealing great skill. Their lightning-fast movements came to an abrupt stop, and the commotion in the surroundings came to an abrupt stop. Xiao Chen's body swayed gently, and his palm moved along with it, firmly grabbing the immortal fish that was swaying its tail. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He should have been overjoyed after his success, but instead he was calm. Let's see where you can run to now. The feast has begun. As Xiao Chen alternated between fast and slow, he executed the fish dragon art in an unpredictable manner. Every time he made a move, he never missed. Soon, many immortal fish appeared in the pool in the immortal spirit ring. Return. Xiao Chen stopped and dispersed the Taiji force field. As he stood on the surface of the lake, he seemed to have completely fused with the lake water. Not only did the immortal fish not leave, but they even swam towards Xiao Chen in groups. Plop, plop, plop. One by one, they jumped out of the water and moved their bodies. Xiao Chen smiled knowingly. They truly live up to being immortal fish. They know that the restrictions in this lake are gone, and there is no food left. Their flock will inevitably die. However, in the end, it was Xiao Chen's harmony with nature, his tranquil and peaceful Taoist demeanor that made them choose to believe in Xiao Chen. Furthermore, they liked this scent. This was an instinctive choice made by the immortal beast bloodline in their bodies. Above the lake, Xiao Chen did not stop moving. He continuously executed the fish dragon art, collecting all the immortal fish into the immortal spirit ring. Plop! Plop! Immortal fish continuously leaped out of the water. Immediately, tens of thousands of fish soared into the air, materializing a magnificent scene on the surface of the lake. When Ao Jiao, who had been forced out of the lake, saw this scene, she was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. What's going on? After a long time, Xiao Chen finally collected all the immortal fish in the lake. In this practical combat, his fish dragon art and Taiji Dao merged even more perfectly. Whoosh! His left hand was like a fish, and his right hand turned into a dragon. Two completely different auras appeared perfectly on Xiao Chen's body. A Taiji diagram covering the entire lake took shape. Two Taiji fishes, one black and one white, swam slowly on the surface of the lake like they were narrating the great Tao of the world. It was peaceful and peaceful. It was like one could hear the breathing of the entire world. A gentle breeze brushed aside Xiao Chen's fine black hair on his forehead, revealing his handsome face. Xiao Chen smiled faintly at Ao Jiao. Then he lowered his hands, and the Taiji diagram disappeared. For some reason, Ao Jiao blushed, feeling her heart pounding heavily. However, after a while, she was startled once again. Boom! The originally peaceful scene on the lake vanished. Boundless waves surged into the sky, forming many majestic pillars of water. Then they turned into a torrential downpour accompanied by strong winds. When the wind was strong, it could uproot mountains. When the rain was heavy, it could drown mountains and rivers. However, there were towering waves even stronger than the wind and rain. They rumbled like thunder, roaring endlessly, making the sky darken. The heavenly river shattered, and the wind blew, signaling the arrival of a storm. Between stillness and movement, Xiao Chen's Taiji Dao improved by another level. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. As he walked in this torrential rain, he laughed wantonly, appearing wild and unruly. As the rain fell, Xiao Chen's clothes did not get wet. As the strong winds blew, they passed through his body. At the lakeshore, Ao Jiao watched this scene in a daze, deeply shocked by it. She was looking at this magnificent scenery, a rare sight that appeared only once in 10,000 years. However, she did not know that she was also in this scenery. The beauty at the lakeshore was equally beautiful. If there were any outsiders present, they would definitely beg the heavens to borrow a divine brush to draw this painting of beauty in wind and rain. The wind was beautiful, the rain was beautiful, but the person watching the storm was even more beautiful. After a long time, the rain stopped. Xiao Chun set up a simple stove by the lakeshore, preparing to cook the fish. Xiao Chun was in a good mood. Let me tell you, the fish in the lake are extraordinary. They are even ancient immortal fish. If not for this fish, my Taiji Dao and movement technique would not have improved so quickly. Hence, in life, one has to try everything. If not for my obsession with eating fish, how could I have gained so much today? Am I right? Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, "It was just a stroke of luck. You praised that fish so much, but you still wanted to eat it." Xiao Chun smiled softly and said, "You don't understand. Living in this world, eating fish and meat is a barrier in the world's cycle. If humans do not eat fish and meat, the heavenly Tao will collapse. I am not one of those hypocritical people. Why the need to put on an act? Of course I will eat it if I want to. Stop spouting such fallacious reasoning. In any case, you are wrong to eat fish." Ao Jiao could not outtalk Xiao Chun. She pouted, looking extremely cute, showing off her tsundere nature. Xiao Chun smiled mysteriously. "If I told you that these fish would jump out on their own for me to eat, would you believe me?" Ao Jiao's eyes widened as she said sullenly, "That's impossible." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "In that case, watch carefully. Fish, oh fish. I, Xiao Chun, am hungry. Which one of you is willing to let me eat it to satisfy my appetite?" When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chun putting on an act, she smiled and said, "Keep boasting. How can there be a fish that will jump out on its own for you to eat? I don't believe it." Plop! Right after Xiao Chun spoke, an immortal fish leaped out of the immortal spirit ring and landed in the pot. Plop! Plop! For more fish jumped into the pot. This miraculous scene stunned Ao Jiao. "They really jumped out. How did you do it? I want to try as well. This lady is much kinder than a baddie like you. I can definitely do it." Xiao Chun smiled without saying anything. He gestured for Xiao Chun to do as he pleased. Ao Jiao leaned over and said in a soft and gentle voice, "Fish, oh fish. Little Ao Jiao is hungry as well. Which one of you is willing to let me eat it to satisfy my appetite?" "Why is there no reaction?" Ao Jiao said, feeling it was strange as she looked at Xiao Chun. "Who?" Xiao Chun spat out some saliva from the immortal spirit ring and landed on Ao Jiao's face. Then there was another. After that, saliva poured out of the ring like rain. Xiao Chun got the fish, but Ao Jiao got the endless saliva. The results were very different. Such a scene made Xiao Chun laugh endlessly. Then he held his stomach and fell to the ground. "Damn you, Xiao Chun. I'm going to kill you." Ao Jiao wiped off the saliva on her face and launched herself at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nimbly dodged, laughing endlessly. He imitated Ao Jiao's tone and said, "Fish, oh fish. Little Ao Jiao is hungry as well. Which one of you is willing to let me eat?" Ao Jiao felt very frustrated. "Damn you, Xiao Chun. I'm going to fight it out with you. Z. Z." Occasionally, the pile of extinguished firewood gave off sizzling sounds. Strands of azure smoke wafted out, rising into the sky. "I'll eat. I'll eat. I'll eat." Amidst the thick fragrance, Ao Jiao seemed to have a grudge against the fish. She quickly finished off another delicious immortal fish. "One more. I hate this fish." Ao Jiao wiped her mouth and said fiercely to Xiao Chun. She wished she could eat Xiao Chun as well. After the earlier commotion, Ao Jiao could not do anything to Xiao Chun. After she got tired of chasing him, she could only watch as Xiao Chun cooked the fish. When the fish was cooked, she exploded again and ate 3 fish in a row. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and handed one over. "You said you wouldn't eat it. Now out of the 5 fish you've eaten 4. I've only eaten 1. Ao Jiao glared at Xiao Chun. "You're still talking? You're already despicable enough. These fish are even more despicable than you. They're so kind and always protect them. However, they spat at me. If I don't eat them, I won't be able to vent my anger. Is it delicious? Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and smiled gently. Jiao, who was chewing on the fish, said with a lisp, "It's delicious. I really want to eat another one." Then she felt that something was wrong and reacted. She quickly said, "Tui, tui, tui, tui. It would be strange if it was delicious. This despicable fish is not delicious." "Humph." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "You little glutton. You're so proud. It's clearly delicious and you like it, but you don't want to admit it." Jiao blushed slightly and continued to eat the fish, ignoring Xiao Chun. Seeing Jiao eat the fish, Xiao Chun smiled gently. He took out a spoon and tasted the delicious fish soup. Suddenly, he felt that this was the most delicious thing in the world. There were thousands of soups in the world, but the best was still fresh fish soup. Of all the fresh fish soup, the one he was tasting was naturally the most delicious. Ancient fresh fish was indeed the best. Xiao Chun's guess was right. In the future, he would finally be able to taste it. "No, Xiao Chun. You have to tell me. Why is it that when you speak, fish jump out and when I speak they all spit at me?" Jiao finished eating and jumped to Xiao Chun's side. She stared at him with her big eyes, looking like she would not give up until she got an answer. Xiao Chun put down the spoon and took out a handkerchief to wipe the water at the corner of his mouth. He smiled faintly and said, "Do you really want to know?" Chapter 1300. Quick, tell me. Tell me why. When Jiao saw Xiao Chun agree, her face lit up in joy. She shook Xiao Chun continuously. Xiao Chun's smile did not diminish. When Jiao slowed down, he said unhurriedly, "There are many things that seem miraculous. However, after you get the answer, you will discover that the reason is actually very simple. In order to maintain the anticipation in your heart, I have decided to never tell you this secret. You are seeking death." Jiao was originally very happy. However, when she heard this, her face immediately turned dark. She pushed Xiao Chun down and pounded him with her small hands. Feeling helpless, Xiao Chun smiled and said, "All right, get up first. I'll tell you. These immortal fish are intelligent. The 5 fish that jumped out are actually the older ones in the clan. Even if I do not eat them, they will die. They might as well jump out and let me eat them. That way I will not eat the younger ones." Jiao suddenly understood. So that is what Xiao Chun said. The logic is very simple. Then, why did they spit at me? Xiao Chun smiled and said, 5 already jumped out. If you still want to eat them, then you are too greedy. It would be strange if they did not spit at you. I fell for your trap. Jiao said in a wronged manner. I am really wronged. Xiao Chun smiled and said, Are you satisfied now? Come, let's return to the Sky Dome Palace. We're going back just like that? Aren't there still forbidden lands that we have not explored yet? There's no need. Fortuitous encounters cannot come one after another. Furthermore, I already gained a lot. I have to be content. Even if there really are fortuitous encounters, I should leave them for later generations. Aside from what Xiao Chun said, there was also the uncertain danger. This was also the reason why Xiao Chun gave up. One had to be content with what they had. One should not be greedy and fearless just because one had great luck. If Xiao Chun really died here, his reputation would be ruined. He would not be able to cry even if he wanted to. The cultivation of the Taiji Dao invisibly made Xiao Chun's mental state and aura more peaceful, allowing him to see further. Sky Dome Palace. After Xiao Chun returned, he immediately found that the security had become much tighter. The atmosphere was also quite oppressive and a little strange. However, Xiao Chun did not mind. The deaths of more than 1,000 martial sages was considered a major matter. After the reinforcements from Kunlun arrived, there would definitely be some changes. Without getting past the guards, Xiao Chun descended from the sky and went straight to his courtyard. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun has returned. Quickly informed the 3 lords. The Sky Azure Dragon Grand Array started to spin, like a fishing net that had been waiting for a long time. When Xiao Chun showed up, they immediately mobilized their forces. In the room, Xiao Chun sensed the strange fluctuation of the heaven and earth spiritual qi, but he didn't think there was anything wrong. In his mind, he was pondering the great magical technique, Dharma World. Dharmic World had a total of 9 revolutions. After cultivating the first revolution and executing it, One's body would grow to a height of 3,000 zhang, becoming a giant that looked down on the world. After executing this magic technique, it would not harm the body or affect one's nimbleness. The benefits were clear. Not only could it increase one's deterrence, but it would also increase one's explosive power and destructive power significantly. It was not too difficult to reach the basics, and the requirements were not harsh either. This was an extremely popular magic technique in the Immortal epoch. However, the magic energy required was startling. After the third revolution, the requirements would become harsher. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "With my current magic energy, it seems like I can barely cultivate this major magic technique. To ensure my safety, I have to raise the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 8th layer." The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer had reached its peak long ago. However, Xiao Chun had purposely controlled it, stopping at this layer for many years. This was for the sake of continuously raising his strength. When it came time to undergo the lightning tribulation, he would be able to pass it easily and not need Ao Jiao to make a move. Now Xiao Chun had a half-step golden body and grasped primordial energy. It was time to raise the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 8th layer. Blue Dragon King, the 3 lords of the Bushin Palace wish to meet you. They are waiting in the Great Hall. Xiao Chun pushed open the door and discovered a servant that he had met a few times before. He said, "Lead the way. Where is Old Yun? Why don't I see him?" Old Yun. Old Yun. It was just an ordinary sentence, but it caused this servant to tremble, not knowing how to reply. Something happened. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. He stopped and said, "Tell me the truth. How is Old Yun? Otherwise I will take your life." The map that Old Yun provided played a huge role in Xiao Chun obtaining this great fortuitous encounter. If Old Yun suffered any injuries, Xiao Chun would not be able to rest easy. "Blue Dragon King, please spare me. You will know everything after you see those 3 lords. I am just an insignificant person and do not know anything. I hope that the Blue Dragon King will not make things difficult for me." Under Xiao Chun's strong might and pressure, the servant leading the way knelt down with a plop and spoke in horror. It looked like the situation was somewhat serious. Xiao Chun's face sank. He extended his spiritual sense and immediately saw the 3 leaders of the Bushin Palace's reinforcements sipping tea. "Wuxia, lead the way. I'll go and ask them personally. What exactly happened?" Whoosh! A strong wind blew, preventing that servant from opening his eyes. When that servant looked up, he could not see Xiao Chun at all. The servant's eyes showed both anticipation and worry. This Blue Dragon King is a person of will. Perhaps Old Yun can be saved. However, those 3 lords clearly came prepared. "No, I still have to go over." A strong wind blew in the Great Hall, giving off a startling aura. However, the moment Xiao Chun appeared and landed, all the strong wind gathered on his body and stopped. This felt like an illusion. What a fast movement technique. He can control it as he pleases. His control is even more startling. The 3 people sipping tea were startled as they thought to themselves. Xiao Chun glanced at the 3 and immediately sensed the auras of strong holy beast martial spirits from the 3 old men. Vermilion Bird, White Tiger and Black Tortoise. Xiao Chun immediately knew that these were the direct descendants of the 3 holy masters. "I do not have time to speak nonsense with you. Tell me, how is Old Yun now?" Xiao Chun stepped forward and casually waved his hand. Bang! 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 The teacups in the 3 old men's hands exploded at the same time, turning into countless shards. There was no room for negotiation. Xiao Chun made his move in a tyrannical manner, not holding back at all. Such a tyrannical and direct method caught the 3 old men off guard. Even though they were very experienced and confident, they were still caught off guard. Qin Hu, who was seated in the middle, calmed himself and said indifferently, "He neglected his duties and failed to guard properly. He has already been sent to prison and will be released after 100 years of confinement." Xiao Chen's expression turned sullen as he said angrily, "How absurd! I am not as clear as you on whether Old Yun neglected his duties or not. For the sake of this Sky Dome Palace, he nearly lost his life. In the end, he did not die at the hands of the demons. Instead, he died at the hands of his own people." "Humph! If we say that he neglected his duties, so be it. It is not your place to interfere." You should take care of yourself first before worrying about others. By you, the Vermilion Bird Holy Lord's direct descendant, said with an indifferent expression, snorting coldly. Blue Dragon King, Old Yun did not neglect his duties. They were the ones who wanted Old Yun to frame you. Old Yun refused, so they tortured him until he was half dead and locked him up. Just at this moment, the servant who led Xiao Chen here rushed in and quickly explained the situation. How audacious! The enraged Xiao Chen no longer said anything. He straightened his body and charged forward, sending a palm strike at Qin Hu at lightning speed. Xiao Chen attacked on a whim. Furthermore, his lightning-fast speed startled Qin Hu. Before he could react, Xiao Chen's palm strike struck his chest. Bang! The lightning-fast Xiao Chen was knocked back instead. He only managed to stabilize himself after taking 10 steps. Whoosh! Qin Hu's clothes tore apart, turning into shreds and flying everywhere. Then he revealed a set of white tiger battle armor covering his entire body. There was a breastplate, shoulder pads, arm guards, gloves, boots, leg guards, helmet, and a complete set of secret treasures covering his entire body. Roar! The battle armor flickered with light, and a white tiger image appeared behind Qin Hu, roaring ferociously at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was very knowledgeable, and his eyes were very sharp. With one glance, he could tell that the entire set of secret treasures were all peak-quality king grade. Just one piece was worth a city. The entire set was even more expensive. Compared to a regular emperor-grade secret treasure, this set was much better. Furthermore, because it was not emperor-grade, it was easier for the half-step Emperor Wu to bring out its full might. This set of battle armor was extremely difficult to forge. Furthermore, it required a peak Grandmaster-level refiner. The Holy Land probably did not have many of them, so Xiao Chen was really willing to pay. Ka! 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 The clothes of the other two old men on the left and right shattered, revealing a set of king-grade battle armor as well. The images of the vermilion bird and the black tortoise appeared, roaring at the same time as the white tiger image. Holy might connected. Their auras were startling, forcing Xiao Chen back a step. Seeing Xiao Chen take another step back, Qin Hu felt very confident, no longer feeling fear. He said in a very arrogant manner, Blue Dragon King, why don't you think about it? If we did not come prepared, how could we have fallen out with you? This peak-quality king-grade white tiger battle armor can block 80% of the attacks of a third heaven Emperor Wu. Bai Yu smiled coldly and said, that old Yun did not know how to adapt to circumstances. He deserves such an outcome. However, it will be your turn soon. The white-haired old man wearing the black tortoise battle armor said coldly, Xiao Chen, you barged into the Sky Dome Palace's forbidden land, causing the deaths of 1,000 martial sages in the Bushin Palace. Now, we are under the orders of the 3 vice palace masters to revoke your title of Blue Dragon King. Come with us to the Bushin Palace to receive your trial. Qin Hu stepped forward with a surging aura and said, if you surrender now, I will not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. You have no idea how strong the accumulations of a holy land are. Even if I stand here and let you hit me, you will not be able to kill me. Xiao Chen flung his hand. However, when he heard this, he started laughing. The other party's battle armor did indeed startle Xiao Chen somewhat. However, where did the other party get his confidence to be so arrogant? Is that so? Your tortoise shell is indeed very hard. However, no matter how hard it is just a tortoise. In the earlier palm strike, Xiao Chen had not used his full power at all. He had not even used his primordial energy. That was why he had suffered a slight disadvantage. From the start to the end, Xiao Chen had never feared the other party. It was impossible for Xiao Chen to surrender now. Capture him. Qin Hu ordered coldly. Chapter 1301. The two old men on the left and right immediately moved upon hearing the voice, charging at Xiao Chen. With the protection of the battle armor, the two did not fear him. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand. Let me see how hard your tortoise shell is. Without even looking at the two, Xiao Chen stepped forward. He did not draw his saber, holding it in his right hand. Xiao Chen casually thrust forward, easily breaking the other party's attack and knocking him back. Like a magic trick, the lunar shadow saber leaped out and appeared in his left hand, sweeping out wildly. Boom! The black-haired old man wearing the black tortoise battle armor fell to the ground. The two old men used only half of their primordial energy. Compared to Xiao Chun, the difference in strength was like that of clouds and mud. Not giving Xiao Chun any time to rest, Qin Hu charged over with a startling aura. Loud sounds rang out and space trembled. Xiao Chun's empty right hand clashed with Qin Hu's moves. Not only did Xiao Chun not retreat, but he even forced Qin Hu to retreat continuously, panting. After breaking 10 moves, Xiao Chun already held the upper hand. He sent Qin Hu flying with a palm strike. The seemingly complicated and dazzling movements were completed in a breath's time. Fighting 1 against 3, Xiao Chun easily knocked back the 3. Of course, the 3 had the protection of the battle armor and could not sustain any injuries. However, the pain from the heavy blows was unavoidable. "You can't kill me? Let's see if you can kill me or not." As Xiao Chun spoke, he soared into the air and stomped heavily on Qin Hu, who was halfway to his feet, ruthlessly crushing him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sonic booms resounded. Bai Yu and the white-haired old man, who were knocked back earlier, charged over, wanting to save Qin Hu. However, Xiao Chun did not even bother to look. He still did not draw the lunar shadow saber. He simply swung it out, using a strong saber intent and primordial energy to knock the white-haired old man back. The sharpness of the saber and the force were simply frightening. The lunar shadow saber was like magic. It flew into Xiao Chun's other hand. Holding the hilt, he chopped down heavily. Bai Yu, who was about to injure Xiao Chun, was startled. He reacted quickly and moved very quickly. He clapped his hands together and clamped down on the lunar shadow saber's scabbard. The cracks on the ground spread out like a spiderweb. Bai Yu, who caught the saber, did not have time to think before the force of the saber forced him to kneel on one knee. Xiao Chun's face turned red. Even though he knelt down, it was still very strenuous. He felt like he would not be able to catch Xiao Chun's lunar shadow saber soon. Suddenly, he felt the force on the scabbard disappear. Thinking that Xiao Chun had run out of strength, Zhang Xian was overjoyed. He quickly released his grip and retreated. However, the instant he loosened his grip, an even stronger force surged into the scabbard. He could retract the force at will. When the scabbard pulled back, Bai Yu, who wanted to leave, cried out in pain and tumbled on the ground. On the other side, the white-haired old man attacked again. However, when he saw the lunar shadow saber spinning around and pressing forward, he paled in fright and quickly retreated. Xiao Chun, who had not even moved, used a few moves to beat the two old men into a sorry state. They were in great pain, but they could not rush over. As Xiao Chun dealt with the two old men with his hands, he did not relax either. He continuously stomped on Qin Hu's body. Every step he took caused a loud rumbling sound to ring out. Even if there was a restriction on the ground, it had already shattered. Blood leaked out of a corner of Qin Hu's lips. He was in so much pain that his complexion turned purple. However, when Xiao Chun stomped on him, it was not only a humiliation to his face but also an unbearable pain to his body. When the servant, who had already hidden far away, saw this scene, his mind turned chaotic. Originally, he was worried for Xiao Chun. Now he felt some pity for these 3 old men. They were too pitiful. If not for this set of battle armor, they might be able to ask for a quick death. "Xiao Chun, let me up." Qin Hu, who could not get up at all, pleaded to Xiao Chun in pain. He was already in a sorry state, unable to get up. Xiao Chun remained expressionless as he retorted coldly. "Didn't you say that you would not die even if you stood there and let me hit you? Why are you begging for mercy now? Who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant, to dare to frame me? Who gave you the authority to torture old Yun and imprison him? Now you are begging for mercy? Dream on." The pain drove Qin Hu crazy with despair. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stand up. He shouted hoarsely, "Fellow Taoists, there is no need to hold back. Activate the Sky Dome Dragon Formation and kill him." The Sky Dome Dragon Formation could kill Emperor Wu, a great killing tool of the Sky Dome Palace. Back then, the Sky Dome Palace was careless when facing Yao Manlan and Feng Zi because of this formation. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the formation was, it still needed a person to operate it. Under Yao Manlan's charm arts, the Sky Dome Dragon Formation could not be activated before it died. As the saying went, this formation succeeded and failed because of it. Now that Qin Hu faced the strong Xiao Qian, he could no longer care about anything else. He prepared to use the Sky Dome Dragon formation to kill Xiao Qian. The expressions of Bai Yu and the old man wearing the black tortoise battle armor sank. They obeyed the orders and flew out of the hall at the same time. Although Qin Hu was in pain and in a sorry state, his life was not in danger, so the two were not worried. Xiao Qian, you are dead for sure. You are dead for sure. No matter how you humiliate me now, once the Sky Dome Dragon formation is activated, you will not survive. Qin Hu said hatefully as he looked at Xiao Qian through clenched teeth. Whether I die or not is not up to you. Xiao Qian prepared to leave this place. Once any formation was activated, being trapped inside would be problematic. The formation could not be activated forever. As long as these three old men remained in the Sky Dome Palace, Xiao Qian had plenty of ways to deal with them and force them to release Old Yun. As long as Old Yun was safe, Xiao Qian did not care. He could not be bothered with the people of the three holy masters' holy lands. Xiao Qian stomped down heavily, but he did not draw his sword. Instead, he kicked Qin Hu's chest, nearly knocking him unconscious from the pain. Xiao Qian casually kicked this person away. Then his figure flashed and he appeared outside the hall. Suddenly, he discovered that something was wrong. Heavy clouds churned in the sky. The sky looked like it was going to collapse. Xiao Qian felt like he could touch the clouds if he stretched out his hand. Killing qi spread everywhere, giving off a sense of pressure like a storm was coming. The formation is activated already? Xiao Qian muttered as he landed on the roof of the hall. It looks like they plan to plot against me from the moment I entered the Sky Dome Palace. This is somewhat problematic. If I want to go out, I will need some time. That's fine. Let's see if there is anything about this Sky Dome Dragon formation. In the future, when I face similar formations, I will not have to feel uncertain. I have finally seen it for myself. Soon, Xiao Qian recovered his mental state, calming his body and mind. Kill. The word kill resounded in the sky. It was ear-splitting and struck at the mind, making one's soul tremble. A dragon roar resounded and suddenly, a dragon head peeked out from the dark clouds in the sky. It glared and opened its jaws, launching itself at Xiao Qian. With a gentle flash, Xiao Qian dodged this attack. The dragon head retracted, and an unfathomable dragon claw swiped at Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian turned around and gently pushed his scabbard forward, blocking the dragon claw. There was a loud sound and Xiao Qian felt his arm go numb. He thought to himself, this force is very strong. It is no weaker than the third heaven Emperor Wu's. The ferocious dragon in the sky was hidden in the thick clouds. The dragon's head and tail could not be seen. The attacks that it sent out were unfathomable. Furthermore, the dragon moved very quickly, entangling Xiao Qian in an instant. It looked like Xiao Qian was in danger. Old brother Qin, you can let Bai Yu make a move now, right? The white-haired old man from the Holy Lord's faction, who was hidden in the dark, asked when he felt that the time was right. The purple-faced Qin who had already rushed over long ago. He nodded and said, he is already entangled by the Sky Dome Dragon Soul. It is time to make a move. How stubborn. This time, I will show him the consequences of offending the three holy masters. Whoosh! Whoosh! The formations covering the entire Sky Dome Palace suddenly flickered. Thousands of beams of light soared into the sky. The spiritual energy of the world quickly gathered. Each beam of light hit a person. When the beams of light stopped, they gathered into a huge dragon on the ground. Every part of the huge dragon was connected to the buildings of the Sky Dome Palace. It looked like the entire Sky Dome Palace turned into a huge dragon that came to life. Standing on the dragon's head was the Vermilion Bird Holy Lord's faction, Bai Yu. Bai Yu looked coldly at Xiao Qian, who was entangled with the ferocious dragon in the sky. Bushin Palace disciples, heed my orders. Sky Dome Dragon formation, 2 dragons merge. Immediately, the 2 ferocious dragons in the sky and on the ground opened their jaws at the same time and bit down. They sealed off the surroundings, cutting off Xiao Qian's path, preventing him from dodging. Since he could not dodge, he could only enter the dragon's jaws. Xiao Qian quickly made his choice. Xiao Qian's figure flashed, and he entered the ferocious dragon's jaws, entering a mysterious pitch-black place. Good. He entered. Qin Hu and the white-haired old man said loudly, rejoicing at the same time. On the dragon's head, Bai Yu said coldly with a solemn expression. Heed my command. Sky Dome Dragon Soars Coiling Dragon Chop. Yes. The 1003 Holy Masters cultivators stood on various parts of the dragon's body and answered in unison, their auras shaking the sky. Immediately, the Sky Dome dragon on the ground coiled up, assuming the posture of flying into the sky. The entire Sky Dome Palace moved with it. The ground for 500 kilometers around rumbled and trembled endlessly. As for Xiao Qian, he felt the space around him twist continuously in that dark space. He could not walk straight. He could only spin upward, running continuously. However, no matter how he ran, he felt like he was spinning at the same spot. Chop! Bai Yu shouted coldly and ferociously stabbed the weapon in his hand into the dragon's mouth. Ka! 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 The 1,000 people stabbed their weapons into the huge dragon's body at the same time. Bang! In the darkness, Xiao Qian, who was already feeling extremely uncomfortable, saw many huge weapons descending from all directions, all pointing at him. Xiao Qian could not dodge at all. Immediately he was covered in wounds. His 5 senses turned chaotic in this space, and his sense of direction became distorted. There was simply no way to dodge. Bai Yu shouted coldly again, and the coiled-up Sky Dome dragon suddenly unfurled its body. The 1,000 swords were drawn at the same time, all of them dripping with blood. Immediately, blood spurted out from various parts of the huge dragon's body, scattering everywhere. It looked exceptionally horrifying. Ha ha ha! I allowed you to be arrogant not because I feared you. This old man could have dealt with you long ago. Qin Hu showed a sinister expression as he looked at the blood in the sky, going berserk with excitement. Chapter 1302. The white-haired old man at the side found this somewhat strange. This formation was used to deal with the demons. Now it was being used on him. Furthermore, the irony was that it could not deal any damage to the demons. However, it was very tyrannical when dealing with its own people. Whoosh! A hole appeared in the dark space and beams of light shot in, blinding Xiao Qian into squinting. Hey Xiao Qian, are you alright? Do you think I'm alright? The 1,000 swords are all stuck in my body. What should we do? Let me help you, Ao Jiao said worriedly. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and said, They did not injure my heart of an emperor. To me they are just superficial wounds. There is no need to worry. I have indeed underestimated this Sky Dome Dragon formation. I heard that this is just the simplified version. The Great Sky Dome Dragon formation can appear in the sky and on the ground at the same time. Look at the situation, and you are still in the mood to comment on this Sky Dome Dragon formation. Think of a way to break it. It's fine. One more time, and I will roughly know what's going on with this Sky Dome Dragon formation. What? You want to experience the feeling of 1,000 swords piercing your body again? When Bai Yu saw the blood drifting in the air, he revealed an expression of joy. Even if Xiao Qian had the heart of an emperor, injuring him like this 10 or so times would weaken him, forcing him to obediently accept punishment. Again, Bai Yu shouted coldly, filled with pride. The 1,000 people obeyed, and the entire Sky Dome Palace shook intensely again. The Sky Dome Dragon coiled up again. Outside the Sky Dome Palace, 3 pale-faced demonic world blood demon cultivators walked out from the darkness, startled by the intense mysterious phenomenon. The person in the middle looked delicate with purple patterns carved on his forehead. He was an outstanding royal talent of the blood demon bloodline. The servant on the right revealed an expression of joy as he said respectfully, Indeed, even the heavens are helping young Master Shui. We wanted to save that Yao Manlon and waited here for a few days because we feared this Sky Dome Dragon formation. Now they are in disarray. However, young Master Shui's complexion paled. Even I am not confident of breaking this Sky Dome Dragon formation. Who is so capable that the Sky Dome Palace has to use this formation to suppress it? The Sky Dome formation was expected to be problematic. However, it was not scary. What Xiao Qian feared were the unexpected changes. Hu Qi. With another loud roar, the azure dragon unfurled itself, and fresh blood sprayed into the air once more. Kill! 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 The cultivators on every part of the dragon shouted in unison. Their roars were like thunder, shaking the surroundings. The might of the Azure Dragon was on full display. Even the previously powerful Shao Chun could not do anything now. He could only let them torture him again and again. Good, good, good. Shao Chun, I'll let you suffer as many times as you kicked me. Qin Hu felt extremely delighted and couldn't help but shout out loudly. When his voice entered into Shao Chen's ears, it caused him to laugh coldly without end. After enduring 2 attacks, Shao Chun had a rough idea of the current environment and came up with the corresponding countermeasures. However, with the Sky Dome Dragon entrenched, the spatial laws of the entire Sky Dome Palace had already changed. Shao Chen's space had already been compressed to a point. No matter how he moved, he could not leave this point. Furthermore, no matter which direction the 1,000 swords attacked from, they would all strike Shao Chun at this point. Since that was the case, there was no need for Shao Chun to run around like before. All he needed to do was guard this point. If it were a regular Emperor Wu, even if he could figure this out so quickly, he would not be able to do anything. This was because they could not dodge the attacks of the 1,000 swords within a small space. They could only be tortured to death. However, Shao Chun was different. After comprehending the fish dragon art, he was most skilled at dodging within a small space. Continue attacking. I want to hear him beg for mercy and pain. Qin Hu instructed Bai Yu loudly with a ferocious expression. Bai Yu, who was on the Dragon Head Mountain, pointed with his sword, and the Sky Dome Dragon entrenched itself once more. Then he stabbed his sword into it. The other disciples followed his lead and did the same. However, this time they were destined to be disappointed. 100 transformations of dragon and fish dodge. Shao Chen's body swayed like an immortal fish swinging its tail within a small space. After images flickered, the seemingly casual swaying allowed Shao Chun to dodge at the most dangerous moment. In one breath, the sound reverberated 1,000 times. Without exception, all the swords dodged. When the other party was about to pull out their swords, Shao Chen's body suddenly moved. Flickering light passing shadows, he moved 1,000 times in one breath. Kasie, Kasie. The instant the Sky Dome Dragon unfurled, the cultivators standing on every part of the dragon all drew out a broken sword. What's going on? Why did my sword break? All of them found this inconceivable, showing incredibly shocked expressions. Even Bai Yu, who was on the dragon head, did not know what was going on. The smile on Qin Hu's face froze. He felt that something was wrong. Whoosh! 1,000 broken sword shards flew out of the hole. Each shard contained a strong saber intent as they shot out from the Sky Dome Dragon. Miserable shrieks rang out. Caught off guard, the 1,000 cultivators each suffered a wound on their bodies as they fell. Blood dyed the sky red. However, this time it was not Shao Chen's blood that fell. The Sky Dome Dragon lost the cultivators' control. Shao Chun clearly felt that the previously tight and flawless space had become much weaker. Clash of the Two Moons. Shao Chun sent out 2 palm strikes, executing the 1,000-year flame and 1,000-year death at the same time. The blood moon and the bright moon clashed, erupting with a huge destructive force. Rumble. The Sky Dome Dragon, which wanted to soar into the air, crashed to the ground as if it suffered a severe injury. A large hole blasted open on the dragon's body. All sorts of bricks and tiles flew everywhere. Shao Chun leaped out of the hole. When he got a clear look, he discovered that he had destroyed a building of the Sky Dome Palace. What a profound formation! To think that it can use all the buildings in such an ingenious manner. The sincere praise that came from Shao Chen's mouth sounded humiliating to the cultivators below. Even such a profound formation could not trap Shao Chun to death. In that case, they were even worse than trash. Bai Yu was still on the dragon's head. His face sank as he shouted, "All disciples, return to your positions. Sky Dome Dragon Formation, Double Dragon Tail Whip." Yes, the many injured cultivators felt dissatisfied in their hearts. However, Bai Yu's shout rekindled their fighting spirit. Thousands of pillars of light soared into the sky and leaped onto the dragon's body again. The hidden Sky Dome Dragon in the clouds in the sky was the first to charge over. Its dragon tail swept out unpredictably. The force was so great that it shook the surroundings, causing buzzing sounds. Space was like an old building, letting out a mournful cry. Shao Chun, who had been preparing to leave and not continue fighting, looked at the dragon tails flying over from both sides. With a thought, Shao Chun made a new plan. While he was in the dragon's stomach, he had already thought about it. This sky dome dragon formation was somewhat strange. He did not know how many tricks it had. There was no need for Xiao Chun to compete with this formation alone. Even if he won, he would be at too much of a disadvantage. As long as Xiao Chun managed to leave, he could think of thousands of ways to force Qin Hu and the others to submit. There was no need for him to fight to the death here and suffer. However, when Xiao Chun saw the two dragon tails, he thought of an idea. Use the enemy's strength to break the enemy's formation. If there were 3 sky dome dragons, Xiao Chun would not dare to do so. However, there were only 2. This gave him great confidence. 2 fiery lights flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes, and the Taiji force field instantly formed. This time, Xiao Chun split his 100 strands of primordial energy in half, making the Taiji force field unprecedentedly strong. Fight! Xiao Chun shouted and looked around. Then he faced the dragon tail descending from the sky and slowly raised his right hand. Xiao Chun's movements looked astonishingly slow. However, it was this slow movement that allowed Xiao Chun's right hand to firmly grasp the dragon tail. Then his body moved like a fish. As he moved, thousands upon thousands of overlapping afterimages appeared. Qin Hu exclaimed in shock. How can this be? The force of this dragon tail can fling away the third heaven Emperor Wu. Yet Xiao Chun managed to catch it. Furthermore, he is not injured at all. That's not right. He is deflecting the force. His movements look slow, but they are actually as steady as a mountain. Although the white-haired old man beside Xiao Chun could not figure out what was going on, he noticed something strange. Qin Hu smiled coldly and said, no matter how he deflects the force, when the second dragon tail sweeps over, he will definitely be injured under the pincer attack of the 2 tails. Whoosh! The afterimages merged. The calm and peaceful Xiao Chun did not make a sound as he grabbed the dragon tail and kicked ferociously. The clouds scattered and the sky shattered. Xiao Chun forcefully pulled down an old dragon from the sky. The dragon tail on the ground crashed into the old dragon that Xiao Chun pulled down. The collision of the 2 dragons was a horrifying scene that no one could have imagined, and just like that, it happened. The thousands of cultivators on the dragon's body on the ground were instantly blasted away. The 2 sky dome dragons each suffered heavy losses. Thousands of buildings on the ground collapsed. Using the enemy's strength to break the enemy's formation, Xiao Chun revealed a smile as he looked at the old dragon in the sky, rolling on the ground in pain. Then he said in enlightenment, I was wondering why it was so powerful. It turns out that it is a genuine complete dragon soul. The capital required for the sky dome dragon formation is really significant. Get into formation and kill him. Bai Yu roared as he flipped over and got to his feet. Then he glared at the fallen Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun shook his head and said indifferently, the formation has lost most of its might. What else can you use to play with me? Taiji burst. Xiao Chun casually waved his right hand, and the Taiji force field, which had already spread over the entire area, suddenly exploded. The originally peaceful Taiji force field that looked natural and harmonious burst forth with world-shaking destructive power. All the buildings on the ground were uprooted, turning into countless pieces. Dust spread out and smoke surged. The entire Sky Dome Palace was completely destroyed. All sorts of debris flew about in the air, covering the sky and sun. As for the cultivators charging at Xiao Chun, they were blasted into the air by Xiao Chun, scattering among the dust and wreckage that filled the air. Amid the chaotic and majestic scene, Xiao Chun walked towards Qin Hu step by step. The explosion that sounded like the end of the world happened behind Xiao Chun like a violent storm. However, the white-robed Xiao Chun remained calm and peaceful, walking over elegantly in a calm and unruffled manner. The lunar shadow saber appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, Xiao Chun grabbed it and caught it. Xiao Chun happened to walk over to Qin Hu's side. Before the stunned Qin Hu could react, Xiao Chun casually kicked him into a kneeling position. Chapter 1303. The lunar shadow saber landed gently, pressing down on Qin Hu's shoulder like a mountain. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stand up. Don't think that I cannot do anything to you just because you have this peak-grade battle armor protecting you. If I cannot kill you with 1,000 kicks, I will kick you 10,000 times. If 10,000 times is not enough, I will kick you 100,000 times. I do not believe that you will not die. Xiao Chan grasped the lunar shadow saber and pressed down heavily, causing Qin Hu to cry out in pain. Xiao Chan glanced around and saw another old man standing beside Qin Hu. He immediately knelt down and said, "Blue Dragon King, we had no choice but to deal with you. Please do not hold grudges against us. Please let us off this time." With the white-haired old man kneeling, the two's overbearing aura of wanting to take down Xiao Chan completely vanished. Qin Hu felt helpless. He begged, "Let us go, and we guarantee that we will not seek trouble for you in the future." Xiao Chan said, "You should rejoice that I will not seek trouble for you. Yet you still want to seek trouble for me? I already have a grudge with the three holy masters long ago. Whether I let you off or not, the three holy masters will not let me off. Tell me, what do I have to do for us to leave?" Now that the Sky Dome Dragon formation was broken and they were in Xiao Chen's hands again, Qin Hu and the white-haired old man no longer had any fighting spirit. Xiao Chan said indifferently, "I can let you go, but you have to leave behind the battle armor you are wearing. Dream on. This is the accumulations of a holy land. Each holy land only has 10 battle armors. If we give them all to you, wouldn't that mean that you have 3 sets? Don't think that way." The two were both startled and furious. They had not expected Xiao Chen's appetite to be so huge. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He said calmly, "You are mistaken. The weak do not have a choice. Either you take the initiative to remove the battle armor, or I will personally make a move. After I kill you, I will take it for myself. How do you choose? I will give you 10 breaths of time." In the face of Xiao Chen's forcefulness, the two of them felt somewhat helpless, not knowing how to deal with it. 10 breaths of time simply did not allow for too much time to think. The two of them had conflicted expressions on their faces, and in the end, they painfully agreed to Xiao Chen's request. After putting away the 2 sets of armor, Xiao Chen found Bai Yu in the rubble and successfully obtained the vermilion bird armor. 3 sets of peak-quality king-grade secret treasures could be considered a great harvest. However, Xiao Chen did not intend to let the 3 off so easily. These 3 people had clearly come here with a premeditated plan. They were instigated by someone. Something must have happened in the Kunlun realm. Otherwise, the 3 holy masters wouldn't have been so bold as to pick a fight with him so blatantly. However, just as he was about to ask, Xiao Chen sensed 3 auras approaching from off in the distance. Raising his head, he saw 3 pale-faced men dressed in blood-red clothes rushing over from the dust in the distance. Of the 3, the one in the middle gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he was the most dangerous. When this person got closer and saw the purple mark on his forehead, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The demonic world's royal clan is here for the Sky Dome Heart again? Logically speaking, this was not the time to fall out with them yet. Since the sneak attack failed once, there would not be a second time. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, it must be you, right? I have heard of your great name in the demonic world. The royal blood demon in the middle looked at the surrounding rubble and continued. Not bad. I have not even figured out how to break this Sky Dome Dragon formation. To think that you broke it so easily. A demonic genius of the demonic world's royal clan. Qin Hu and the other 2 were startled. The bloodline of the 18 demon monarchs of the demonic world was famous for being strong. Now that the Sky Dome Dragon formation was gone, and their battle armor was snatched away, even protecting themselves would be a problem. Xiao Chen stepped forward and looked at this person. Why are you here? Speak directly. The other party did not take the opportunity to make a move. It was probably not because of the Sky Dome Heart but something else. This is our clan's young master Shui. He is not here to snatch your Sky Dome Heart. Release Miss Manlon and we will leave. The person on young master Shui's right said coldly with an arrogant attitude. Xiao Chen did not care about this young master Shui or not. He said rudely, "Release her? You killed 1,000 martial sages of my Sky Dome Palace. You want to leave so easily? Impossible. You are seeking death." Young Master Shui waved his hand to stop the 2 servants at the side. He smiled and said, "Everything can be discussed. If you have any requests, just state them. As long as you are willing to let them go, anything can be discussed. Earlier, when those 3 people wanted to kill you, you only stated your conditions. Didn't that make things easier for you?" Xiao Chen retorted calmly. "Conditions? Sure. Give me a bottle of primordial pills, And I can pretend that I did not see you and let you go." When young Master Shui heard this, he became enraged. This Xiaochen did not care about them at all. To think that he treated them like captives. "You are really reckless." Xiaochen smiled, and his Taiji force field appeared. Then his figure flashed. Xiaochen, who was originally as quiet as a virgin, moved as fast as a dragon soaring into the sky, bringing with him an overwhelming aura. Fast. Dragons and fishes changed. A blue dragon soared into the sky, scattering the clouds. Without drawing his saber, Xiaochen hacked down at young Master Shui. Whoosh! Young Master Shui was startled. What fast speed! The two servants at the side stepped forward and shielded him, trying to block Xiaochen's saber strike. "Can you block it?" Xiaochen smiled coldly and swung his saber. His momentum was heavy and unfathomable. In one breath, he executed hundreds of saber moves. The two blood demons' faces sank. They no longer showed any contempt on their faces. They used their full power to block. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 100 moves. The two felt their arms aching, finding it hard to block and unable to keep up with the rhythm. "I'll do it." Young Master Shui narrowed his eyes and charged forward. The two servants heaved a sigh of relief and quickly moved aside. "Good timing." Xiaochen laughed loudly. His aura flourished as he pressed forward, forcing the three to retreat. Xiaochen's figure flickered, leaving afterimages. Even though he fought 1 against 3, he held the upper hand, forcing the three to retreat step by step. The rhythm of the battle was too fast. In just a few breaths, they had already exchanged hundreds of moves. Young Master Shui and the other two used their full power, not holding back at all. However, they were still suppressed. Slow. Amid the fast rhythm, Xiaochen suddenly slowed down. Within the Taiji force field, the movements of young Master Shui and the others seemed to slow as well. The three were caught off guard. Before they could understand what was going on, Xiaochen pressed his saber forward heavily, sending them all flying. The two weaker servants vomited blood on the spot and rolled on the ground. Young Master Shui staggered back 100 steps before he stabilized himself. As he looked at Xiaochen, deep fear appeared in his eyes. After young Master Shui activated the royal blood demon, his strength was terrifyingly strong. He did not fear Xiaochen's primordial energy. However, the martial Dao techniques that Xiaochen displayed earlier were unheard of. He could not keep up with the rhythm at all. As young Master Shui expected, he was easily toyed with by Xiaochen. The problem was not scary. What was scary was this sudden accident. "What exactly is your strength?" Young Master Shui asked sullenly. Xiaochen replied indifferently. "Under Emperor Wu, I am unrivaled." "Unrivaled?" Young Master Shui snorted coldly. "You are a frog in a well. Don't think that just because you obtained some ancient martial Dao, you can boast like that. Use your secret technique." "Yes." The two servants nodded. Then, the bodies of young Master Shui's group of 3 suddenly turned into bats filling the air. Thousands of bats gathered together, and young Master Shui appeared before Xiaochen again. This time his aura was more than twice as strong. A trace of Emperor's might spread out from his body. Xiaochen frowned and said, "Emperor's might?" In the demonic world, 3 people can merge and multiply the strength of the main body. To think that there is such a secret technique. I said all the nice things, but you did not let them go, forcing me to use the forbidden technique. You asked for it. Young Master Shui shouted coldly and punched back at Xiaochen. When he punched, a scarlet light surged into the sky. It was as if the punch had come from a sea of blood. A vast sea of blood appeared before Xiaochen, vast and boundless. Young Master Shui rode on the waves, and thousands of layers of blood waves soared into the sky behind him. When he punched, the sea of blood instantly spread out. A vast pressure surged out along with the sea of blood. Xiaochen looked insignificant among the huge waves. None of these royal clan demonic geniuses can be underestimated. Xiaochen shook his head slightly. He circulated all his primordial energy and split it in half. Emperor's might immediately spread out in the Taiji force field. Xiaochen completely unleashed the aura of a king. His figure wavered as he swung his scabbard to receive this punch. Hu Qi. The force of the punch was too great. Xiaochen's body spun along with the Taiji force field, slowly neutralizing the force. Young Master Xue's aura was overwhelming. After he punched, he launched an earth-shattering attack, raining down like a torrential storm. Xiao Chun fought fast with slow speed. He was like a small boat on the vast sea. As his figure moved, he left behind many afterimages. To the outside, the space where the two were was spinning. The scenery was like flickering light and shadows, flickering continuously. It was chaotic and there was no way to see clearly. The impenetrable defense made the strong young Master Xue very anxious. He had no choice but to increase his speed. After another 1,000 moves, Xiao Chang clearly noticed that young Master Xue had slowed down. Clearly he could not keep up the momentum and was trying to pull back. Fast. Xiao Chang grasped this opportunity and instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. All the light within 1 kilometer vanished. The instant he drew the saber, Xiao Chang and the saber in his hand entered darkness at the same time. It was not that Xiao Chang entered darkness. Instead, his light was too strong, chasing away all the light within 1 kilometer. This saber was called Eternal Light. Young Master Xue, who had just thought of retreating, had no time to dodge. The saber struck him. The scarlet light vanished, and the bats filling the air flew around in a fluster. Bang! The bats reformed, and young Master Xue fell to the ground while vomiting blood. Young Master Xue looked at Xiao Chang, and his eyes revealed horror. Under Emperor Wu, Xiao Chang could be said to be unrivaled. These words were not exaggerated at all. Even the peak outstanding talents of the 18 royal clans of the demonic world might not be able to receive that final saber strike. That saber strike was too horrifying. It was so strong that young Master Xue could not understand it at all. There were traces of a very strong saber domain in it. However, young Master Xue had seen many experts who cultivated a saber domain in the demonic world. None of them were like Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's saber domain looked right but was actually wrong. It already surpassed the understanding of domains that ordinary people had. It was like he had entered a path that no one had taken before. Chapter 1304. Let's go. The three no longer dared to linger. They executed the Blood Race's secret technique, blood shadow evasion, turning into a long scarlet line as they fled into the distance. Xiao Chun did not give chase. He was not in a good situation either. Earlier, he had put in a lot of effort to break the Sky Dome Dragon formation. He had even suffered some injuries that he had not treated. After that, he fought with the merged young Master Xue. While it looked like an easy fight, in reality, his physical body had suffered a huge blow. If the young Master Xue had been able to hold on, Xiao Chun might not have been able to withstand the Taiji force field. This battle also allowed him to have a comprehensive and clear understanding of his own strength. Xiao Chun turned his head and glanced coldly at Qin Hu and the other two. Then he instructed, "Release Old Yun and you may leave. However, leave behind the martial sage you brought." Yes, yes, yes. Seeing that the young Master Xue, who could even release Emperor's might, lost to Xiao Chun, the three felt even more reverence for Xiao Chun. They did not dare to disobey his orders. After Xiao Chun left, the three showed bitter expressions, feeling extremely conflicted. Bai Yu sighed and said, "What should we do? The Holy Lord gave us a mission. Not only did we fail to complete it, but we even lost the battle armor." Qin Hu felt a bellyful of anger. He snorted coldly and said, "What else can we do? This old man was not willing to take this mission in the first place. Whoever can do it can do it." Right. Back then we all knew that the Blue Dragon King was ridiculously strong. The Sky Dome realm did not allow Emperor Wu to come down. No one was willing to do it, so they pushed us out. Clearly, they wanted to test out Xiao Chen's strength. Qin Hu glanced at Xiao Chen's back and said indifferently, "We should not worry about this. When we reach the Kunlun realm, someone will naturally come and deal with him. Now pretend to be a coward and help deal with the aftermath. Once we are done, we will quickly leave this damned place. This old man is not willing to stay here any longer." Half a day later, the aftermath was more or less cleaned up. Xiao Chun met Old Yun in a simple courtyard. Many thanks to the Blue Dragon King for his righteous actions. Otherwise, who knows how long this old man would have been locked up. Old Yun thanked Xiao Chun as he knelt down. Xiao Chun quickly stood up and helped Elder Yun up. "Elder Yun, you're too kind. I wanted to thank you for giving me the map. What's more, you didn't listen to them and framed me this time. That's why you ended up like this. I should be the one thanking you. After some thought, Xiao Chun took out the last longevity fruit and said, "Take this longevity fruit as my token of appreciation." Senior Yun quickly rejected. "I have already consumed this longevity fruit once. It is not very meaningful. Blue Dragon King, keep it for yourself." Xiao Chun now understood. The longevity tree was in this Sky Dome Immortal realm. How could the other party not have consumed it before? "How about this? I'll give you a Saint Tier pill. As long as it's not a fatal injury, you'll be able to recover quickly." There were only 10 sage-grade medicinal pills among the treasures left behind by the Thunder King. However, Old Yun had been kind to Xiao Chun, so there was nothing to be reluctant about giving him one. Seeing Old Yun's embarrassment, Xiao Chun smiled and said, "I have a half-step golden body. This sage-grade medicinal pill is not very useful to me. Just accept it." Only then did Old Yun reluctantly accept it and thank Xiao Chun. The two started chatting about the current situation. Qin Hu and Bai Yu had already left, but they did not bring the 1,000 martial sages with them. In the future, as long as they repaired the buildings of the Sky Dome Palace, they could still execute the Sky Dome Dragon formation. The Sky Dome Palace still had the ability to protect itself. However, that Yao Manlan was a source of trouble. No one could interrogate her while she was in prison. No one dared to look at her eyes. Even when she was blindfolded, her voice could still mesmerize others. She was like an enchantress. Furthermore, this time young Master Shui came to save her. Clearly, she held a significant position in the demonic world or had a major character protecting her. They could not interrogate her or kill her. Furthermore, she could summon a strong enemy. This was a huge problem for the Sky Dome Palace. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then he said, "In that case, hand her to me. I want to see which demon race in this Sky Dome realm dares to ask for her from me." Old Yun revealed a joyful expression. "That would be great. There is really no way to deal with this enchantress. She is giving me a headache." Xiao Chun left behind a message talisman. "While I'm in the Sky Dome realm, if Old Yun has any trouble, you can use the message talisman to look for me. Bring me to the prison then." Inside the prison, Xiao Chun saw Yao Manlan, whose arms and ankles were shackled. However, her sorry state did not diminish her charm, making her look pitiful. Instead, it made one love her even more. "Blue Dragon King, be careful when you go in." Several people fell for this enchantress's tricks. The one leading Xiao Chun was a woman. No man in the entire prison dared to face this woman. When Yao Manlan saw Xiao Chun arrive, she showed a somewhat excited expression. She stood up and wanted to pounce over, the swaying chains giving off dang-dang sounds. As Yao Manlan wished, Xiao Chun sent out a few strands of saber chi and broke the chains binding her. However, his figure flashed slightly. Plop! Yao Manlan, who had used too much force, fell to the ground. Yao Manlan cried out in pain and prostrated herself on the ground. She was somewhat stunned that her chains were gone. This only made her even more horrified. She took a few steps back and looked at Xiao Chun. "What are you trying to do?" Before she came to the Sky Dome realm, men were just playthings in her eyes. Even those outstanding talents of the demonic world were just more interesting playthings. However, after seeing Xiao Chun, this man became her nightmare. She had never been so afraid of a person before. At this moment, Yao Manlan's clothes were messy, and her hair was disheveled. She looked like a weak woman, flustered and afraid. Interesting. If someone who did not understand what was going on saw this scene, they would think that he was bullying her. Interesting. Tell me, what do you think you want me for? Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Yao Manlan continued to retreat until she reached the wall. When she had nowhere else to go, she said, "You can't touch me. Otherwise, once we leave the Sky Dome realm, no one will be able to save you." Yao Manlan really thinks that I want to touch her. Xiao Chun could not help laughing hoarsely. Due to his past experiences, Xiao Chun had a favorable impression of Eros demons. Of the demons, he was the least willing to kill Eros demons. However, this Yao Manlan had the appearance of an angel but the heart of a snake. No one liked her. "Stand up and speak. Let me ask you, do you know of an Eros demon called Leng Yu?" Xiao Chun asked. "Leng Yu?" The moment Xiao Chun said that, Yao Manlan's heart trembled. Her expression changed drastically. Then she looked at Xiao Chun and said, I don't know her. I've never heard of her before. Eros demons had always been good at hiding themselves. However, when Yao Manlan heard Lung Yu's name, her expression changed drastically. Could this Lung Yu really be a major character? Never mind. No matter how major a character is, it has nothing to do with me. Perhaps she has already forgotten about me. Perhaps the other party had already forgotten about the past. How could he engrave it in his heart like he did? If you don't know her, then forget it. Put away that act of yours and leave this place with me. Yao Manlan did not dare to imagine what would happen if Xiao Chan said that indifferently and walked forward. Yao Manlan originally thought that with her abnormal expression, the other party would continue to question her. Who knew she would get past it so easily? Could this fellow have something going on with Master? You're just standing there and not leaving? Do you still want to put on the chains and continue staying here? Xiao Chan asked when he saw that the other party was not moving. Yao Manlan reacted and asked, What exactly do you want to do? This place cannot hold you. I'll bring you to Qingyun Peak. I'll watch over you personally. Never mind, I'll do it myself. Seeing that the other party seemed to be somewhat foolish, Xiao Chan could not be bothered to waste time, so he restrained her. After leaving, he tossed her into the Flood Dragon War Chariot and flew towards Qingyun Peak. However, what Xiao Chan did not know was that the moment he left, a figure hiding in the darkness of the Sky Dome Palace discovered him. This is troublesome. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chan, is personally watching over you. I have to go back and report to the Demon Monarch Lung Yu. After bringing Yao Manlan back to Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chan personally interrogated her. However, the other party refused to say anything. In the first place, Xiao Chan was not good at interrogating people. Furthermore, he was mindful of the Eros demon Lung Yu's kindness to him in the past, so he did not want to use any excessive methods on Yao Manlan. If Yao Manlan did not want to say anything, then so be it. It would be fine as long as she did not cause trouble for him. Xiao Chun arranged a wooden hut for Yao Manlan in Qingyun Peak, and did not send anyone to watch over her. He only got the female disciples to send her some food regularly. He did not fear Yao Manlan running away. As long as she was 1 kilometer away from Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chan would be able to catch up in an instant. In his free time, Xiao Chan spent most of his time in the desolate back mountains, cultivating the major magic skill, Dermic World. Dermic World required a Dermic World before one could stand firm in the world. A Dermic World required one to use magic energy to condense a Dermic World in the sea of consciousness, reflecting one's heart. At the same time, one had to absorb the light of the sun and the moon, condensing one's soul in it. It was extremely complicated. In the information that the Mahasvara Buddha gave me, it said that everyone's Dermic World is hidden in the depths of one's heart. It is a projection of one's heart. I wonder what my Dermic World will look like? At the summit of the desolate mountain, Xiao Chan sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, he closed his eyes and entered into bitter cultivation. When the sun rose, sunlight shone on Xiao Chen's body, dyeing him golden. It felt warm and very comfortable. Xiao Chan circulated his mental energy to condense a Dermic World, slowly absorbing the radiance of the sun into his sea of consciousness. The sun set and the moon rose. The blazing golden light on Xiao Chen's body vanished, turning into tranquil and peaceful moonlight. Then, he absorbed it into his sea of consciousness as well. This cycle continued for 15 days. After a total of 1 month, a miraculous scene of the sun and moon shining together appeared in the depths of Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. At the intersection of sunlight and moonlight, yin and yang merged, and a golden lotus was born. Of course, the golden lotus was not Xiao Chen's Dermic World. However, if he used the Buddhist sex method to condense a Dermic World, the Dermic World would be born from the golden lotus. If he used the Taoist sex method, the Dermic World would be born from a purple lotus. Different paths led to the same destination. The tiny golden lotus had just sprouted and urgently needed magic energy to nourish it. Xiao Chun was not stingy, slowly gathering his magic energy. He could clearly feel the joy and satisfaction of the golden lotus. Sun and moon shining together, the golden lotus sprouted. The nourishment of magic energy required care and persistence. One could not be too hasty and let the golden lotus grow wildly. Nor could it be too slow or it would starve the golden lotus to death. Condensing a dharmic world required patience. Although it was complicated, as long as no one disturbed it, it would succeed. The golden lotus bud grew stronger and stronger as layers of lotus leaves covered it. When the flower bloomed, Xiaoqin's dharmic world would appear. From then on, it would reside in the depths of his sea of consciousness, guarding it like a deity. Days passed. Xiaoqin's magic energy was about to run out. The golden lotus radiance was already extremely resplendent. Chapter 1305. Behind it, there was a Buddhist light that was faintly discernible. Buddhist chants turned into auspicious Buddhist lights that supported the lotus. That was Mahasvara Buddha's blessing for Xiaoqin. It would ensure that nothing could go wrong in the process of condensing his Dharma idol. Xiao. Suddenly, all the light in the depths of Xiaoqin's sea of consciousness gathered on the golden lotus. All sorts of resplendent lights were withdrawn into the lotus. All sorts of Buddhist chants and Buddhist lights dissipated, leaving only the plain golden lotus. He's here. Xiaoqin thought in his heart, feeling both anticipation and anxiety. The golden lotus had bloomed. Soon he would know what his dharmic incarnation looked like. 1 petal, 2 petal, 3 petal. The petals of the golden lotus slowly opened. As each petal opened, a faint golden light shot out in all directions. All sorts of afterglow danced in the air like ribbons. When the golden lotus completely bloomed, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. Within the light, there was a green-robed man bathed in golden light like a deity. His appearance was dignified without being angry, and there was a frightening hostility between his brows. His eyes were filled with killing intent, causing others to tremble. His appearance was somewhat similar to Xiaoqin's, but whether it was in terms of temperament or the look in his eyes, there was absolutely no way to associate him with Xiaoqin. Dharma, is this my Dharma? What a dense killing intent. Even I can't believe it. Xiaoqin was secretly astonished. The Dharma idol was a projection of the depths of his heart. It turned out that in his heart, his evil tendencies were so strong. Something wasn't right. Logically speaking, his hostility shouldn't be so strong. Forget it, now was not the time to be concerned about this. The Dharma had already been formed. The next step was to merge the body with the Dharma and stand between heaven and earth. After his magic power had recovered, Xiaoqin opened his eyes, got up and quickly circulated the mental cultivation method of the Dharma idol great magic power. Xiaoqin's body shook slightly, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. With a loud bang, his body inflated like a balloon, and in the next moment, he turned into a 1,000-meter-tall giant. Lunar Shadow Saber. With a thought, the Lunar Shadow Saber appeared in Xiaoqin's hand. It was different from what he expected. The Lunar Shadow Saber also grew larger. What was a divine ability? It was something that surpassed one's imagination and was inconceivable. This was the difference between a divine ability and a magical technique. What a human could do was called a technique, and what a human could not do was called a supernatural power. However, he did not have the time to carefully experience the great power brought about by this dharmic world, as well as that extraordinary feeling. A second later, Xiaoqin's body shrank back with a whoosh. Interesting, this is too interesting. It's completely unbelievable. After his body returned to normal, Xiaoqin's heart was still thumping non-stop. This was the feeling brought about by the great divine power. It was truly beyond imagination, inconceivable and refreshing. Xiaoqin's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. At that moment I felt that even if it was Emperor Wu, I would be able to kill him with a single slap. And this is just the beginning. In the future, after the first, second, and third transitions, I wonder how powerful it will be. Unfortunately, the only drawback was that it consumed too much magic power. His magic power could only last for a second. Such a short period of time was meaningless in a real battle. I have to undergo the lightning tribulation quickly, and cultivate the purple thunder divine incantation to the 8th layer. I need to expand my sea of consciousness and cultivate even more magic energy. The strength of the great divine power made Xiaoqin realize the might of magic skills, and the importance of magic energy. In the past, Xiaoqin had not paid enough attention to magic energy. His law energy and primordial energy had been tempered and condensed several times. A strand of law energy could double or even triple the might of an opponent. However, Xiao Chan had never tempered or condensed his magic energy before. He had to pay more attention to this in the future. At this moment it was already late. However, Xiao Chan could not hide the excitement in his heart. He was currently thinking about where to undergo the lightning tribulation. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion would definitely not do. It would cause too big of a commotion. Who knew what kind of waves it would cause? After thinking about it, there were only two suitable places. One was the deep sea and the other was the Sky Dome Immortal realm. As for the specifics, Xiao Chan had not made up his mind yet. There was still something important that he needed to do. He had to let that Eros demon sleep well for a while. At the very least, he could not let her wake up before he returned. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived at Yao Manlan's courtyard on Qingyun Peak. When Yao Manlan, who was sighing in the courtyard, saw Xiao Chan suddenly appear, she was startled. Aside from interrogating her at the start, this fellow did not ask about her at all for the next 2 months. It was like he had forgotten about her. However, when Yao Manlan thought about Xiao Chen's methods, she did not dare to run. She spent her days feeling nervous and conflicted. Every day felt like a year filled with grief. After not seeing you for 2 months, your complexion looks so much worse. Did you not eat anything? Xiao Chen asked casually. Yao Manlan retorted hatefully. Cut the hypocrisy. What exactly do you want? Either release me or kill me. Give me a quick death. Don't torture me like this. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. When I leave the Sky Dome realm, I will naturally release you. Really? Wild joy welled up in Yao Manlan's heart, and she started to fantasize naively. Xiao Chen walked to the stone table and sat down. Then he poured himself a cup of tea. Of course I'm serious. You are not willing to say anything when I ask you. Keeping you around will just be a disaster. Of course I have to let you go. However, before Yao Manlan could savor the joy on her face, Xiao Chen's next sentence completely shattered it. Of course, the prerequisite is that I cripple your cultivation and shatter your meridians. After being fooled, Yao Manlan cursed. You demon! You scoundrel! There is no one more despicable than you in the world. Xiao Chen picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then he said slowly, you have to pay a corresponding price for what you do. You should understand this principle. Unfortunately, you do not. Compared to a certain Eros demon that I know, you are far inferior. Yao Manlan's heart skipped a beat. A certain Eros demon was her master? That was impossible. Her master was a demon monarch. Of the 18 thrones of the deep abyss demonic world, one of them belonged to her. How could she have any dealings with her? It has been more than 10 years since we last met. The past is like the clouds in the sky. Originally, I thought that it had already gone with the wind. Unexpectedly, young Master Xiao still remembers this servant. The sudden voice made Yao Manlan feel both happy and shocked. She was happy that she was finally saved. She was startled that her master immediately appeared and slapped her in the face when she said that it was impossible in her heart. Xiao Chan turned his head back and saw the Eros demon Leng Yu in the air, dressed in azure-colored clothes. Just like before, Leng Yu was still unique. The natural charm of an Eros demon could not be seen on her face at all. Leng Yu was just like when he first met her, as pure as a lotus flower. However, such a person was the only woman who could successfully charm him. Leng Yu had used her charm technique countless times in the deep sea, saving him from the brink of death. Master! Yao Manlan ran over in pleasant surprise and stood beside Leng Yu. However, she still felt somewhat nervous in her heart. Her master actually personally made a trip to the Sky Dome realm for her. Xiao Chen finished his tea and stood up to look at Leng Yu. He felt that he could not see through her at all. Back then, he already felt that this Eros demon was incredibly mysterious. Now that so many years had passed and his strength had increased significantly, he still could not see through her. Leng Yu seemed very strong and also very weak, unfathomable. There was only one explanation. Back then, Leng Yu's strength had decreased significantly because she was injured. Now, not only did she recover her strength, but she even grew stronger. However, none of this mattered. The other party still had not changed. He was not the only one who remembered the past. Why did Leng Yu remember it so clearly? It was because when she charmed someone, many imaginative scenes would appear. It seemed real and fake at the same time, making it hard to tell whether it was reality or an illusion. Furthermore, this period lasted for 1 year. The Sky Dome realm does not allow Emperor Wu to descend. You should know the rules. Are you going to break this rule for the sake of a disciple? Xiao Chen asked directly, not reminiscing about the past. Leng Yu smiled faintly and said, although great chaos is coming and there will always be people who break the rules, I do not dare to take this risk. It is just a clone. Sit. Xiao Chen extended his hand and invited Leng Yu to sit. Then he poured her a cup of tea. Leng Yu picked up the teacup and thanked Xiao Chen softly. I owed you too much back then. Although you said that we were even, I know that I still owe you a lot. If you are willing to let me take Manlan away today, I, the Demon Monarch Leng Yu, will owe you another favor. The Demon Monarch Leng Yu. What a great background. When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled bitterly and did not say anything. When Yao Manlan saw Xiao Chen like this, she could not help feeling angry. What kind of status did her master have? She said that she owed him another favor, yet he did not do anything. This was too much. Xiao Chen said calmly, is there a need to calculate things so clearly between us? Could it be that past experiences in your eyes are just one favor after another? Leng Yu's heart skipped a beat. Then she placed the teacup to her lips. Back then, Xiao Chen was young and arrogant, showing off his sharpness without any scruples. Although he was a man of few words, he dared to draw his saber with a thought for her, saying that he would help her kill. This gave Yao Manlan a sense of security that she, a demon monarch, had never felt before. The various things of the past were buried deep in her heart, indelibly. When Yao Manlan recovered her strength and sat back on the demon monarch throne, she would occasionally think of that white-robed bladesman who was willing to stand up for her. Several times Yao Manlan even doubted whether she was moved. However, so what if she was moved? It was impossible to be separated from a demon in the first place. Furthermore, she was a demon monarch, an aloof and powerful demon monarch. Later, Yao Manlan learned that the other party had gained great fame in the Kunlun realm, becoming the legend of the Blue Dragon King. Yao Manlan felt happy for him but also worried. If this continued, the two of them would end up on opposite sides sooner or later. It was better to forget about that white-robed youth who dared to pull her behind him and face a strong enemy alone. Now that Yao Manlan saw the other party again and saw that he was so strong at such a young age, she knew that the two of them would become enemies sooner or later. Leng Yu recovered her expression very quickly. From the outside, no one could tell that anything was wrong. She drained the tea in one gulp, not leaving anything behind. Dong! The teacup landed on the table moderately. Enduring the pain in her heart, Leng Yu smiled and said, if it is not a favor, then what does the Blue Dragon King think it is? Or do you think that this monarch's favor is not big enough? What other requests do you have? If you need primordial pills, I can give them to you as well. All you have to do is say the word. This smile was emotionless, like falling into an ice cave, chilling one's heart. The past was like the wind scattered long ago. The final hope in Xiao Chen's heart shattered. Perhaps it would be better for an old friend to exist in his dreams. Chapter 1306. Leng Yu remained expressionless, his expression scarily cold. He drained the tea in his hand in one gulp and said indifferently, let's go. Demon Monarch Leng Yu, remember that you owe me, Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, a favor. Leng Yu could still smile when the other party was heartless. However, Xiao Chen could not smile no matter what. Is he leaving? However, Yao Manlan felt something strange. Why does the atmosphere seem somewhat off? Leng Yu's heart bled, but she still maintained a smile. She stood up and said, Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen is indeed magnanimous. Now that I see you today, you truly live up to your reputation. This demon monarch will remember this favor. Whoosh! As Leng Yu carried Yao Manlan, she did not seem reluctant to leave at all. She left as soon as she said so, showing no intention of turning back. The last bit of hope in Xiao Chen's heart vanished. The teacup in his hand shattered with a loud bang. The shard stabbed into his palm and blood slowly flowed out. It was a ghastly sight. Xiao Chen did not have many friends. Friends who had gone through life and death with him were even fewer. Since they were friends, he naturally did not care about the other party's identity. However, back then when Xiao Chen said that they would meet again if fate willed it, how could he have expected that after they met again it would be such a situation? Actually, given Xiao Chen's sharp eyes and meticulous thoughts, he should have been able to catch the change in Leng Yu's expression in that instant. However, Xiao Chen clearly understood why Leng Yu's heart fluttered. He just did not want to admit it. Although some things were hazy, they were very real, unforgettable. Far away, Leng Yu carried Yao Manlan through the void. She should have returned directly to the demonic world. However, she suddenly stopped and landed at the seaside. She could no longer keep up the pretense. She covered her face and squatted down in pain. Master! Yao Manlan felt a strange sourness in her heart. By now, she had already vaguely guessed what happened between her doting master and the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chan. However, how could an Eros demon fall in love? Furthermore, this was the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chan. Once he advanced to martial emperor, he would definitely clash with the demonic world. After a long time, Leng Yu stood up. There seemed to be traces of tears on her face. However, her expression had already recovered the dignity and indifference that a demon monarch should have. Feng Zi acted on his own this time, thinking that by obtaining the Sky Dome heart, the winged demon monarch will view him in a different light. However, he didn't know that he had committed a great taboo. It would have been fine if he had gotten it, but who knew that he wouldn't have gotten it? Now, his father has already imprisoned him in the demon prison. When Yao Manlan heard this, she was startled, forgetting what she had just said. She cried out hoarsely, "Then what about the amber heart that he promised me?" Cold Rain did not say anything. A tricolored amber filled with alluring light appeared in her palm. "I got it from the demonic wind monarch. If it is yours, it will be yours." "Master, I was wrong." Yao Manlan lowered her head and said with tears in her eyes. Leng Yu whispered, "You are not wrong. You just met someone you should not have met." "Who exactly is he?" Yao Manlan plucked up her courage and asked. "He is the person this emperor wants to meet the most in this life. He is also the person this emperor wants to see the most in this life." Wanting to see the most and wanting to see the most seemed contradictory, yet not contradictory at all. Suddenly, Leng Yu's expression changed. Then she led Yao Manlan away and hid their auras in the seawater. A strong gust of wind blew behind him as a white figure flew over on the clouds. That figure landed and stood at the seaside, looking into the distance as if searching for something. Through the icy seawater, Leng Yu clearly saw that figure's appearance. It was Xiao Chan, who had chased after them from Qingyun Peak. Drip, drip. Blood continuously dripped from Xiao Chen's right hand. The wound on his palm looked horrifying. Leng Yu felt a pang in her heart. When she looked up, she saw Xiao Chan smiling bitterly. His lips moved as if he was saying something. "I, Xiao Chan, have never misjudged a person. Was I really wrong this time?" In the seawater, Leng Yu covered her mouth. She could not hold back her tears, letting them flow freely. As he looked at the seaside, Xiao Chen's thoughts fluctuated. Then he revealed a self-mocking smile. He already guessed the result, yet he still foolishly came over, thinking that he could see the scene he anticipated. After a long time, Xiao Chen slowly calmed down. He muttered to himself, "I'll just take it that I saw wrong. However, thank you for that 1 year. Goodbye." Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet, and his figure flashed. In a few blinks of an eye, he vanished from where he was, heading for the depths of the sea. He wanted to undergo his tribulation, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 8th layer. He wanted to forget this unhappiness, to completely forget it amid the 10,000 bolts of lightning. Splash! Water splashed up, and Leng Yu and Yao Manlan leaped out of the water. Leng Yu looked into the distance, not saying anything for a long time. Her gaze seemed to be able to see very far. She could see that Xiao Chan was really rushing towards the deep sea without even looking back. Based on his hurried figure, she could see that he was resolute and decisive, not showing any reluctance to leave. "Master, he is really pretty good. Why didn't you come out?" Yao Manlan asked softly. In all fairness, in Yao Manlan's opinion, the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chan was indeed a very charming person. Leng Yu muttered, "The better he is, the more we cannot meet. Great chaos is coming. You don't know this, but in this great calamity, only one of the demonic world or the Kunlun realm can survive. No one can avoid this fate. We will eventually meet on the battlefield. What is he going to do now?" Is he going to give chase to the demonic world? Yao Manlan asked softly. Lung Yu felt worried in her heart. She shook her head and said, It doesn't seem like it. He cannot go to our demonic world's lair in the Sky Dome realm. Manlan, go back by yourself. I'll follow and take a look. Yao Manlan nodded gently. She knew that since her master made this decision, there was no way to dissuade her. Amid the strong winds, Xiao Chan stepped on the sea. There were countless desolate sea regions in the vast deep sea, too many to count. There were many places to take the tribulation. Xiao Chan did not hesitate and landed on one of the desolate islands. The island was desolate. Aside from rocks and tall mountains piled with rocks, there was nothing else. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 8th layer lightning tribulation should have happened 3 years ago. However, he delayed it until now to be safe. Now that he had a half-step golden body, condensed a heart of an emperor, and cultivated primordial energy, it would be easy for him to undergo the lightning tribulation from 3 years ago. It would be just like when he fought his opponent 3 years ago. He would be able to kill his opponent effortlessly. No matter how many lightning tribulations there were, Xiao Chan did not fear them. There was only the final heart tribulation, the heart demon tribulation. There were too many unknowns. During the previous lightning tribulation, Xiao Chan also fell to the final heart demon tribulation. He could not make it through, so he got Ao Jiao to help. Ao Jiao, don't make a move this time. Otherwise, even if I succeed in my tribulation, the heart demon will accompany me for life, Xiao Chan said seriously. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, nodded. I know. I am too deeply involved with you. If I make a move this time, your heart demon will be even more severe. However, worry flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. However, is this really the right time to undergo the tribulation? Of course, she did not fear the lightning tribulation. With Xiao Chen's half-step golden body, he should be able to endure the 8th layer of the lightning tribulation without any problems. However, the final heart tribulation was hard to say. In the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chen had experienced 2 setbacks. The first was when Lu Ryue's fate was unknown, and she left this abandoned land. The second was now. Xiao Chen had misjudged her, causing his heart to waver. Undergoing the tribulation now was not appropriate, simply not appropriate. Ao Jiao wanted to advise Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen had already made up his mind, so there was no point in saying anything more. Just as Ao Jiao was about to say something, she sighed and pulled back. Let's begin. Xiao Chen crushed an essence stone in his hand. Surging and pure spiritual energy surged towards the purple whirlpool in his dantian. Unlike before, Xiao Chen did not send the absorbed energy into his heart of an emperor. Instead, he let that whirlpool absorb the vast spiritual energy. Boom! The whirlpool, which had been suppressed for so long, did not last for long before exploding. It was so fast that it somewhat surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. It was clear that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer could no longer hold on and needed to break through. It was like a barrel of gunpowder. With just a spark, it gave off a startling explosion. As the explosion rang out in Xiao Chen's body, the boundless thunderclouds within 500 kilometers of him gathered above his head like a vast army. Lung Yu, who was hidden in the distance, felt startled. Xiao Chen was undergoing a tribulation. However, this was not the great tribulation of wind and fire but the lightning tribulation, which made her feel slightly more at ease. Even if he is undergoing a lightning tribulation, he should not have done it now, Lung Yu said with some resentment as she bit her lip. At the same time, she blamed herself. Had she known that Xiao Chen was undergoing a tribulation, she would not have been so heartless. What if he got injured in the lightning tribulation? Whether she was willing or not, the matter had already happened. The lightning tribulation had already begun. Boom! When the first bolt of lightning descended, Xiao Chen gladly endured it. Following that, a continuous barrage of lightning followed, not giving him any time to catch his breath. After 100 bolts of lightning, Xiao Chen used his primordial energy to erect a shield. Given Xiao Chen's experience, this was just an appetizer. The main course would come later. Previously it was 999 bolts of completely different divine lightning struck Xiao Chen until he wished for death, tormenting him half to death. His physical body nearly turned into mud. However, this time it was fine. Xiao Qin's strength had already undergone a drastic change. It was equivalent to having Emperor Wu's strength endure the blue-robed emperor's lightning tribulation. As Xiao Qin expected, after 100 bolts of lightning, all sorts of divine lightning appeared. Some were like weapons, turning into sabers, spears, swords, staffs, and all sorts of lightning weapons, materializing all sorts of killing moves as they descended from the sky. Some turned into ferocious beasts, rearing their heads to the sky and roaring. Some gathered into all sorts of secret treasures, imitating all sorts of might, wanting to crush Xiao Qin. Some turned into mountains, looking majestic and majestic. Some stretched out endlessly, and some rose up strangely, wanting to suppress Xiao Qin. After withstanding more than 300 bolts of divine lightning, the shield shattered. Xiao Qin drew his lunar shadow saber and started to clash with the various divine lightning. He executed everything he learned to deal with the descending divine lightning. Although this was very startling and incredibly dangerous, it was very stable. Everything was within his control. Xiao Qin still had many trump cards that he had not used yet. The number of 9s passed long ago. It looks like my divine lightning this time should be 4 9s, a total of 9,999 bolts. Xiao Qin calculated in his heart. At the same time, he marveled at how powerful this purple thunder divine incantation was. If he were only as strong as the blue-robed emperor, he would definitely die trying to take this lightning tribulation. He would not be able to last until the heart tribulation arrived. Chapter 1307. The further he went, the more dangerous the lightning tribulations became. Xiao Qin was no longer in the mood to count how many lightning tribulations he had undergone. Amid the flashing lightning and roaring thunder, he was like a small boat full of misfortune, in danger of being destroyed at any moment. Xiao Qin had used up all his trump cards. Finally, he relied on the Taiji force field to hold on and clear all the lightning tribulations. The tribulation clouds in the sky scattered, and Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. His clothes were tattered, but his physical body was still intact. It was much better than the first time. The heart tribulation should be arriving soon. Xiao Qin became exceptionally cautious. Previously, he fell to the heart tribulation. He absolutely could not fall again this time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a hole opened in the sky, and intense light poured down, dazzling Xiao Qin's eyes. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was on Qingyun Peak. Lu Ruyue was beside him. She smiled warmly and said, "You are finally willing to come back. Are you still leaving this time?" The familiar face, the familiar voice, and the gentle words. Even if one knew it was fake, one would not be willing to break this rare silence. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and held Lu Ruyue's hands. He said, "I'm not leaving this time." "Good, then it's settled. You are not allowed to leave this time." Lu Ruyue smiled faintly and held Xiao Qin's hands tightly. She could not bear to let go no matter what. The days passed like this on Qingyun Peak. Xiao Qin accompanied Lu Ruyue as they wandered around the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, enjoying the peaceful and warm time. There were no conflicts, no pressure from the Blue Dragon King, no enemies on the path of cultivation. There was only happiness. The two would argue over trivial matters. They would be moved over trivial matters. They would cry, laugh, and even make a fuss. Even though Xiao Qin knew it was fake, he was still filled with reluctance. He wanted to leave several times. However, Lu Ruyue's pitiful gaze defeated him, so he agreed to stay for 1 more month. The lightning tribulation was easy to clear, but the heart tribulation was difficult. Could Xiao Qin clear it this time? Month after month, Xiao Qin stayed in this heart demon world for 1 year. But no matter how long he stayed, he would have to leave one day. What was fake. On this particular day, Xiao Qin felt like leaving. He hugged Lu Ruyue and said, "Even if you are destined to leave, I should see you one last time and not watch you leave in Suifeng's memories." Tears appeared in the corners of Lu Ruyue's eyes as she pushed Xiao Qin away. She looked at him and said, "Are you leaving? Promise me, stay with me for 1 more month, okay? Just 1 more month, just 1 more month, and I'll be satisfied." The corners of Xiao Qin's eyes were also brimming with tears. He said in a trembling voice, "All right, I promise you, but you have to close your eyes first. As long as you promise me, I will listen to everything you say." Lu Ruyue immediately smiled and obediently closed her eyes. "Sorry. Holding back the tears in his eyes, Xiao Chan swung his saber and chopped off Lu Ruyue's head. There were some things that even if you knew it was fake, it was still difficult to do anything about it. Whoosh! The scene before Xiao Chan changed. Ao Jiao leaped out joyfully and said, "Congratulations, you finally cleared this heart tribulation." Xiao Chan forced out a smile. His heart was still immersed in the illusion, in that peaceful and happy atmosphere. That kind of beauty was something one could not bear to part with. This was the horror of a heart demon. Even if one knew it was fake, one would still treat the fake as the truth, forever unable to walk out. Fortunately, Xiao Chan managed to walk out in the end. He wanted to feel the effects of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 8th layer. Suddenly, Xiao Chan frowned. He looked up and discovered a figure hidden in the clouds. "Who is it?" Xiao Chan shouted and gave chase at lightning speed. The clouds parted and he saw a clear figure. Xiao Chan felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Then he rejoiced. "Leng Yu. It's her. It's her. I did not see wrong. She did not go far. She has been following me." Executing the fish dragon arts movement technique, Xiao Chan flew over at lightning speed, chasing after Leng Yu. This time, Xiao Chan swore in his heart that he would not show a straight face on purpose. As a man, he should learn to understand and not act in a fit of pique. As Xiao Chan gave chase, he focused all his attention on that pretty figure in front of him. What heart demon? What Purple Thunder Divine Incantation? He had already forgotten all about it. "Leng Yu, since you can't bear to part with me, why can't you meet me now?" Xiao Chan shouted loudly when he saw the other party getting further and further away. The figure in front of Zhang Xian froze, as if something had triggered her, and her speed slowed down. Xiao Chan took advantage of this opportunity and increased his speed. He leaped into the air and finally landed in front of Leng Yu, blocking her. Their eyes met. Xiao Chan felt many emotions. After a long time he said calmly, "Even if you are a demon monarch with overwhelming strength, if you are willing, I, Xiao Chan, will always be your friend." Leng Yu shook her head and smiled. "It is not as simple as you think. There are too many things that you do not understand." Suddenly, Xiao Chan grabbed Leng Yu's shoulders and said sullenly, "Look at me. I'll ask you one thing. Back then, did you see only one person? I just want you to tell me. Yes or no?" Leng Yu showed a conflicted expression. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "Don't force me." Xiao Chan smiled. He already knew the answer. Leng Yu had indeed been acting earlier. That smile was incredibly cruel, just to hide the struggle in her heart. She was not as heartless as Xiao Chan thought. Letting go of Leng Yu, Xiao Chan smiled and said, "I won't force you. I just need to know that you have not forgotten the past. That is enough." Leng Yu smiled and said, "How can I forget that past? If I really did, I would not be so reluctant to part with you. Don't move. Let me look at that past again. After that I'll leave, all right?" Leng Yu begged. Xiao Chan understood that Leng Yu wanted him to open his heart and search for that memory in the depths of his memories. "Sure, come in. I have never forgotten this part of the past." Xiao Chan smiled faintly and let Leng Yu place her finger on his forehead. In the real world on a calm sea, Ao Jiao circled around Xiao Chan anxiously. 7 days had passed since the lightning tribulation, but Xiao Chan still had not woken up. Xiao Chan did not know what he had experienced in the heart demon world that completely entangled him. Ao Jiao felt sorrowful in her heart. If this continued, Xiao Chen's heart would definitely be swallowed up by the heart demon. He would become a heartless body, never to wake up again. However, she could not help at all. Xiao Chan could only rely on himself for such matters. Only an expert whose mental energy cultivation reached the level of the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign could interfere. Not to mention the fact that Emperor Forsaken would not come to help Xiao Chan. Even if he did, 7 days had already passed. It might not be of any use. Up in the clouds, Leng Yu's expression turned grave. She had already cultivated her charm techniques to the point where she could infiltrate the mind. With one glance, she could tell that Xiao Chan was undergoing a heart tribulation. However, 7 days had passed, and Xiao Chan still had not woken up. Not good. The heart demon probably caught hold of his weakness. I have to go and take a look. Originally, Leng Yu was prepared to never face Xiao Chan again. However, now that Xiao Chan was in danger, she could no longer care so much. A purple mark flickered on Lung Yu's forehead. A strong wind blew, and a strong aura spread out from her body. The clouds scattered, revealing Lung Yu in azure, looking tyrannical as she hovered in midair. At this moment, the demon monarch Lung Yu did not look weak at all. Lung Yu's strong aura caused the vast and boundless sea to tremble in fear, kicking up huge waves. Aojiao looked up. However, before she could understand what was going on, she fainted the moment she saw Lung Yu's eyes. Lung Yu floated down and placed a finger on Xiao Qin's forehead. A horrifying scene appeared before her eyes. His heart, which was beating non-stop, had already been half occupied by the black shadow. It looked as if an ugly monster was going to swallow the tender heart whole. What exactly is it that made him completely defenseless, opening up his heart? Does this fellow not know that he is undergoing a heart tribulation? The demon monarch Lung Yu exclaimed. Then she directly entered that heart. Whoosh! The scene before Lung Yu changed. She saw a scene that caused her mind to go blank. She saw Xiao Qian closing his eyes, letting her touch his forehead with her finger. The two revealed smiles on their faces. However, Xiao Qin's smile was blissful and serene. Lung Yu's smile was strange and sinister. To think that Xiao Qian opened up his heart for her. Damn it! Damn it to the extreme. Rage surged in Lung Yu's heart. Her expression turned cold. She had never felt so furious before. Insignificant heart demon. Who gave you the courage to touch this monarch's person? Lung Yu roared as she walked over step by step. The demon monarch's tyranny made others not dare to look her in the eye. The heart demon Lung Yu, who was in front of Xiao Qian, turned her head and was startled, turning pale. Still not stopping. Do you believe that this monarch will lock you in a heart prison and let the heart flame burn you for 1,000 years, 10,000 years? The heart demon Lung Yu trembled, quickly letting go in fright. Xiao Qian slowly woke up. He recalled the memories he had with Lung Yu back then. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and saw two Lung Yu before him. One was lying on the ground looking very weak. The other had a cold and emotionless face and a frightening killing chi. Her gaze revealed a strong tyrannical aura. Xiao Qian, she is a heart demon. Quickly, save me. The heart demon Lung Yu said as she sobbed. Lung Yu frowned and shouted coldly. How dare you? Lung Yu waved her long sleeves, and the heart demon Lung Yu's body immediately burned. She cried out in pain and reverted to her original form. That clump of ugly, illusory light changed continuously as she wailed in pain. Xiao Qian seemed to wake up from a dream. He looked at Lung Yu, who gave off the boundless sovereign aura. However, he felt somewhat confused, not knowing what was going on. Lung Yu walked over step by step, and her expression turned gentle. You opened up your heart to the heart demon. The situation is critical. Don't ask anything now. I already occupied this heart demon's true body. If you kill me now, you can come out. Xiao Qian felt like he was dreaming. You did not leave all this while. Are you watching me undergo my tribulation? Lung Yu smiled sadly. If something happens to you, I will not be able to rest easy. After saying that, Lung Yu grabbed Xiao Qian's hand and stabbed it into her heart. Boom! All the illusions vanished, and Xiao Qian returned to reality. He saw blood leaking out of a corner of Lung Yu's lips. Her finger, which was on Xiao Qian's forehead, relaxed. Chapter 1308. Xiao Qian felt a pang in his heart. He quickly stretched out his hand to grab it. However, Lung Yu's body turned into light and scattered. Lung Yu revealed a smile as she caressed Xiao Qian's face with her other hand. Don't overthink. The relationship between you and me is not something that can be explained with words like favor. Whether you are the Blue Dragon King of the Kunlun realm or me, the demon monarch in my heart, you will always be that frivolous youth who left me behind. Right after Xiao Qian spoke, Lung Yu's body turned into nothing. This clone died for the sake of saving Xiao Qian. At the same time, in a cold and magnificent palace in the deep abyss demonic world, Lung Yu wore luxurious yellow robes and had her eyes closed, exuding a cold and noble air. Many figures stood on both sides of the throne. Without exception, they were all handsome men with strong auras. There were humans, fiend race, deity race, and demon race. These were Lung Yu's heart slaves, all her slaves. When the clone died, Lung Yu, who was on the throne, opened her eyes. All the heart slaves knelt down and shouted respectfully, Master! Lung Yu did not even look at them. She stretched out her hand, and a beam of light materialized into a white-clad youth with a treasured saber hanging at his waist. There are thousands of handsome men in the world. The demon monarch, Leng Yu, is moved only by you. What happened in the illusion happened in reality as well. What was real and what was fake, what was real and what was fake. Even Xiao Qian could not distinguish them. No wonder the heart demon could find an opening. Xiao Qian closed his eyes and looked at his dantian. The purple electric chi whirlpool had clearly doubled in size. Suddenly he opened his eyes and finally understood. In the illusion, when he checked the 8th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation, all sorts of things attracted his attention, preventing him from checking it. This was because even Xiao Qian did not know what the 8th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation was like. Naturally, he could not create a heart demon in the illusion. Now that he saw the chi whirlpool formed by the 8th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation, and his sea of consciousness that had expanded by 4 or 5 times, he finally knew that he was truly standing in reality. After a while, Xiao Qian guffawed loudly. Leng Yu had indeed not changed. Xiao Qian had not misjudged her. There was an indescribable carefreeness in Xiao Qian's laughter, as if a knot in his heart had been untied. After laughing, a feeling of hunger suddenly came from every part of his body. Not only did the cyclone in his dantian feel hungry, but the nascent soul in his sea of consciousness was also crying piteously for food. Since he reached the consummation blue-robed emperor, his cultivation had stopped. After that Xiao Qian, he had not felt this hunger in a long time. Unfortunately, this was the Sky Dome realm and not the Kunlun realm. Otherwise, it would be like a fish in the sea, comfortable and carefree. Xiao Qian's face lit up in joy. The progress that he had been waiting for was finally here. Xiao Qian, Qi, Xiao and Chen and a Yun and the Xiao. And Ji Chen. After the purple thunder divine incantation converted the spiritual energy from the essence stones, it split into 2 parts. One flowed to his sea of consciousness, increasing his magic energy. The other flowed to the blue dragon Yuanying, increasing his cultivation. In merely 1 hour, the 2 essence stones were completely drained, turning into useless rocks. His body was not satisfied yet. Xiao Qian tossed them aside and continued to take out the 2 essence stones to cultivate. Right now, he urgently needed these cultivation resources, so he did not feel any reluctance to part with them. Time passed slowly. After 3 days, the hunger in Xiao Qian's body was no longer as pressing. The magic energy flowing in his enlarged sea of consciousness already occupied half of it. Counting carefully, the magic energy was more than double that of the purple thunder divine incantation's 7th layer. Furthermore, it was purer. When Xiao Qian filled his sea of consciousness, his magic energy would be much stronger. However, this was not the greatest change. The greatest change was in his blue dragon Yuanying. The blue dragon martial spirit residing in his dantian felt like it had undergone a qualitative leap. However, the price was startling as well. In the past 3 days, Xiao Qian had used up double the 20,000 essence stones that he had. Xiao Qian sighed softly. If I were in the Kunlun realm, given the abundant spiritual energy of the Kunlun realm, I would have been able to save at least 5,000 essence stones. Although Xiao Qian said this, he did not regret it. There were too many uncertainties in the Kunlun realm. He might not have been able to clear his tribulation so smoothly in the Kunlun realm. Xiao Qian, you cleared your heart tribulation? Ao Jiao, who had been unconscious for 3 days, slowly woke up. She still felt somewhat groggy. Xiao Qian smiled and said, I did. It's been hard on you. Ao Jiao smiled embarrassedly and said, What hard on me? I'm too embarrassed to say that I actually fell asleep. Damn it. Xiao Qian understood that Ao Jiao should not have fallen asleep. Leng Yu must have made her fall asleep. Come, let's return to Qingyun Peak. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Qian's life became exceptionally peaceful. Aside from cultivating, he would wander around. Occasionally, he would see some of his old friends in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Taiji Dao, the Saber Domain, and the major magic skill of Dermic World slowly calmed down during these peaceful days. Sometimes, when Xiao Qian calmed down, he vaguely felt that the Emperor's bridge that connected the world to the chasm was already mostly completed. Xiao Qian stood on the bridge and looked across. The heavy fog surrounding the Emperor's door had already significantly dissipated. The great tribulation of wind and fire approached. It was fine in the Sky Dome realm. When Xiao Chan cultivated, he could even hear the sound of surging winds and blazing flames. Under such circumstances, Xiao Chan had already stopped cultivating his primordial energy and heavenly sage laws. He feared that if he made a mistake, the great tribulation of wind and fire would suddenly descend, catching him off guard. Xiao Chan focused all his attention on the cultivation of his magic energy, continuously tempering and polishing his magic energy, making it even purer. Now he could maintain the major magic skill of Dermic World for 3 seconds. One should not underestimate these 3 seconds. 3 seconds of Dermic World was sufficient for Xiao Chan to do many things. If he used it at a crucial moment, he could instantly reverse the situation and turn the situation around. The Taiji Dao, the mysteries of stillness and movement, fast and slow, had already formally entered the introductory stage. This Taiji Dao was like a brand new door, opening a completely different world for Xiao Chan. Xiao Chen's cultivation of the fish dragon art slowly entered an optimal state. When he dodged, he nearly completely infused it into the Taiji Dao. The cultivation of the saber domain entered a completely different realm, a comprehension that had never been recorded in the Kunlun realm before. Now Xiao Chan had cultivated 3 spots of light like the sun in his sea of consciousness. Xiao Chan did not know what they were exactly. He only knew that when he touched them, they would be extremely mighty, as horrifying as the sun exploding. In the blink of an eye, 1 year had passed since Xiao Chan left the Kunlun realm and arrived in the Sky Dome realm. On this particular day, Yu Chenxi, Gong Yangyu, and Xin Yuanzhantian traveled together to Qingyun Peak, where Xiao Chan was. "Are we leaving?" Xiao Chen asked. The 3 nodded. They were different from Xiao Chen. Right now, Xiao Chan could no longer raise his cultivation. He mainly focused on cultivating his mental state and cultivating his magic energy. Furthermore, they were in their golden years and needed to take risks and encounter great fortuitous encounters to raise their cultivation. They could not remain in the Sky Dome realm for long. Half a year was already a very long time. If they were in the Kunlun realm, half a year would be enough to raise their cultivation by 1 grade. Right now, the Sky Dome realm looks peaceful on the surface, but in reality, there are undercurrents. "One day it will erupt," Yu Chenxi said worriedly. At the mention of this, Xin Yuanzhantian felt worried. He nodded and said, "Indeed. My father told me that there will be a great change in the Kunlun realm. Great chaos is coming. Right now, this is just the calm before the storm." From the moment Feng Zi started snatching the Sky Dome heart, Xiao Chan had already anticipated that there would be a great change in the Sky Dome realm. Xiao Chan knew even more than these 3. He had learned from Yingyu that the great chaos 10,000 years ago, which caused the Tianwu Emperor and the Qing Emperor to fall at the same time, started in the Sky Dome realm. With such worry, even if they left, they would not feel at ease. Xiao Chan said, "How about this? Bring your families to my Xiao clan. I laid a formation there that can defend against Emperor Wu. Even if there is great chaos in the future, it will be a buffer, giving us time to send reinforcements." "That is good." Yu Chenxi and the other 2 rejoiced. On this trip to the Kunlun realm, the ones they worried about the most were their families. With Xiao Chen's words, they finally had something to worry about. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then he thought of something and said, "There are a few people of my Xiao clan with pretty good talent. This time, I'll have to trouble you to bring them to the Kunlun realm. If you have time, help me take care of them. Don't worry. Just leave this small matter to us." As Xiao Chan watched the 3 leave excitedly, he revealed a contemplative expression on his calm face. Everything that happened in the Sky Dome Immortal realm still made him feel uneasy. Something must have happened in the Kunlun realm. Otherwise, the 3 holy masters would not be so bold as to send people to the Sky Dome realm to seek trouble for him. Everyone says that great chaos is coming. How chaotic will it be? Xiao Chun asked as he swirled the teacup in his hand. Just at this moment, Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He felt a fluctuation, and he immediately looked into the distance. At the limits of his vision was the ancient desolate land, the hidden dragon lake, the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's grave. This was strange. Back then, the formation that Xiao Chan used to seal the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's grave was considered powerful in the Sky Dome realm. However, it could not block an existence on the level of the blue-robed emperor. However, even after so many years, No one had touched the first-generation Tianwu emperor's grave. Many people should be interested in such a person. However, no one had broken the formation that Xiao Chen left. Xiao Chen was the one who laid the formation, and the formation flags were his secret treasures. As long as there was any movement, he would be able to sense it immediately. Back then, when Xiao Chen left the formation, he did not intend to block everyone. He only wanted to be able to rush over immediately when someone touched the formation. However, no one touched it. Was it because they feared his reputation and did not dare to touch it? Xiao Chen felt that this possibility was very low. The greater reason might be because of Chu Chaoyun. This person definitely held a high position in the deep abyss demonic world. Perhaps Xiao Chen had instructed the demons not to touch it. As for the people of the Sky Dome realm, they gave him face and did not touch it. However, there was a sudden fluctuation today. Someone was touching the formation that Xiao Chen left behind. Strange. Xiao Chen stood up and casually tore space, rushing towards the ancient desolate land at lightning speed. 10,000 years ago, the ancient desolate land had been the capital of the Tianwu dynasty, the center of the entire Sky Dome realm. With the fall of the dynasty, the prosperity of the past was no more. Now this place had turned into a stretch of endless lakes. Chapter 1309. Whoosh! Xiao Chen appeared in the sky above the ancient desolate land. He felt that the attacks on the formation had suddenly stopped. The formation that Xiao Chen laid was still there. This startled Xiao Chen. It was not that someone was truly trying to break the formation. They just wanted to lure him over. Who could it be? However, Xiao Chen did not fear this. Right now, he believed that no one in the Sky Dome realm was a match for him. Even major characters like the three holy masters did not dare to send people to seek trouble for him after Xiao Chen snatched away 3 sets of peak-quality king-grade battle armor. Xiao Chen only felt suspicious. Who exactly was the person who lured him over? Was he not afraid of death? Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense everywhere he looked, immediately covering the entire lake in the ancient desolate land. The cultivators on the various islands and lakes with different expressions could not escape Xiao Chen's eyes. After scanning the entire lake and withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen still could not find anyone suspicious. Just as Xiao Chen's gaze shifted, he noticed a back view. The owner of this back view sat at the edge of the ancient desolate land with a sword on his back. As he looked at the lake in the ancient desolate land, he entered a daze, his face filled with grief. Just by looking at this back view, one could sense the sorrow and vicissitudes of life in his heart. It's him. Xiao Chen slowly descended and walked over step by step. With one look he guessed who this back view was. It was the Tianwu dynasty's descendant Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun did not have any special aura. He looked ordinary. When the other cultivators passed by saw this appearance, they all felt confused. They all felt that they didn't know what was going on and found it hard to understand. Why was Chu Chaoyun staring at the lake in a daze for no reason? Furthermore, he even put on a sorrowful expression. Who was he showing this to? When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he suddenly thought of a saying. Those who know me know my worries. Those who do not know me know what I seek. Those who knew the ins and outs like Xiao Chen naturally knew. Chu Chaoyun was just reminiscing. 10,000 years ago, this was the most bustling place in the Sky Dome realm, the center of the entire world. Carriages and people came and went, and the banners of the Tianwu dynasty filled the air. However, 10,000 years later the city was gone, and the capital was destroyed. All that could be seen was a vast lake. As a descendant of the dynasty, he would probably feel deeply moved every time he saw it. However, outsiders did not know that those martial artists who passed by only saw a silly boy staring blankly at the lake. When he saw Chu Chaoyun, he was certain that he was the one who had led him here. As if he had eyes at the back of his head, Chu Chaoyun seemed to have sensed Xiao Chen's arrival. He suddenly got up and dashed forward. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he chased after him. As the chase continued, they arrived at the hidden dragon lake. Chu Chaoyun dove into the lake with a plop. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Chen evaluated his strength. Even if there was an ambush below, he would be able to escape if he executed Dermic World and even kill his opponent. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen quickly followed after Chu Chaoyun and entered the hidden dragon lake. When Xiao Chen reached the bottom of the lake and passed through the invisible barrier, He saw Chu Chaoyun hovering in the air above the Tianwu Emperor's grave. Aside from Chu Chaoyun, there was no one else in the surroundings. There was no ambush that Xiao Chun feared. Xiao Chun walked over calmly and asked, "What do you want by luring me here? Chu Chaoyun, you can speak now, right?" Before the Tianwu Emperor's grave, Chu Chaoyun turned around and looked at Xiao Chun. Then he revealed a smile and said, "It's nothing. I just want to see how strong you are now." Xiao Chun was now extremely calm. He asked indifferently, "In that case, are you really seeking death?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "Indeed. Aside from Emperor Wu, no one is a match for you. Even the most horrifying outstanding talents of the royal clans in the deep abyss demonic world might not be a match for you. However, when judging a person, one should not just look at what is in front of them. More importantly, one has to look at the future. I am here to see if you have any hope of clearing your tribulation." Xiao Chun said interestedly, "Many thanks for your concern. In that case, what do you think my chances are?" Chu Chaoyun replied unhurriedly, "With your strength, I feel that you have a 10% chance." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "10%? That is quite a high chance. Since ancient times, not even 1 in 10,000 people have cleared their great tribulation of wind and fire. I'm not done yet. If we consider external factors, your chances of clearing your tribulation would be 1 in 10,000. Chu Chaoyun paused for a moment before continuing. "Perhaps you do not know yet, but the Thunder King's 10,000-year tribulation arrived early. Now there is no news of him. His fate is unknown. No one knows any news of him." "What? You heard right. Now there is no news of the Thunder King. Many rumors say that he is already dead. The entire Kunlun realm is in chaos." When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt startled. No wonder the 3 holy masters dared to come to the lower realm and send people to attack him. It turned out that such a huge change had happened in the Kunlun realm. As the undisputed king of the Kunlun realm, the strongest expert, the Thunder King, such a huge situation actually happened to him. There was no news of him, and his fate was unknown. The Thunder King could be considered Xiao Chun's strongest backer. Back in the Kunlun realm, the Thunder King's existence was a major reason why Xiao Chun had not been crushed to death by the major characters. However, such a change was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Xiao Chun. The difficulty of advancing to martial emperor suddenly increased explosively. The great tribulation of wind and fire already left him in a terrible state. The moment the Thunder King left, the balance of the external factors was broken. The external factors immediately became strange. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "Sorry for bringing you such bad news. However, this is good as well. It is much better than going to the Kunlun realm and suddenly finding out. At the very least, you have a buffer." Xiao Chun recovered his wits and asked coldly, "What's wrong? Should I thank you?" Chu Chaoyun waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. You don't have to look at me like that. There will definitely be a battle between us, but now is not the time." "These words again." Xiao Chun frowned and said, "I've heard enough of these words. What exactly is the grudge between us? Although I have always treated you as my opponent, I do not have much hatred for you. However, for so many years you have been hiding things from me, telling me these words. What exactly do you mean?" "There's no rush. Our goal is the same. We have not achieved our goal yet, so how can we tell you everything? Catch this." Chu Chaoyun gently leaped up and casually broke the formation that Xiao Chun left. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed a formation flag, tossing it to Xiao Chun. A formation that a martial sage laid could not pose a problem for Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chun was not surprised. However, he had not expected the other party to break it so casually. Xiao Chun caught the formation flag and saw that Chu Chaoyun seemed to want to destroy the Tianwu Emperor's grave. His expression changed slightly, and a murderous intent surged in his heart. "Stop." Chu Chaoyun gently drifted down and stood on the simple tombstone of the first-generation Tianwu Emperor. He smiled gently and said, "Why stop? Actually, you must be very curious about the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's grave, right? Today I will let you see what is inside." Before Xiao Chun could stop Chu Chaoyun, he saw Chu Chaoyun shatter the tombstone with one palm strike. The entire grave exploded, blasting the coffin out. The lid of the coffin opened with a huangdang sound. When Xiao Chun, who was preparing to make a move, saw the situation in the coffin, his face filled with shock and disbelief. With a face full of shock and disbelief, he stopped what he was doing. Empty? That's right. After the heavy coffin lid opened, there was nothing in the coffin. It was completely clean and there was nothing there. Xiao Chun suspected that he saw wrong. This place had been determined to be the grave of the first-generation Tianwu emperor for close to 20,000 years. However, there was indeed nothing in there. The old dragon guarding this place had solemnly instructed Xiao Chun not to let anyone open it. There was nothing in there. What difference would it make if Xiao Chun did not open it? Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Chaoyun. You knew long ago that there was nothing in there? Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and said, if there really was any inheritance, someone would have opened it long ago when the Tianwu dynasty was destroyed to save the dynasty. Those major characters would have already come to take it away. How could it be left to us two small fries? Xiao Chun did not dare to believe it. However, that old dragon solemnly guarded this place for who knows how many years. If there is nothing in there, why would it need to guard this place? Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up as he kicked the coffin a few times. It is not that there is nothing. I heard that this coffin was made by the first-generation Tianwu emperor himself. It has a pretty good commemorative value. The old dragon was foolishly loyal. What it guarded was just a symbol. Chu Chaoyun's words were filled with disrespect for this first-generation Tianwu emperor. He did not care about the first-generation Tianwu emperor at all, treating him like an ancestor, not showing any respect at all. Xiao Chun still found this inconceivable. This result surpassed his expectations. Unexpectedly, there was nothing in the grave of the first-generation Tianwu emperor. Xiao Chun's figure flashed and arrived at the blasted grave. The grave palace was rather intact, filled with the style of the ancient Tianwu dynasty. Xiao Chun carefully looked around. The construction of the grave palace was not complicated or spacious. The walls of the average-sized grave palace were all solid. There were no secret passages or secret rooms. There were some murals carved on the walls. When Xiao Chun touched them, he felt a sharp sword intent. Even after the destruction of the dynasty, more than 20,000 years ago, the sword intent was still sharp. If not for Xiao Chun's current strength and his cultivation of the saber Dao reaching an unprecedented level, it would be hard to say that he would not be injured. Aside from the sharpness, Xiao Chun could feel the casual nature of the sword intent's master in this sword intent. That was to say, these murals were casually left behind by the sword intent's master, and did not hold any special meaning. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and carefully examined the murals. Due to the passage of time, the murals were already very blurry. Most of them were covered by dust. However, based on the trajectory of the sword intent, Xiao Chun could feel that the sword intent's master carved these murals in one breath, using a sword. Xiao Chun looked around and used his sharp senses to find the starting point of the murals. After that, he stepped forward and closed his eyes. Then he used his left hand to touch the starting point. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Chun formed hand seals with his right hand and extended his hand. The dust in the grave palace flickered with light. Under the control of Xiao Chun's life bestowal spell, the dust gathered into a figure holding a sword. Vaguely, Xiao Chun seemed to see the scene of the sword intent's master dancing with the sword 20,000 years ago. Xiao Chun followed the starting point of the murals and walked forward step by step. His right hand continuously formed hand seals. Whoosh! 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 The figure formed by the dust danced with the sword, executing a sword technique. It was like this figure was reenacting the actions of the sword intent's master from 20,000 years ago, dancing with the sword. The sword light was magnificent and elegant. Chapter 13:10. His swordsmanship could not be considered very brilliant, but his carefree and casual temperament could still be felt clearly even after 20,000 years. Sword chi swept through the grave palace, causing the dust on the walls to fall off. The mural that revealed the true face of Mount Lu seemed to be influenced. The figure in the mural came to life and started dancing. Instantly, the entire grave palace was filled with sword images. Metallic clangs rang out endlessly. The scenes of distant history and reality merged together, creating a complicated scene. The stars moved in the grave palace as if time and space were reversed. On the ground, the previously calm Chu Chaoyun showed a slightly strange expression when he saw the sky full of sword images in the grave palace. Suddenly, two figures of light appeared on Chu Chaoyun's left and right, one black and one white. They held swords and moved at the same time. The sword technique materialized was no different from the one in the grave palace. In these sword images, Xiao Chun found a familiar feeling. The three sun-like lights in his sea of consciousness flickered endlessly, showing off their sharpness. They were like suns in his sea of consciousness, giving off an intense light. Xiao Chun walked slowly step by step. As he sensed the sword Dao contained in the sword intent, he continuously perfected his saber Dao. When Xiao Chun reached the end of the mural, the figure formed by the life bestowal spell smiled faintly and nodded. It seemed very satisfied with the mural that it made. Then it sheathed its sword and soared into the sky. Chu Chaoyun raised his head and looked at the figure soaring into the sky. His expression was complicated as he muttered to himself, "Since you are so strong, unparalleled since ancient times, why did you leave behind this vast dynasty and not care about it?" Whoosh! The black and white figures merged into Chu Chaoyun's body. He stretched out his finger, and the figure soaring into the sky directly shattered, turning into countless specks of dust and scattering. Inside the grave palace, Xiao Chun did not know about Chu Chaoyun's expression. He was currently carefully comprehending what he gained from the mural. Xiao Chun was practically certain that the first-generation Tianwu emperor left this mural behind. He had casually created it in one breath, forming this majestic painting. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Those sun-like motes of light in his sea of consciousness were a kind of energy that could only be comprehended through the saber domain after entering the saber Dao. Let's call it saber energy for now. It was a certain level of the saber Dao. He felt a similar sword energy in the first-generation Tianwu emperor's sword intent. However, the first-generation Tianwu emperor's sword energy was much stronger than Xiao Chen's. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a drop of water compared to an ocean. From the looks of it, Xiao Chen's choice in the saber domain was correct. As a bladesman, he should focus on the saber and supplement it with his domain. The use of the saber domain for bladesmen was to cultivate this saber energy. With a flash, Xiao Chun reappeared on the ground. He looked at Chu Chaoyun and said, "Many thanks for your help. Otherwise, I would not have been able to understand my saber Dao so clearly." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "I didn't mean it. You don't have to thank me. I should be the one thanking you for making me realize how despicable the owner of this tomb is." Hate. Xiao Chun saw hatred in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Hatred for the first-generation Tianwu emperor. The first-generation Tianwu emperor left behind a fake tomb and faked his own death. No longer caring about his descendants or the dynasty he founded. No wonder Chu Chaoyun hated him. Where did the first-generation Tianwu emperor go? Had he left this place of exile? Or perhaps he was not a person of this abandoned land at all, and just went to where he should be. Why did Xiao Chun think this way? It was because he felt that this first-generation Tianwu emperor was ridiculously strong, much stronger than the cultivators of the Kunlun realm's ancient era. There was also that strange heavenly flame. Xiao Chun felt that this heavenly flame might be like the heavenly snow divine flame that he obtained, a flame born from the primal chaos. However, the heavenly flame was already nourished to an extremely strong level. As for the heavenly snow divine flame that Xiao Chun obtained, it was extremely weak, like a baby crying piteously for food. Xiao Chun calmed down and said with a grave expression, "Chu Chaoyun, what is your purpose in luring me here? Can you tell me now? You told me that the Thunder King is missing and blasted open the tomb. What exactly are you trying to say?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "Given your intelligence, you should be able to figure it out on your own. Think about it." Xiao Chen's face sank. He knew that Chu Chaoyun definitely had an ulterior motive for luring him here. He would not come here to reminisce for no reason. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. A light flashed in his mind and 4 words rang out, luring the tiger away from the mountains. With a thought, Xiao Chun split his spiritual sense into 2 and spread it out frantically. Soon the scene of the Xiao clan city and Qingyun Peak appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. It was calm and peaceful without any ripples. Everything is fine. In that case, it is for the remaining half of the Sky Dome heart. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and looked straight at Chu Chaoyun. He said, You want to obtain the Sky Dome heart? Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, You are indeed not stupid. However, it is useless for you to know now. The Sky Dome Palace should have been broken already. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If not for you demonstrating how to break that Sky Dome dragon formation, the Sky Dome Palace would not have been easy to break. Whoosh! Xiao Chan could not be bothered to speak nonsense with Chu Chaoyun. His figure flashed and flew forward, preparing to rush to the Sky Dome Palace. It is not that easy to go and help. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. His left eye released an intense white light, and his right eye turned a fearsome black. A smile separated black and white. With Chu Chaoyun's body as the boundary, one on the left and one on the right, black and white were distinct. The black light and the white light divided the entire world into two. It was an extremely strange sight. The black and white lights formed a formless aura that tried to swallow up Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. This fellow had already comprehended the will of light and the will of darkness to their limits. Xiao Chun's figure flickered, and this aura forced him back. After spreading out his saber domain, the moment Xiao Chun landed, he gently pushed off with his feet. Then he shot forward like a sharp arrow, charging with an even stronger aura. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and spread out his sword domain as well. Then he took a step forward and charged at Xiao Chun. The two did not draw their sabers and swords, fighting speed with speed, only using their fists and palms. However, the saber intent and sword intent in their fists and palms were not weak at all. Although it was clearly just a clash of fists and feet, intense clanging rang out in the sky. The saber domain and the sword domain overlapped, piercing space and turning it into a mess. Xiao Chun did not use the Taiji Dao, only using his saber domain and his fists and feet to fight. The two knew that this was just a simple test. After 100 moves, they both pushed back 10 kilometers and faced each other from a distance. Faintly, the two of them emitted a sharp glow that soared into the sky, forming a formless saber and a formless sword. Suddenly, Xiao Chun smiled and said, Chu Chaoyun, it looks like your cultivation of the state of primal chaos is not going well. The stronger you cultivate light and darkness, the more they oppose each other, and the harder it is to merge them. A few years ago when Xiao Chun met Chu Chaoyun, the other party could still merge light and darkness, forming a vague form of primal chaos. However, now that Chu Chaoyun grew stronger, the opposition between light and darkness intensified, making it even harder to merge them. It is enough to stop you, Chu Chaoyun said. He did not confirm or deny Xiao Chen's guess. Xiao Chun retorted indifferently, that might not be the case. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, he drew the lunar shadow saber. Then, he used his flawless saber Dao to form an even more ferocious aura. His body merged with the saber. His clothes and hair each gave off a sharpness. Retreat. Before Xiao Chen's strong aura, Chu Chaoyun did not choose to clash head-on. His body gave off a black and white light as he took 5 steps back. When he could no longer retreat, Chu Chaoyun drew his sword. Chung! Chung! When Xiao Chun drew his sword, 2 sword hums rang out. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun's body split into 2. One was clad in black robes, and the other was clad in white robes. Their appearances were the same, but their auras were different. The most important thing was that they both had a sword domain. Light sword domain and dark sword domain. Just because I did not enter the primal chaos Great Tao does not mean that I have become weak. The two figures spoke at the same time, their voices echoing in the surroundings. Then they suppressed Xiao Chun from the left and right. Invisibly, Xiao Chen's saber technique was suppressed. Taiji Dao. With a thought, the primordial energy in Xiao Chen's body materialized the Taiji force field as he executed the fish dragon art. Xiao Chun alternated between fast and slow. After images flashed, and lightning flashed in the sky, reversing the situation. Xiao Chun was no longer in the mood to waste time with Chu Chaoyun. He still had to rush to the Sky Dome Palace. After 100 moves, Xiao Chun directly executed the Taiji explosion. Bang! The ground under Xiao Chun's feet exploded. The power of the world controlled by the Taiji force field shattered and shattered. The explosion of the Taiji force field seemed to have obliterated the laws of the Great Tao within 1 kilometer. Chu Chaoyun's black and white figures vomited blood as they flew back. After they landed, they smiled bitterly. Without primordial energy, Fighting you is really at a disadvantage. Among the same generation, any outstanding talent that did not advance to martial emperor would be using half their strength to fight Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun snorted coldly and said, "Go away. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting serious." After obstructing him until now, Xiao Chun was truly enraged. He still had the peak will of thunder, the 3 layers of saber energy, and the major magic skill, Dermic World. If Chu Chaoyun continued to block him, Xiao Chun would not mind using these trump cards. However, Chu Chaoyun should also have trump cards that he had not used. Defeating the other party would not be a problem. However, whether he could kill Xiao Chun was uncertain. Xiao Chun sheathed his swords and smiled at the same time, saying, "Let's go. I hope you can make it in time." Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. Then, he glanced at Chu Chaoyun before leaving in a flash. "How much of his strength do you think he has exposed?" the white-robed Chu Chaoyun asked. The black-robed Chu Chaoyun replied unhurriedly, "About 40%. It seemed like Chu Chaoyun was talking to himself, but it also seemed like the two of them were conversing. The scene was incredibly strange. 2 beams of light, one black and one white, merged back into Chu Chaoyun's body. Primal chaos filled his eyes as he muttered, "The great chaos of the Kunlun realm has already begun. No matter what, I hope you can clear your great tribulation of wind and fire." By the time Xiao Chun arrived at the Sky Dome Palace, the recently rebuilt Sky Dome Palace was in disarray again. Many cultivators lay on the ground crying and groaning. However, most of them were fine. Their lives were not in danger. Amid the crowd, Xiao Chun found Old Yun. The other party's complexion was very poor, like he had aged significantly. Chapter 13:11. Xiao Chun's heart sank. He knew that he was probably too late, so he walked over and asked around. Indeed, a group of mysterious people snatched away the remaining half of the Sky Dome heart. "They are not demons?" "No. Although they were masked, I can be sure that they are not demons. They do not have the aura of a demon." Old Yun told Xiao Chun about what happened back then. A group of masked people used a method similar to what Xiao Chun did. They made the dragon soul in the sky clash with the Sky Dome dragon on the ground, breaking the Sky Dome dragon formation and snatching away the Sky Dome heart. Old Yun sighed. "This world is really chaotic. I believe that this group of mysterious people will snatch away the other half of the Sky Dome heart from the demons." Xiao Chun was stunned. It looked like Chu Chaoyun's ambition was extraordinarily great. Unknowingly, Chu Chaoyun actually gained such a strong force in the Sky Dome realm. It was like he could occupy the entire Sky Dome realm at any time. Chu Chaoyun was just waiting for an opportunity, waiting for true chaos to descend. Old Yun continued, "Right now, the Bushan Palace is also very chaotic. Blue Dragon King, when you return, you have to be more careful." Xiao Chun asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Old Yun frowned and said, "There are many factions in the Bushan Palace. Everything is in chaos. I requested for reinforcements several times, but they ignored me. From the looks of it, it looks like they want to revolt and re-elect the palace master of the Bushan Palace. They simply cannot care about such a small matter. I did not receive much news while I was in the Sky Dome realm. I really don't know what happened for it to suddenly become so chaotic." Xiao Chun knew very well that the Thunder King had disappeared, his fate unknown. The 3 holy masters were already dissatisfied with the Thunder King. It would be strange if the situation was not chaotic. However, Xiao Chun could not tell Old Yun all this. That would only make him worry. Xiao Chun consoled. "Since the Sky Dome heart is gone, there is no need to rebuild the Sky Dome Palace. Come with me to the Xiao clan. There is a small iron defense magic formation that I laid there. Its offense is not strong, but its defense is much stronger than the Sky Dome Dragon formation." "Really? Thank you, Blue Dragon King," Elder Yun said with a smile. Xiao Chun sighed. Chaos was coming and he couldn't help much. This was all he could do. He really wanted to go to the Kunlun realm to see what was going on. However, the Taiji Dao, the flawless Saber Dao, and the cultivation of saber energy needed to be sorted out properly. He could not act rashly. 1 year. Give me 1 more year. That will be enough, Xiao Chun said in a deep voice. The fact that the Sky Dome heart had fallen into Chu Chaoyun's hands was already a fact that could not be changed. Xiao Chun did not care too much about what Chu Chaoyun was planning, or how much power he had in the Sky Dome realm. He only cared about the safety of his family and friends, as well as the disciples on Blue Cloud Peak. After leaving the Sky Dome Palace, Shao Chun arrived at the Shao Clan city. Then he saw Yu Chenxi and the other two, who were about to leave, in the city lord's residence. Right now the Kunlun realm was in great chaos. However, great chaos often meant great fortuitous encounters. To the three of them this might not be a bad thing. Shao Chun, when do you intend to return to the Kunlun realm? When will the great tribulation of wind and fire arrive? Yu Chenxi asked out of concern. Gong Yongyu and Xinyuan Zhantian were also very concerned about this problem. Everyone knew that of the 5 years that Yu Bingyun had set for Shao Chun, only 1.5 years remained. As the time drew closer, it was hard for Shao Chun's good friends to not worry. Shao Chun smiled faintly, not avoiding this question. There is still about 1 more year. I have gained something in the Kunlun realm and need to properly digest it. As for the great tribulation of wind and fire, it might come at any time. Let nature take its course. When he spoke, his body exuded a sense of tranquility, allowing others to feel his tranquility. Yu Chenxi and the other two felt slightly relieved. They knew that Shao Chun's mentality was much better than theirs. This time when you go to the Kunlun realm, you should have a great fortuitous encounter. Grasp it well and it won't be hard to gain something. Remember, your lives are the most important. Xinyuan Zhantian and the others felt suspicious. Shao Chun seemed to know something, but he did not say it clearly. They had not left the Sky Dome realm, so how did Shao Chun know the situation of the Kunlun realm like the back of his hand? Shao Chun, can you explain? Shao Chun shook his head and said, there is no need to say too much. You will understand when you get there. In that case, we will take our leave first. Right. I will leave the 3 juniors of my Shao clan to you as well. After sending off the 3 with his eyes, Shao Chun gave his blessings in his heart. He only hoped that his 3 friends would be able to obtain some peace in this chaotic world. Right now Shao Chun was like duckweed. If he was not careful, he could get scattered by the wind and waves. There was not much he could do. If he could not clear his great tribulation of wind and fire, he would not be able to protect himself in this chaotic world. Shaking his head, Shao Chun met with his father. Then he started to think about how to strengthen the small iron defense magic formation around the city lord's residence. Spring passed and autumn arrived. In this Sky Dome realm, Shao Chun traveled back and forth between the Shao clan and Qingyun Peak. Occasionally he would go out and enjoy the scenery. There was not much time left for Shao Chun. However, he did not just enter closed-door cultivation. Instead, he moved about frequently. Amidst the mountains and rivers, he savored the Taiji Dao and tempered his mental state. He let nature take its course and did not dwell on the details. 7-Horn Mountain, White Water City, the Deep Sea. He walked the paths that he had taken in the past. Finally, he arrived at the most mysterious place of the Sky Dome realm, the ancient desolate tower. Back then, Shao Chun had fought against the outstanding talents of the various nations in the ancient desolate tower. Only then did he gain some fame as the white-robed bladesman. Now that he was in Desolate City again, the bewildering formation that hid the ancient desolate tower naturally did not hinder Shao Chun. He immediately saw that mysterious ancient desolate tower. The ancient desolate tower had existed since the time of the Tianwu dynasty. After understanding the strength of the first-generation Tianwu emperor, Shao Chun even felt that the first-generation Tianwu emperor might have personally built this ancient desolate tower for the sake of tempering the royal clan's disciples. Ao Jiao, speaking of which, why did you make me stop at the 8th floor back then and not go to the 9th floor? You should be able to tell me this secret now, right? Shao Chun asked casually as he recalled a matter from the past. That year, Shao Chun revealed his brilliance among the outstanding talents of the various nations. He overcame all the difficulties and killed his way to the 8th floor. Later, due to Ao Jiao's words, Shao Chun gave up on the idea of entering the 9th floor. That was a small regret. Originally, Shao Chun had expected that Ao Jiao would not make things difficult for him now. Who knew, after Shao Chun spoke for a long time, he did not hear a reply from Ao Jiao. He could not help feeling curious. Now Shao Chun's strength was overwhelming, comparable to Emperor Wu's. Even Chu Chaoyun had to give way to Shao Chun, not daring to challenge him. To think that Ao Jiao was still worried. What exactly was in the ancient desolate tower's 9th floor for Ao Jiao to be so worried? Just as Xiao Chun was about to continue asking, Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring. She said, "There is a mirror in there called the 3-life mirror. It can show the future and the past. Those who enter the 9th floor will have another chance to choose whether to look at the past or the future." An interested expression appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. And then, Sang Mu chose to look at the future. In the end, he saw his body shattering and his Tao falling. After that, it really came true. No matter how talented he was in the Kunlun realm, he could not change it. Xiao Chen's expression froze. When he heard Ao Jiao's sullen tone, he said, "Sorry, I should not have asked." Xiao Chen finally understood why Ao Jiao did not want him to go to the 9th floor. She was afraid that he would end up like the Thunder King Sang Mu, defeated by fate. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "It's fine. There is no need to hide these things from you. The choice is up to you." Xiao Chun thought to himself, "It would have been fine if I did not know about it in the past. Now that I know about the 3-life mirror on the 9th floor, I have to make a trip there." With Xiao Chen's current strength, the various restrictions of the ancient desolate tower were naturally ineffective. If he wanted to enter, he just had to forcibly tear space. However, how should he choose? Look at the past or the future? The Thunder King felt that there was nothing to see in the past, so he chose the future. In the end, he ended up dying without a complete corpse. In the end, it really came true. When Xiao Chen thought about it, it did feel somewhat horrifying. Before fate, a single person's effort was insignificant. No matter how hard he tried, he could not change it. "Little Ao Jiao, wait here for a while. I'll go in and take a look." Without waiting for Ao Jiao to reply, Xiao Chun tore space and broke the various restrictions in space. Then, he silently arrived at the 9th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Indeed, it was as Ao Jiao said. The empty 9th floor only had a mirror in the center. Aside from that, there was nothing else. The mirror was close to 2 meters tall. Its surface was as smooth as water. When Xiao Chen entered, he kicked up a strong wind, causing the mirror to ripple. "Strange, you are already as strong as a half-step Emperor Wu. That's not right. You are even stronger than a regular Emperor Wu. How are you able to enter the ancient desolate tower?" A cute girl appeared in the 3-life mirror. She stared at Xiao Chun and asked, finding it strange. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "You must be the item spirit of the 3-life mirror, right? Although I did not follow the rules and barged in, I managed to get here step by step. It's just that I gave up this opportunity back then. It's not too late to do it now, right?" The pretty girl in the mirror giggled and said, "So that's how it is. You do have the aura of someone who cleared the earlier stages. In that case, it is not too late. If not for the mark of the earlier stages, even if you managed to barge in, Little 3 would not be able to reveal anything about you." Xiao Chun walked forward and looked at the lively item spirit. He asked, "Do you remember the person who came here the last time?" The pretty girl's eyes sparkled. She smiled in a somewhat infatuated manner and said, "Of course I remember. He was a very handsome fellow, even more handsome than you. However, he did not have the air you have. If I had to choose, I would be in a difficult position. I do not know who to choose. Should I choose the handsome and sunny type or the elegant and quiet type? How difficult, how difficult. How should I choose?" In the mirror, the pretty girl completely forgot about Xiao Chen's existence. She tilted her head and rubbed her chin, appearing to be in a difficult position. Cold sweat appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. This item spirit had been lonely for a long time. It had not spoken for thousands of years, but when it did, it would say a lot. Furthermore, it was infatuated. "He is dead. Is he really dead?" The pretty girl was somewhat stunned at first. Then she smiled excitedly and said, "Little 3 is really incredible. It got it right again." Chapter 13:12. Xiao Chun felt helpless. There was really no way to hate this kind of girl. Furthermore, she was an item spirit. She spoke without thinking, but her heart was rather pure. "Hee. I knew you wouldn't blame Little 3. Then tell me, do you choose to look at the past or the future?" Looking at the past is giving you a chance to see the various things of your previous life. Looking at the future is letting you see the joys and sorrows of this life. The little beauty smiled as she introduced. She explained in detail, revealing her chatterbox nature. You choose the past or the future? Little Three smiled mischievously. You only have one chance. Xiao Chun opened his mouth, but he still found it hard to choose. Should he look at the past or the future? What's wrong? You can't decide? Do you need Little Three to help you decide? The little beauty asked, giggling. Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, I suddenly thought of something. Be it the past or the future, it cannot be changed. In that case, what is the point of looking at it or not? The past has already happened. Of course it cannot be changed. However, although the future did not happen, it cannot be changed. The so-called fate was already decided the moment you spoke. Xiao Chun smiled and said, Keep it simple. Just nod and say that I'm right. There's no need for a long explanation. The little beauty smiled bashfully and said, How is that possible? It's just that Little Three has not met a living person for too long and could not help but speak insincerely. Stop. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand to stop the other party. This little beauty's words gave him a headache. He finally witnessed the terror of a chatterbox. Little Three covered her mouth and smiled. All right, let's stop talking. If you can't decide, let the heavens decide. Xiao Chun asked curiously. What do you mean? Toss out a prop and you make the decision in whatever direction it is thrown. When Xiao Chun heard that, he hesitated. Let the heavens decide? Little Three did not say anything, waiting for Xiao Chun to answer. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiao Chun sighed softly. Since when did his courage fall to such a level? To think that the past and the future had to be decided by the heavens. Indeed, time had worn down his edge. If he had come up here back then, he would have chosen to look at the future without any hesitation. Now that he had restrained his sharpness and stood in a high position, he became fearful instead. How is it? Do you need it? Xiao Chun shook his head. No, I've made up my mind. I don't believe in fate. I only believe in myself. Show me my past. I want to see my past life. No matter what happened in the future, it was the result of his own decisions. It had nothing to do with fate. He wanted to see the past. He was also curious about how he had transmigrated. He occupied the body named Xiao Chun, devoured his soul, inherited the will of the original Xiao Qian, and lived in this world. Was the so-called previous life the previous life of that earth Xiao Qian or the original Xiao Chun of the Sky Dome realm? Little Three pinched his chin and said, Past lives. Very few people look at their past lives. They don't understand what's there to look at. But Big Brother White Clothes, since you've made your choice, Little Three won't refuse. Put your hand in. Xiao Chun followed Little Three's instructions and directly extended his hand into the mirror. Hee. What a white hand. How pretty. It's very elegant and full of spiritual energy. Little Three really likes it. So you are called Xiao Chun. However, others call you the white-robed bladesman. Little Three is not wrong. The pretty little girl smiled as she held Xiao Chun's hand and opened her large, cute eyes wide. Xiao Chun said helplessly, Can we begin now? Yes, let's begin. I'll bring Big Brother White Clothes to see your past life. No matter what happens, don't let go of my hand. I'm going to pull you into this three-life mirror. Shio! The pretty little girl pulled hard, and Xiao Chun felt like his soul was being pulled out. The world spun around him and he felt dizzy. Xiao Chun turned his head and saw that his body still maintained the same posture as before, like a statue, not moving at all. Don't look back. What you need to do now is look forward. Xiao Chun turned his head and looked to the front. A star turned into a flame and fell from the sky. There was no way to avoid it. Surging heat waves and overwhelming ferocious might surged over. Xiao Chun paled in fright and tried to move away on the spot. However, he discovered that Little Three was holding his hand tightly, preventing him from escaping. Before he could cry out, he closed his eyes, and the fireball passed through him and landed on the ground. The fireball smashed open a huge crater. Then it took human form. Its life essence turned into multicolored light and scattered like fireworks. Little Three giggled endlessly. Only then did Xiao Chun react. Everything in front of him was the past. It was impossible for it to injure him. Little Three was just scaring him on purpose. I'll settle the score with her later. Xiao Chun did not have time to care about Little Three's little tricks. He focused on the scene before him. The scene before him was like the end of the world. There was an unimaginably vast and flourishing palace in the sky. The palace fell apart and flames blazed. All sorts of tender spirit herbs were burned away. The glorious buildings turned into rubble. However, these were not the scariest things. The scariest were the stars in the sky. Only now did Xiao Chan see clearly that these stars were not real stars but people. However, these people were too strong, unimaginably strong. Before they died, they gave off a star-like light. Stars fell from the sky. Space shattered, laws collapsed, and order ceased to exist. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Xiao Chen's mind boomed. This was the scene of the immortal epic's destruction. How could he have seen such a scene in his previous life? Ah, how incredible! Elder brother Whiterobes was actually an immortal in his previous life. Little Three said with a smile as she held Xiao Chen's hand and walked through the space where the immortals fell. Xiao Chen found it strange. He asked, "You don't seem surprised. Have you seen immortals before?" Little Three puffed out her chest and said, They are just immortals." Little Three's creator could be considered a major character in the heavenly court. That was a major character who jumped out of the cycle of reincarnation, undying and able to twist time and space. In the past, there were some people who were immortals in their previous lives. However, that is not a big deal. Just looking at the things of my previous life is enough. The past is just a passing cloud. It will not be of much help to this life. Xiao Chan did not say anything. He continued to watch. He wanted to know if this was Earth's previous life or the Sky Dome realm's Xiao Chen's previous life. "Hey, I found you!" Little Three's eyes lit up as she led Xiao Chun over. Space and time twisted and the scene suddenly changed. Xiao Chun arrived in a world of black and white. 18 layers of purgatory, gates of life and death, Yellow Springs Road. Xiao Chun immediately remembered. What is this place? It looks so familiar. Isn't this the Yellow Springs Road, the 18 layers of purgatory that I went to in the past? In the Yellow Springs Road, the last group of immortals of the immortal epic gathered together with fatigued expressions and weak auras. Among the immortals, there was a person dressed in white, looking spotless. He stood at the side, listening to the discussion of the others without saying a word. Xiao Chen looked at this person. He had a vague feeling that made his heart skip a beat. Was this how I looked in my previous life? Damn it! The immortal epic collapsed, and this Kitagarbha Bodhisattva actually took advantage of the situation, occupying the entire purgatory. This bald monk is really disgusting. Now that the purgatory is in chaos, he actually took advantage of the situation to refine the sea of bitterness and absorb the power of faith. He blocked the 6 paths of reincarnation, not letting us leave. The group of immortals felt very angry. However, their strength had dropped significantly. They could not do anything to the tyrannical Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. The laws changed and the immortal epic came to an end. This group of immortals suffered a destructive blow. Although the Buddhist cultivators were affected as well, they quickly adapted to the situation. The damage to Meru Mountain was much smaller. I'll go and have a chat with him. A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the white-clad immortal, who had been silent all this while. Then he walked forward. "Sky Dome Immortal Lord, don't be rash!" The other immortals immediately exclaimed. Although the Sky Dome Immortal Lord said to go and have a chat, everyone knew that the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva would not agree. There would definitely be a huge battle. Now that the immortal epoch was slowly passing, they could feel their strength weakening. They simply could not fight with this Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. A bolt of lightning flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, stunning him. He had clearly heard and seen that those people were calling out the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, the leader of the 3,000 Immortal Lords. Was that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord in my previous life? Xiao Chun muttered in some disbelief, feeling like he was dreaming. Right now, Xiao Chun had not confirmed whether the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was his previous life, or the original Xiao Chen's previous life. I have to go and take a look. Feeling that he was getting closer to the answer, Xiao Chun quickly chased after the Sky Dome Immortal Lord with Little Three. He wanted to see how the Sky Dome Immortal Lord negotiated with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. In the Sea of Bitterness, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's colossal body gave off layers of Buddhist light. There were 3,000 arhats around him, chanting Buddhist chants and holding Buddhist prayer beads in their hands, continuously purifying the vast number of aggrieved spirits. Hell was shattered. and countless wandering spirits turned into light and entered the Buddhist light behind the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. It was like there was a nation there. Xiaochun felt startled. Back then, when he saw the headless body of the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva, the might and pressure from it was already horrifying enough. However, compared to now, it was completely different. The sea of bitterness below the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was vast and boundless. It was several times larger than the sea of bitterness 10,000 years later. When the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva saw the Sky Dome Immortal Lord arrive, he did not even open his eyes. He said indifferently, "Sky Dome Immortal Lord, I already told you immortals to leave quickly. This Bodhisattva has already made a great vow. I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty." The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's gentle words were supported by Buddhist might, lingering in the surroundings for a long time. The words, "I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty," made the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's Buddhist light even brighter. With one look, one could put down the butcher's knife and kneel before Buddha. Compared to the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's colossal body, the white-clad Sky Dome Immortal Lord looked pitifully insignificant as he walked on the sea of bitterness. However, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's outstanding and pure aura was very dazzling when compared to the thousands of aggrieved spirits and wild spirits around him. With one glance, one could discover his extraordinariness. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord looked at the aggrieved spirits in the sea of bitterness around him. Then, he looked at the 3,000 arhats beside the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva and the vast Buddhist nation behind him. In the midst of great chaos, there would always be ambitious people stirring up trouble. Clearly, this Kittagarbha Bodhisattva before him was one such person. He swore not to become a Buddha until hell was empty. However, once he became a Buddha, he would become the new epic master. Chapter 13:13. Without saying a word, he struck out with his palm. Boom! When the Sky Dome Immortal Lord threw a palm strike, his body swelled with the wind. When the palm wind landed, his body was already comparable to the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's. Immortal might spread out from his body, sweeping away all the Buddhist light in this sea of bitterness. Amidst the loud explosion, the Buddhist kingdom behind Kittagarbha Bodhisattva shattered, scattering light everywhere. The layers of Buddhist light on his body dimmed several times in an instant. You! In his rage, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva burned with rage. Buddhist light covered his entire body. Boom! What answered the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's second palm strike. When this palm strike landed, the 3,000 arhats all died. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva felt somewhat afraid. He saw a kind of coldness in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. It was a coldness that made one forget about life and death. Nothing mattered, including one's own life. Right now, he was extremely regretful. This kind of person could not be entangled at all. Even if he killed him, he would still be the one to suffer a loss. One of these two palm strikes destroyed his Buddhist kingdom, and the other destroyed his 3,000 arhats. Who knew how long it would take for him to recover? It was because of these two palm strikes that the Qing Emperor had the opportunity to behead him. The so-called karma had already been planted long ago. Without these two palm strikes, none of the subsequent events would have happened. Stop. I'll let you go, Kittagarbha said. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord withdrew his hand, and his figure shrank as he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. When the blood landed in the sea of bitterness, it immediately spread out and burned the millions of aggrieved spirits to death. Xiaochun thought to himself that his previous life was so domineering. With just 2 palm strikes, Xiaochun forced the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva to obediently let him pass without saying a word. Similarly, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord did not say anything as he quickly returned. He came to a group of immortals and said calmly, "It's done." The last of the immortals were overjoyed, and a smile appeared on their tired faces. All right, the 6 paths of reincarnation should still be intact. We can leave through the heavenly Tao. There's always a way out. There's always a chance. We've finally escaped this calamity. When the new era stabilizes, we can come back and rebuild the celestial world, restoring our glory. That's right. As long as the immortals don't die, the world will still be ours. Seeing the group of excited immortals, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord remained silent, not saying anything. But when the group of immortals arrived before the 6 paths of reincarnation, they were all dumbfounded. Without exception, the 6 paths of reincarnation had all shattered. It's over, everything is over. The heavens are going to exterminate the immortal. Their fate energy has reached its end. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord stretched out a finger and executed a supreme magic skill. The human path in the 6 paths of reincarnation started to slowly heal. When the Sky Dome Immortal Lord finished executing the magic skill, the human path of reincarnation completely recovered. Sky Dome Immortal Lord, how can you still have such strong magic energy? The reconstruction of the human Tao cycle is useless to us. Sky Dome Immortal Lord, go and rebuild the heavenly Tao cycle. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord shook his head and said, if you want to leave, leave now. I have not reconstructed the cycle of reincarnation. It is only temporarily restored. I do not know when it will shatter. However, the path of reincarnation is connected to space and time. There definitely won't be any immortal chi there. If we go, we'll just be waiting for death. That's right. Only the heavenly Tao cycle of reincarnation can allow us to cultivate and restore our glory. Whoosh! The Sky Dome Immortal Lord did not say anything more. His figure flashed as he went through the cycle of reincarnation. The other immortals showed sorrowful and helpless expressions. They sighed repeatedly and shook their heads as they followed in. The scene changed. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord and the last group of immortals arrived in a savage world. Not only did this world not have immortal chi, but it was also filled with danger. The immortals used their remnant magic energy to defeat the natives of this savage world. Then they started to rebuild this world. Time passed. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100 million years. The immortals died one after another. With each death, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord would bury them, leaving behind a nameless gravestone. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord ran all over the place, refining all sorts of medicinal pills, doing his best to extend the lifespans of the other immortals. However, there was nothing that could be done. There was no immortal chi on Earth. Like they said, these immortals could only silently wait for death. Xiao Chan could feel the sorrow in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's heart. That heart of his had actually died long ago. Time passed slowly. The original savage world had already changed. Tall buildings, planes, and trains had appeared long ago. When Xiao Chan saw this, he understood everything. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was Xiao Chen's previous incarnation. That savage world was the earth that he once lived on. Little San was astonished again and again. Her chatterbox nature made her chatter non-stop. Every time she saw something from Earth, she would mutter to herself for a long time. However, Xiao Chan did not hear a single word. Indeed, his arrival in this world was not a coincidence. There had never been any coincidences in this world. Everything was predestined. Clearly, the final luck of the immortal epoch landed on the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. However, this was not a good thing. Even the Sky Dome Immortal Lord could not avoid death. Before he died, he had to endure boundless loneliness. He had to watch his friends die one by one and personally build gravestones for them. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord could only watch as an epic ended in his own hands, unable to reverse the situation. No one could understand such grief. In the end, all the immortals died, leaving only the Sky Dome Immortal Lord alone in this world. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord's aura grew increasingly weaker. Occasionally, he made some calculations and looked at the starry heavens, like he was waiting for something in the final moments of his life. Xiao Cheng calmed himself. He had figured out several things. He knew that the answer he had been seeking would appear soon. A saber light tore through the starry heavens. Then, an azure figure flashed and headed for Earth. This figure was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered and he looked incredibly weak, like he was severely injured. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he held his breath and focused. It's here. Everything, all the answers will be revealed soon. However, just as that azure figure raised his head and Xiao Chan saw his appearance, a gaze looked towards Xiao Chan and Little Three. A gaze looked at Xiao Chan and Little Three. It was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. It was like the Sky Dome Immortal Lord discovered two people sneaking around in the past. This made Xiao Chen's and Little Three's hearts tighten at the same time. Bang! Before the two could react, they saw the Sky Dome Immortal Lord send out a palm strike. It was like the two suffered a heavy blow and went flying back. This startled Xiao Chen awake. When he recovered his wits, he discovered that he was already on the 9th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Everything in the past, all the various scenes felt like a dream. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Little 3 is in so much pain. In the 3-life mirror, the pretty item spirit teared up in pain as she rolled on the ground, acting like a spoiled child. Get up. Get up. Quickly tell me what's going on. Xiao Chun exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the pretty little girl in the mirror. This was simply too strange. When the Sky Dome Immortal Lord attacked in the 3-life mirror, he could still attack them. The palm strike from Xiao Chun's previous life forced his current self out. Furthermore, this happened at the most crucial moment. When Xiao Chun was about to see the azure-robed bladesman, he could not see anything. Could it be that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord is not dead yet? Little 3 stood up and stretched her neck and arms. Then she said doubtfully, Little 3 does not know what's going on either. Elder brother White Robes, don't worry. Let Little 3 help you think about what exactly is going on. The pretty little girl rubbed her chin and frowned. Then she paced back and forth in the mirror, muttering to herself. The past is already in the past. First of all, I can be sure that this person is already dead. In that case, that palm strike earlier is easy to explain. Some strong immortals are good at divination. It is not impossible for them to predict certain things in the future. Hee. Little 3 is really smart. That must be the case. Little 3 said excitedly to Xiao Chun. Elder brother White Robes, it is like this. This Sky Dome Immortal Lord already predicted that someone would peek at this scene in the future. Hence, he made a backup plan at that time, erasing this part of the past so that no one could see it. Xiao Chun asked, feeling depressed. How can it be like this? Isn't your 3-life mirror supposed to be able to see the various things of the past? Little 3 narrowed her eyes and smiled embarrassedly. That is true. Actually, Little 3 was created by an immortal. Several immortals had means to avoid being peeked at. The magic skills and strength of the immortals from the immortal epoch are not something you can imagine now. Just think about it. Since the 3-life mirror can see the past and the future, naturally the immortals would have means to counter it. After all, if someone saw their future and past, it would be equivalent to knowing all their karma. To immortals, that would be very dangerous. Xiao Chun said in understanding. That is to say, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord could not be sure who the person peeking at the past was. However, out of caution, he did not allow anyone to see it. Yes. That's it. Elder brother White Robes, you are really smart. So don't be unhappy. Little 3 said with a smile after she figured it out. Xiao Chun thought to himself. If he did not guess wrong, that azure-clad bladesman was definitely the Qing Emperor. That azure-clad bladesman gave off saber intent. Back then, the Qing Emperor happened to kill the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, leaving behind a saber light in the Yellow Springs land. It was very likely that the Qing Emperor had gone through the cycle of reincarnation and arrived on Earth in a space-time tunnel. Through this scene of Xiao Chun's previous life, he could connect all the clues together. 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor fought with the final Tianwu Emperor. Then, he fought with the 18 demon monarchs. After he returned to the Sky Dome realm, the powerhouses of the various races surrounded and attacked him. The Qing Emperor was already besieged on all sides and had nowhere to go. Left with no choice, he came to the Yellow Springs Road. After traveling through the space-time tunnel, he arrived on Earth and saw the dying Sky Dome Immortal Lord. In that case, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's purchase of the Compendium of Cultivation and the so-called Immortal Pill might not have been as simple as a coincidence. As the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation, it was logical for him to obtain the luck of the Sky Dome realm. As for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, he possessed the final luck of the Immortal Epoch. His rise in the Kunlun realm could also be explained. Karma. Without the karma of the previous life, there would not be the current karma. What a great scheme. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chun tremble in fear. However, was it the Qing Emperor who laid this scheme or the Sky Dome Immortal Lord himself? 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor was so strong. Who led the entire Kunlun realm to attack him? All this was still a mystery. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and said, I have to become a martial emperor. I have to become a martial emperor. Only by going to the Blue Dragon Palace can I know everything that happened back then. Chapter 13-14. Hee. Elder brother White Robes, do you want to see the future? See if you can become a martial emperor. Little Three suddenly asked in anticipation. Curious, Xiaochen asked. Didn't you say that the past and the future can only be seen once? Little Three smiled and said, Indeed. However, didn't elder brother White Robes not finish seeing the past? Naturally, Little Three has to make it up to you. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, Originally, I had some reservations about you. I did not expect you to have such thoughts. Haha, Little Three is very kind-hearted. How about it? Do you want it? Xiaochen shook his head and said decisively, Thank you. However, I do not want to see what the future is like. I do not even need to look to know my future. I will either live a grand life or die a grand death. No matter what the result is, I will not regret it. That was right. After seeing through the past, Xiaochen's heart became clearer, and he understood himself better. He was born extraordinary. Whether he was willing or not, the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen would live a grand life. He would either be eternal like the sun or like a meteor, disappearing in a flash. However, so what if he was a meteor? There were only 4 words in life. No regrets. When Little Three heard Xiaochen's words, her expression changed. Elder brother White Robes, can you help me? Just take a look. What do you mean? Since Little Three was created, it has always been in this ancient desolate tower. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, it has always been here. In the past, when Master was still around, he said that if one day, I met a person whose past I could not see through and whose future I could not see through, then Little Three could leave. The liveliness on the pretty item spirit's face vanished. Her eyes turned slightly moist as she looked at Xiaochen in anticipation. Many years have passed, and Little Three has been waiting. However, there has never been a person whose past I could not see through. There has never been a person whose future I could not see through. Elder brother White Robes, please help me. Let's see your future, alright? Xiaochen could not see through the past. As long as he could not see through the future, then he was right. Xiaochen looked around. There might not even be a single person in the 9th floor of the ancient desolate tower every few thousand years. The person who created the 3-life mirror was very cruel, locking up a little girl here for thousands or tens of thousands of years, not allowing her to go. You want to leave? Xiaochen asked calmly. A trace of loneliness and solitude appeared on Little Three's face. I've seen so many people's past lives and pasts, but Little Three doesn't have a past life or a future. Xiaochen felt sorrowful. He stretched out his hand and placed it in the 3-life mirror. Then he looked at the beautiful artifact spirit and said, Grab my hand. I will bring you away. Little Three smiled happily and said, All right, I'll bring Brother White Robes to see the future. There's no need. I'll just take you away. Just as the beautiful artifact spirit was about to drag Xiaochen, and Xiaochen suddenly turned around and grabbed Little Three's hand, forcefully pulling. Under Little Three's astonished gaze, he forcibly pulled her out. Hua! Little Three's body passed through the water curtain-like mirror and walked out incredulously. As she looked around, her adorable face filled with shock. After a while, Little Three felt both startled and happy. Elder brother White Robes, why? Xiaochen smiled calmly and said, Everyone has to live for themselves. Why is it that you have to be trapped here for countless years with just one sentence from that person? Why is it that I have to see my future just because of one sentence from that person? I don't want to see it. The beautiful artifact spirit was stunned by Xiaochen's words. She felt somewhat conflicted and vexed. However, suddenly Little Three laughed happily. Ha ha ha, that's right. It can't be wrong. Elder brother White Robes is you. The past that I can't see through, the future that I can't see through. If you don't even let me see, how can I see through the future? The past that I can't see through, the future that I can't see through. The White Robe Xiaochen was the person destined to bring her away from this place. This stunned Xiaochen. How could it be like this? By doing the exact opposite, he fulfilled the requirements of the 3-life mirror's original owner. Little Three stretched out her hand and waved, causing the 3-life mirror to shrink into an ordinary-sized mirror. Then she held it in her hand and said, Come, let's leave this place. Xiaochen prepared to use the same trick again, shattering space and breaking the many restrictions to leave this place. There is no need to go through so much trouble. I'll bring you out directly. Holding Xiaochen's hand, Little Three's figure flashed, and she easily brought him away from this place. Xiao Chun felt shocked in his heart. This instant movement technique was truly incredible. It was much more brilliant than when he tore space. Space did not break at all and it flickered. This gave Xiao Chun the feeling of a transportation formation. Perhaps this was the true state of space. It was much stronger than the barbaric method of tearing space. However, this was not too strange either. The three-life mirror could see the past and predict the future. Clearly, its creator had deep attainments in the space-time Tao. If he was able to grasp even the time Tao so clearly, there was no doubt that he would be able to grasp the space Tao. Little 3 explained. This is the minor universe movement magic ability. It requires extremely high attainments in the state of space before one can practice it. It looks very incredible. However, practically all the immortals back then knew it. The difficult part is the minor universe movement. Xiao Chun nodded, indicating that he somewhat understood. Ao Jiao had been waiting for a long time and felt incredibly anxious. When she saw little 3 beside Xiao Chen, she exclaimed in shock. Xiao Chun, why did you bring this nagger out? Little 3's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, Little Ao Jiao. It's actually you. It has been a long time. Elder sister Little 3 misses you very much. Ao Jiao showed a stern expression, ignoring Little 3. Then she looked at Xiao Chun and asked, Have you seen the future? What is it like? Xiao Chun smiled and said, Don't worry. I chose the past and did not look at the future. Upon hearing this, Ao Jiao heaved a clear sigh of relief. Then Xiao Chun explained the matter of Little 3 in detail. When Xiao Chun heard that Little 3 would be following them temporarily, he smiled and said, Little 3, you really are a Little 3. Haha, Little Ao Jiao, you are actually jealous. It looks like Little 3 is rather charming. Little 3 covered her mouth as she laughed, feeling very cocky. When Xiao Chun saw the two arguing with each other, he smiled bitterly and could not be bothered with them. He walked straight away, preparing to return to Qingyun Peak. He had already spent enough time in the Sky Dome realm. In another month, he would have only half a year left of his 5-year deadline. At that time, his peaceful days would come to an end, and he would have to go to the Kunlun realm. When Ao Jiao and Little 3 saw Xiao Chun leave, they quickly followed. When they saw Ao Jiao enter the immortal spirit ring, Little 3 turned into a beam of light and entered as well. For the past year, Xiao Chun had spent most of his time sightseeing, retracing the steps he had taken. The trip to the ancient desolate tower had put an end to this part of his journey, giving him one last thought. The so-called harvest could only be described with one word: peace. The 2.5 years in the Sky Dome realm were a rare period of leisure for Xiao Chun. After another month, he would go to the Kunlun realm. To Xiao Chun, peace was an extremely extravagant term. However, Xiao Chun had long understood that he had an extraordinary background. He could not truly remain peaceful. This peace was just to welcome an even greater storm, the Great Tribulation of Wind and Fire. In the Great Tribulation of Wind and Fire, one would either live with a bang or die with a bang. In the back mountain of Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chun practiced all sorts of martial techniques, digesting what he had gained in the past year. Within the Taiji force field, Xiao Chun's body alternated between fast and slow movements as he moved about. Sometimes he was like a blue dragon going out to sea, moving the clouds in all directions. Sometimes he was like an immortal fish swinging its tail, nimble and ever-changing. Suddenly, Xiao Chun drew his saber, and his saber domain spread out. Within 1 kilometer, the saber domain and the Taiji force field overlapped, forming the strange and unfathomable Taiji saber domain. The saber intent turned into a dragon and split into two, one yin and one yang. One bright and one dark, one left and one right. They formed a simple Taiji diagram of the great Tao on the ground. As Xiao Chun stood in the middle, his saber light became unfathomable. Yang energy was ferocious and tyrannical, howling with rage. Yin energy used softness to overcome hardness, formless and invisible. Executing the fish dragon step, Xiao Chun's body appeared and disappeared in the Taiji saber domain. At one moment, he was boundlessly ferocious with a flourishing aura. At another, he was as still as water, formless and invisible. Yin and Yang merged. Taiji saber domain merge. With a thought, the two dragons that formed the Taiji saber domain intertwined like snakes and merged into Xiao Chun's body. Immediately, the saber released a simple and unadorned light. Xiao Qin's eyes were as clear as water. As he grasped his saber, he thrust it forward. Xiao Qin's body slid forward. Everywhere the tip of the saber passed, space silently split in half. There was only one point at the tip of the saber. However, this one-point attack opened a door to another world. Taiji's saber domain explode. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber. The peaceful and tranquil aura within 1 kilometer suddenly turned into a great flood and ferocious beast. Completely unpredictable. This Taiji explosion was different from the previous few times. This time, everyone heard only one sound from the Taiji explosion, the ferocious roar of the saber. This was the eruption of the saber, the rage of the saber, the ferocity of the saber. The sound of the saber was like the wind in space, buzzing loudly. The entire world trembled. When Xiao Qin looked at the results of his 1 year of cultivation, he revealed a satisfied expression. Even though his cultivation had not increased, his accumulations had increased once more. In this peaceful and tranquil state of mind, Xiao Qin's cultivation of the Taiji Dao advanced to the next level. One did not have to torture oneself half to death in order to increase one's strength. The improvement of one's mental state often brought unexpected surprises. With my current strength, I should not have to fear a third heaven Emperor Wu. Xiao Qin said calmly. Even if it is a third heaven Emperor Wu, the peak, I am confident of defeating my opponent. The third heaven was a hurdle. Within the third heaven, there were only minor heavenly Emperor Wu. Many of the old seniors did not dare to undergo their lightning tribulations and would remain in the third heaven for 1,000 years, even 2,000 years. If he ran into such an old monster, Xiao Qin could not guarantee that he would be unrivaled among the third heaven Emperor Wu. When Xiao Qin looked up, he vaguely saw an emperor's door in the sky. This was not an illusion. Every blue-robed emperor who was about to undergo his great tribulation of wind and fire would see this emperor's door. When the great tribulation of wind and fire descended, this emperor's door would appear in the real world. Steps of different colors would descend. These steps were known as the Emperor's Road. Each step was a hurdle, and each step was a tribulation. If one could clear the great tribulation of wind and fire and reach the end of the steps, they would be able to open the Emperor's door. Chapter 13:15. Xiao Qin entered the realm that all cultivators dreamed of. Since ancient times, countless heroes and outstanding talents have fallen on this Emperor's Road. As he looked at the Emperor's door hidden between reality and fantasy, Xiao Qin's emotions were complicated. There was fervor, fear, and desire. However, they all turned to calm in the end. There is still half a year. The great tribulation of wind and fire is drawing closer. It is time for me to return to the Kunlun realm. Xiao Qin muttered to himself as he sorted out his emotions. After a simple farewell to Lu Suifeng and the Xiao clan's relatives, he started his own journey back to the city. Xiao Qin had not returned for 2.5 years. He did not know how chaotic the entire Kunlun realm was. Was the Thunder King still missing? Was he alive or dead? What kind of waves would his Dragon's Gate experience in this great chaos? There was also the friends who came to congratulate him at the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. Were they doing well in this great chaos? Xiao Qin really wanted to know. Ingyu sent Xiao Qin off at the transportation formation in the Great Qin Nation's royal palace. Ingyu said somewhat worriedly, "Take care on the way." The Ying clan sent news from the Kunlun realm. Right now, the Kunlun realm is very chaotic. Several older generation people died mysteriously. Some of the blue-robed emperor even cleared his great tribulation of wind and fire. Everyone can feel that the world is changing. Xiao Qin frowned and asked, "Is it that serious?" Xiao Qin already knew that the Kunlun realm was in great chaos. However, he did not expect it to be this chaotic, far worse than he imagined. Ingyu sighed softly. "Actually, from the moment the demons made a move to snatch the Sky Dome heart, I already guessed that there would be great chaos. However, the great chaos this time is completely different from the previous demonic calamities. It will sweep through the entire Kunlun realm. No one can avoid it." Xiao Qin said sullenly, "You take care as well." As Ingyu sent off Xiao Qin with her eyes, her heart grew increasingly sullen. With Xiao Qin's departure, the peaceful days of the Sky Dome realm would come to an end. With the arrival of great chaos, Xiao Qin, who had been at peace for 2.5 years, arrived at the center of the storm, returning to the Kunlun realm. After leaving the teleportation formation, Xiaochan saw Imo-chan, who had been waiting for a long time already. After 2 years, Imo-chan's aura had become even denser and heavier. Xiaochan was slightly shocked. Imo-chan, you've reached the consummate stage of blue-robed emperor? After walking closer to take a look, Xiaochan discovered that Imo-chan had actually reached the blue-robed emperor realm of perfection. Just 2 years ago, the other party had only reached the level of greater mastery of the blue-robed emperor. In just 2 short years, he had actually broken through to the level of greater mastery. Of course, Xiaochan using 1 year to break through was an exception. He had obtained a fortuitous encounter and obtained the Blood Sword Sovereign's secret technique, which allowed him to condense the heart of an emperor. Mo-chan smiled and said, "The Book of Heavenly Works, the further one cultivates, the more harvests there will be. However, there is still a gap between me and those blue-robed emperors who have attained great perfection in the celestial battlefield. My comprehension was mainly in the area of refining tools." Xiaochan now understood. While Mo-chan did not seem to be fighting in the celestial battlefield, her comprehension of the Book of Heavenly Works did not rely on that in the first place. It relied on making breakthroughs in refining. With the Dragon's Gate's current resources and the Book of Heavenly Works, it would not be strange for her to break through to the level of consummation blue-robed emperor. "That's right, why don't I see Lan Xiaobai, Yu Chenxi, and the others?" Imo-chan sighed and said, "Right now the Kunlun realm is too chaotic. They all went out 1 year ago, wanting to break through to the level of consummation blue-robed emperor as soon as possible." Feeling curious, Xiaochan asked, "Why?" Imo-chan explained, "That group of outstanding talents from the astral battlefield all returned. Half of the peak outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent's 5 major races died." When Xiaochan heard that, he was stunned. This was somewhat horrifying. The losses were too great. Xiaochan came from the Kunlun realm and knew the talent of those outstanding talents. If they did not die, they would most likely advance to martial emperor. It was just a matter of time. It could be within 100 years or 10 years. In other words, half of the future Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm had died. However, those who came back alive, without exception, all reached the level of consummation blue-robed emperor. Among them, the personal disciples of the various primes shone the brightest. Of these primes' inheritors, Diwuk is the most famous. The two chatted as they walked. From Imo-chan, Xiaochan learned that Diwuk had made great preparations. After he returned from the astral battlefield, he had already defeated several older generation Emperor Wu. The personal disciples of the other primes like the Xingtian Emperor, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, the Haotian Prime, and the Fox King were also extraordinary, all of them ridiculously strong. The most important thing was that these people all exuded sharpness and drive. Their auras were as dazzling as the blazing sun, overshadowing many of the older generation Emperor Wu. No wonder all the young cultivators of Heavenly Star Island went out to seek fortuitous encounters. They probably all felt the pressure. As for the chaos in the Kunlun realm, it was truly a mess. Aside from the deity race, whose situation was slightly better, the other races were in chaos. There was no need to say much about the Tianwu domain's humans. The Thunder King had disappeared, and the Bushin Palace had fallen into chaos. The 3 holy masters wanted to take advantage of the situation and ascend to the position of Bushin Palace's palace lord. However, the old Thunder King's faction, led by the Haotian Prime, naturally would not allow it. Now the two factions clashed, neither giving way. They were like fire and water. Big brother Ing Zongtian had the strength of a prime. However, when facing the 3 holy masters and the hidden accumulations of the holy lands, he was at a slight disadvantage. As for the fiend race, due to the need to determine a new fiend king successor, all sorts of old monsters came out to kill their way out. Similarly, the corpse race and the ghost race could not avoid falling into chaos. The original conflicts were magnified infinitely. It was like a mysterious faction was stirring things up in the dark. After returning to his personal courtyard, Xiaochan rubbed his head as he listened to Imo-chan's explanation. He felt somewhat confused, but Imo-chan had already done her best to simplify things. The actual situation was 100 times more complicated than that. Right now, the Kunlun realm was like a pool of muddy water. No one dared to say that they could truly see the situation clearly. Xiaochan sat down and asked, How is the situation in the heavenly starry ocean? Has our Dragon's Gate been affected? Also, has the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace made any moves? Emo-chan sighed softly. Similarly, it is extremely chaotic. In the past 2 years, the number of lands of fortuitous encounters that were discovered in the oceanic world is dazzling. All sorts of experts took advantage of the situation to rise up. Several of the older generation blue-robed emperors, who did not dare to undergo their tribulations, underwent their tribulations in batches to protect themselves, making the situation even more chaotic. Xiaochen understood. Previously, he did not undergo his tribulations because he feared that the great tribulation of wind and fire would burn him to death. Now he was forced by the situation. If he wanted to survive, he had to advance to martial emperor. Emo-chan thought for a while before saying, in the past 2 years, at least several hundred blue-robed emperors died in the great tribulation of wind and fire. However, news of them clearing their tribulations kept coming in. As for the Dragon's Gate, it is strange. It has been very peaceful. Furthermore, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace has been even stranger. They took the initiative to pull back their faction, showing no intention of seeking trouble at all. Xiaochen sighed softly. This was really strange. He was very clear on the Western Sea Dragon King Aolang's temper. He was definitely not the kind of person with great boldness. After Xiaochen left for 2 years, the Western Sea Dragon King actually did not seek trouble for the Dragon's Gate. There had to be something wrong with this. However, Xiaochen ignored the Western Sea Dragon King for now. He had more important things to do. He told Emo-chan about obtaining the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame, and asked her how to refine and subdue such a primal chaos-level flame. When Emo-chan heard that, she rejoiced. Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. To think that you actually obtained such a primal chaos-level flame. This is a legendary flame. Elder brother Xiaochen, you truly live up to being someone with great fortuitous encounters. Don't worry, I know how to refine it. As a Grandmaster Blacksmith and with the Book of Heavenly Works, Mo-chan could be said to be very familiar with all sorts of flames, not lacking in knowledge at all. A primal chaos level flame like the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame required Emperor Wu's strength to refine it. However, Xiaochen had the heart of an emperor and could refine it now. He only needed to use a secret technique to find 10,000-year-old ice and seal the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame in ice. Then, he swallowed it and absorbed it into his heart of an emperor. As for nourishing such a divine flame, he needed a secret treasure similar to a Buddhist lamp. After that, he had to use ice-attributed natural treasures to refine lamp oil to nourish this flame. Emo-chan frowned and thought hard. Such a secret treasure similar to a Buddhist lamp is too hard to find. If there is no other way, I can help you refine a peak Buddhist lamp. Unfortunately, you found me too late. Otherwise, this Heavenly Snow Divine Flame would be very useful for your great tribulation of wind and fire. If only I had returned to the Sky Dome realm with you at that time. Emo-chan showed a serious expression, appearing extremely frustrated. When she saw Xiaochen, she smiled and said, "Why are you even more anxious than me?" Emo-chan grumbled, "How can I not be anxious? Your great tribulation of wind and fire only has half a year left. If anything happens to you..." At this point, Emo-chan quickly shut her mouth. Clearly, she realized that it was best not to say such inauspicious words. When Xiaochen heard that, he smiled softly and said, "Don't worry. I promised you that I would personally see you remove your veil. Before that, I will not die." Emo-chan nodded and said, "You definitely won't. I also promised you that I would protect you during your great tribulation of wind and fire. Oh right, there is one more thing. You came back at a good time. Elder Qin is about to undergo his great tribulation of wind and fire," Emo-chan said, recalling something. Xiaochen was not that surprised. Elder Qin was very old. He had been stuck in the blue-robed emperor realm for several hundred years already. Once he reached consummation blue-robed emperor, he would have sufficient accumulations and could undergo his tribulation at any time. This is a good thing. My Dragon's Gate owes Elder Qin a debt of gratitude. I will definitely do my best to protect him. However, the timing is not very good. The Haotian sect is currently locked in a fierce battle with the 3 holy masters and cannot send anyone to help him. Emo-chan shook her head and said, "That is not the crucial point. Elder Qin has to succeed in advancing to Martial Emperor. What do you mean? First of all, after he advances to Martial Emperor, the Dragon's Gate's strength will increase significantly. After that, it will be easier for Lan Xiaobai and the others to advance to Martial Emperor, forming a good cycle. However, if he fails, not only will the Dragon's Gate lose a senior elder, but it will also affect the luck of the Dragon's Gate. The most direct impact will be on you, Imo-chan said with a serious expression. Luck was an extremely strange thing. Elder Qin had long been tied to the Dragon's Gate, complementing each other. If he failed to advance to Martial Emperor, it would definitely affect the Dragon's Gate's luck. Xiao Chan thought about the black tribulation clouds when the Dragon's Gate advanced to Martial Emperor. His heart sank as he realized the severity of the matter. Imo-chan said softly, "If we can see the problem clearly, others can as well. When Elder Qin advances to Martial Emperor, it will definitely affect everything." As the two discussed Elder Qin's advancement to Martial Emperor, the news of Xiao Chen's return to the Kunlun realm quickly spread to the various powerhouses of the heavenly starry ocean. Chapter 13:16. At the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang immediately received news of Xiao Chen's return. "Father, I can confirm that Xiao Chen is back," the young master of Dragon Palace said excitedly and expectantly. Ao Lang nodded casually and said, "I got it. You may withdraw." The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Ao Feng, was startled. He asked, "Father, what's wrong? Didn't we endure for 2 years for this opportunity? Could it be that Haotian Prime beat you until you lost all your temper? That fellow made me kneel and told you to scram from Heavenly Star Island. What a great humiliation." Ao Lang glared at Xiao Chan and shouted angrily, "How dare you? Brat, what do you know? Every time, you are the one who fails to accomplish anything but spoils everything. Scram." Angry at Ao Feng for not putting up a fight, Ao Lang sent Ao Feng flying with a palm strike. After that, he still felt worried. He said to one of his trusted subordinates, "Keep a close eye on him. Don't let him cause trouble during this period." Yes, a powerful Emperor Wu walked out from the darkness and quietly followed Ao Feng. Once he discovered that Ao Feng was acting on his own, he would immediately stop him. After a while, a letter appeared in his hand. He said with a grave expression, "This treasure master is indeed mysterious. To think that he already knew that Xiao Chan was returning 2 days ago." At that time, Xiao Chan was still in the Sky Dome realm. Unexpectedly, he still had a faction in the Sky Dome realm. However, there was one more piece of news from the treasure master that puzzled Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan ordered Xiao Chan to use the Bloodclad Guards to prevent the Dragon's Gate's Elder Qin from advancing to Martial Emperor. Furthermore, he strictly ordered Xiao Chan not to attack Xiao Chan. "Remember, don't attack Xiao Chan. The time isn't right. This operation is only to deal with Elder Qin, not Xiao Chan." Ao Lang put away the letter and said coldly, "If you don't want to make a move, then so be it. I already endured for 2 years. I don't care about a moment longer." Then he walked toward a mysterious island controlled by the West Ocean Dragon Palace. Many formations and all sorts of horrifying restrictions surrounded the island. Even a sovereign martial emperor would find it hard to break through here. There's nothing strange happening with the first formation. There's nothing strange happening in the second formation. The 99th spell formation hasn't moved. As Ao Lang walked, the people controlling the formations continuously appeared and reported to him. This was not a long journey, but Ao Lang traveled for 1 hour before he landed on the island. This showed how many restrictions and formations there were. "Greetings, Dragon King." Seeing Ao Lang arrive, the 300 red-clad cultivators flew over from all over the island and knelt on the ground, speaking in unison. The martial artist's red clothes glowed with a blood-like brilliance. After wearing this red clothes, the martial artist's aura became extremely strange, giving off a very evil feeling. These were the blood-robed guards. The blood-robed guards were extremely strange. As long as one wore them, not only would their strength increase greatly, but their cultivation speed would also increase explosively. The treasure master had given the scarlet clothes to Xiao Chan. Furthermore, the treasure master had told Xiao Chan the method to make them. Xiao Chan was originally interested in the scarlet clothes, But after seeing the side effects, he no longer dared to touch them. As long as they wore the blood-stained clothes, it meant that they were walking on the path of death, and their lifespan would not exceed 5 years. Normally, no one would be willing to wear such an evil item. However, the West Sea Dragon Palace had been passed down for many years, so there would always be some kamikaze warriors willing to die. 2 years ago, these cultivators were only martial sages. Some of them were even weaker. However, after 2 years, their strength had increased at a horrifying rate. Unexpectedly, they all reached the level of First Heaven Emperor Wu. Some of the more talented ones even reached the level of Third Heaven Emperor Wu. However, the upper limit of these scarlet clothes seemed to be the Third Heaven Emperor Wu. No matter how much they cultivated after that, they would not be able to advance to Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. However, this was already sufficient. Who could imagine that he, Ao Lang, already had 300 Emperor Wu-level kamikaze warriors? Looking at these blood-robed guards, Ao Lang felt very ambitious. Now, even if he faced a huge faction like Zodiac Hall, he would not fear it. For blood-robed guards should be enough to deal with an insignificant Elder Qin. To be safe, I should increase the number to 10. Even though Xiao Qian had guessed that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace was unusual, he would not have imagined that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace hid such a horrifying faction. At this moment, Xiao Qian was refining the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. He followed the method that Emo Chan taught him and successfully absorbed the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame into his heart of an emperor. The heart of an emperor was a void. Aside from the whirlpool formed by the 100 strands of primordial energy, and the lightning triggered by the whirlpool, there was nothing else. After the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame entered, a cold aura immediately spread throughout the entire void. Whoosh! Frost covered Xiao Qin's entire body. Xiao Qian could not help shivering. How cold! 1 hour later, Xiao Qin's body slowly adapted to this extreme cold. However, frost infiltrated his black hair, turning it as white as snow. Unexpectedly, subduing the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame has such side effects. Xiao Qian smiled bitterly as he looked at his white hair in the mirror. Suddenly, the scene in the mirror changed and little Three appeared. She giggled and said, "This is normal." In the past, during the Immortal epoch, many immortals subdued primal chaos-level flames. Some of them even had their skin turn red. Elder Brother White Robes, this is already considered good. After you completely grasp it, it will slowly recover. However, there are benefits to this as well. Try it and you will know. As the item spirit of the Three Life Mirror, Little Three was very knowledgeable and experienced. Xiao Qian followed Little Three's instructions and sensed it. He discovered that the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame in his heart of an emperor seemed to have merged with his body. Releasing the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame was like his innate skill. Extremely easy. With a thought, he could send out patches of snow-white flames with a gentle palm strike. He could control these flames to descend quietly like snowflakes or form a snowstorm that swept out ferociously. After testing the might of the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame in the desolate mountain, Xiao Qian felt extremely satisfied. This was just the initial stage, but the might of the flame was already sufficient to injure an ordinary Emperor Wu. A primal chaos-level flame truly lived up to being a legendary flame. If Emo Chan refined the Buddhist lamp and slowly nourished the flame, raising its quality and quantity, it would reach a horrifying level. 3 days later, Emo Chan sent someone to inform Xiao Qian, telling him to go to Elder Qin's residence. Elder Qin's great tribulation of wind and fire is about to begin? Xiao Qian muttered. Time was really tight. Right after Xiao Qian spoke, his figure flashed, and he arrived at the peak where Elder Qin cultivated. Little friend Xiao Qian, it has been 2 years since we last met. Why are you not coming to visit this old man? The one who spoke was Lan Chaofeng, who had also rushed over. Xiao Qian smiled apologetically. Sorry. This junior just refined a primal chaos level flame, and was trying it out in the past few days. A primal chaos level flame. When Lan Chaofeng heard that, he was so shocked that his jaw nearly fell off. I say, little fellow, why did your hair turn white? Ha, you are really lucky. I'm so jealous that it makes me go crazy. A primal chaos level flame is a flame that only appears in legends. Even those primes of the Kunlun realm probably do not have one. Xiao Qian remained very calm. He smiled and said, It is not that exaggerated. At least it is not that horrifying yet. Haha. Little fellow, your mental state is already stronger than mine. You are here to protect old Qin, right? Lan Xiaofeng said. Xiao Chen nodded and said, Senior Lan, what do you think? What are the chances of Elder Qin clearing his great tribulation of wind and fire? Lan Xiaofeng's face sank slightly. He sighed softly. It is not very optimistic. The great tribulation of wind and fire is very difficult to clear in the first place. Furthermore, Elder Qin's luck is tied to the Dragon's Gate. If someone makes a move in secret, it will be even more difficult to say. Once the Thunder King leaves, the world will instantly fall into chaos. As a living legend, the Thunder King was the strongest person of the Kunlun realm, fully deserving of his title. The reason why the Kunlun realm did not fall into chaos despite the various races fighting for hegemony was the Thunder King's prestige. With him around, the strong deity race would never dare to openly claim hegemony. With him around, the demon monarchs of the Deep Abyss demonic world would not dare to play any tricks in the Sky Dome realm. With him around, some of the major characters would appear to mediate between grudges. Everyone would give the Thunder King some face. However, the moment the Thunder King left, the Kunlun realm fell into utter chaos. The fragile order immediately broke. The reason for this was actually very simple. After the fall of the Qing Emperor, the Kunlun realm did not have a true king that everyone trusted. Without a strong king, there was no way to set rules. Without rules, there would be no chaos. Although the Thunder King was strong, he could only maintain order on the surface. After all, he was not as strong as the Qing Emperor. The wooden door to a simple wooden hut at the summit opened, and Elder Qin and Imo-chan walked out together. When Imo-chan saw the white-haired Xiao-chan, she found it strange. She asked, Big brother Xiao-chan, what's going on with your hair? Xiao-chan smiled casually and replied, Some side effects from refining the heavenly snow divine flame. That's not a problem. Let's discuss Elder Qin's great tribulation of wind and fire. Worry appeared in Elder Qin's eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, This time I really have to trouble the few of you. Elder Qin is too polite. We are all family, so there is no need to say so much, Xiao-chan said with a nod. Lan Xiaofeng smiled and said, Old Qin, most blue-robed emperors will go through this. Let's go in and talk. The four entered the hut together and discussed Elder Qin's tribulation. Lan Xiaofeng had the final say in this matter. Xiao-chan did not say anything, only listening. Xiao Chen's great tribulation of wind and fire was coming soon. He could learn about it at the same time. Lan Xiaofeng took a sip of tea and said, In the past, when things were peaceful, one could choose any place to undergo the tribulation. If we spoil the blue-robed emperor's tribulation, we will definitely suffer the revenge of one of the factions. Right now the world is in a mess. We have to plan properly before choosing a place to undergo the tribulation. Imo-chan continued. First of all, we can eliminate Heaven Dragon City as the place to undergo the tribulation. Right now, Heaven Dragon City is filled with crooks and honest folk. The waters are too deep. However, during the tribulation, when the mysterious phenomenon appears, it will definitely startle the surroundings. It will not be possible to hide it. That's right. However, we have to choose a more remote place. At the very least, if someone tries to cause trouble, they will need some time to rush over. After Imo-chan said that, she took out a stack of information and handed it to everyone. This is what I collected in the past 2 years. It is the information of those who succeeded in their tribulations. Although it is not very complete, it should be useful as a reference. Lan Xiaofeng teased. Little girl Imo-chan, you probably collected this for someone. I'm guessing that Elder Qin is just passing by. Chapter 13:17. When Imo-chan heard that, she blushed slightly and said, What nonsense are you speaking? Elder Qin smiled and said, Old Lan, stop being so jealous. You are already so old, yet you are still not being serious. Xiao-chan felt somewhat embarrassed. Of course, the someone Lan Xiaofeng was referring to was himself. However, at this moment, Xiao-chan could only feign ignorance. Otherwise, it would be even more awkward. Speaking of which, the information that Imo-chan gathered was indeed very useful. Soon, Xiao-chan forgot about what happened earlier, immersing himself in the information. Without exception, All the people who underwent their tribulations in the past 2 years were ambushed. Along the way, it was hard for cultivators to avoid forming grudges with others or opposing factions. They were not willing to see their opponents grow stronger, so they would definitely send people to interfere. Being ambushed was normal. It was just that the strength of the attack was different. To think that there are so many blue-robed emperors who succeeded in their tribulations. It looks like the laws of the world have changed in the past 2 years. Historically, this is a sign of chaotic times descending. Lan Xiaofeng sighed and shook his head as he put down the information. In this age of peace and tranquility, there would definitely not be so many blue-robed emperors who cleared their great tribulations of wind and fire. Only chaos would create fluctuations and fortuitous encounters. This is the information of those who failed, Emo-chan said softly as she took out another pile of information. The information on those who failed was clearly several times more than those who succeeded. When Elder Qin looked through the information, his expression turned grave. There were many successes, but there were even more failures. Xiao Chun looked very carefully. Slowly, he discovered something wrong. He frowned slightly and said, "Why do I feel that no matter how well hidden these people who cleared their great tribulations of wind and fire are, they will be discovered within 1 hour and sniped?" The three's expressions changed slightly. They had not noticed this detail earlier. Now it looked like everyone, regardless of whether they succeeded in clearing their tribulations or not, they would all be discovered within 1 hour. Xiao Chun did not say much. However, when he did, he immediately hit the nail on the head. Lan Xiaofeng said sullenly, "If it is not a coincidence, then there must be a horrifying faction behind this. At the very least, their intelligence network is the best in the world." The location of the tribulation transcendence was a secret. For example, when Elder Qin underwent his tribulation, only the 4 people present knew where it was. Yet, that mysterious power was able to capture it within an hour. Just the thought of it made one shudder in fear. Emo-chan said, "In that case, it looks like there is no need to care where I choose to undergo my tribulation. I'll just choose a small island in the sea region of Heavenly Star Island." Lan Xiaofeng said, "Since it is unavoidable, there is no need to worry about this." When is Elder Qin preparing to undergo his tribulation? Elder Qin pondered for a moment before saying, "Let's do it today. Whether I succeed or not, I'll accept it. As a martial artist, I have to take this step." Emo-chan quickly took out the sea chart and circled it with her finger. This one. That was a desolate island outside of Heavenly Star Island. It was very small and did not have many resources. Normally, it would not attract much attention. After deciding on the location, everyone began to discuss who would come to snipe them. First of all, the West Ocean Dragon Palace would have a lot of them, even though it had been quiet for the past 2 years. However, it was still a problem for the Dragon's Gate. If it was not eliminated, it would never be at peace. Next would be the Holy Lands that came to cause trouble during the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. The 5 Poison Sect, the Zodiac Hall, the Divine Dragon Palaces of the 4 Seas, the Heavenly Province Academy, and the ancient noble clans. Lan Xiaofeng smiled and said, "These holy lands are too far away. There is no need to worry too much. The one we are truly worried about is the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. That fellow has been low profile and mysterious for the past 2 years. Furthermore, he is very close to the Dragon's Gate, so we need to be wary of him." During the discussion, Xiao Chun spoke very little. His opinions were even fewer, nearly none at all. This attracted Emo-chan's attention. "Big brother Xiao Chun, what's wrong? Do you have a different opinion?" Xiao Chun put down the teacup in his hand. "I just feel somewhat regretful about how difficult it is to advance to Martial Emperor. I feel like I've let Elder Qin down. Thinking about how Elder Qin followed me to Heavenly Star Island, he helped me a lot along the way. In the end, he ended up creating trouble for you." Elder Qin quickly said, "What are you saying? Little friend Xiao Chun is too polite. If not for the resources of your Heavenly Star Island, I would not have advanced to Martial Emperor so quickly." Xiao Chun swirled the teacup in his hand. He did not reply or say anything. He only said indifferently in his heart, "No matter who it is, as long as they come to cause trouble, no matter where they are, I will take revenge ruthlessly." That was right. This was an oath. Even during the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony, Xiao Chan did not make an oath. The reason was none other than that those were targeted at him. He did not care. However, this time his benefactor was implicated. This already touched Xiao Chen's bottom line. When one touched the reverse scale of a dragon, one would die. Although Xiao Chan did not say anything, the other three could feel the silent rage in Xiao Chen's heart. The atmosphere turned somewhat silent. Lan Chaofeng said, "Old Qin, let's go." "Oh right, little Lasimo-chan, there is no need for you to go. Just stay in Heaven Dragon City. I'm afraid that some people will take the opportunity to cause trouble while I'm not here." "Don't worry, just go. Nothing will happen to Heaven Dragon City. Take care." Xiao Chen's group of three left. After a while, they arrived at the designated island. Lan Chaofeng pulled Xiao Chan and walked 1 kilometer away from Elder Qin. Then he explained, "Everything within 1 kilometer will be affected. We just have to stand guard outside." Elder Qin took a deep breath and looked to the sky. There was an emperor's door there. The fog scattered, filled with boundless temptation. Once one advanced to martial emperor, one's lifespan would immediately increase to 2,000 years. Suddenly, a strong wind surged out from Elder Qin, kicking up sand and rocks. The wind was like a sharp blade, and the dust was like a sword, incredibly sharp. "It's starting," Lan Chaofeng muttered. "They will arrive in 1 hour. Let's see if that mysterious faction is really that horrifying." Xiao Chun squinted and looked at the storm. He saw Elder Qin's aura rising infinitely. It was like a mountain flood that had been suppressed and accumulated for a long time suddenly erupted, showing signs of breaking through the sky. Mysterious phenomena appeared high in the sky. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and dark clouds covered the sky. The surrounding seawater trembled endlessly. Even the small island was trembling non-stop. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This was the first step of the tribulation. He had to unleash his full strength and trigger a mysterious phenomenon, making the emperor's door descend from the sky. Amid the strong wind and lightning, Elder Qin thought of his experiences in the past few centuries on the path of cultivation. He roared ferociously, releasing all the anger that he had suppressed for hundreds of years. There was no need for fear, no need for fear. At this moment he only needed to vent to his heart's content, letting the heavens hear his rage. With a shout, Elder Qin's might temporarily surpassed the might of the world. The world suddenly turned quiet. Everything seemed to come to a standstill, an extremely wondrous sight. When Xiao Chan looked carefully, he could see that every speck of dust floating in the air was fixed in place. Boom! However, after a moment of silence, a furious roar came from the sky, sounding like it was dissatisfied with Elder Qin. The ancient door descended from the sky and hovered in the air before landing heavily. The world trembled. In that instant, when the emperor's door descended, it brought with it a heavenly might. This made Xiao Chen and Lan Chaofeng feel like they could not resist it, like they had suffered a heavy blow. It was extremely horrifying. Whoosh! 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 Many jade-white steps descended from the emperor's door, giving off a heavenly mandate. The jade-white steps continued to descend. After reaching 1,000 steps, they stopped. Xiao Chun was entranced by this sight, but he could not understand it. He could not understand what this meant. He asked, "Senior Lan, what is the meaning of the colors and the number of steps on the emperor's road?" Lan Chaofeng explained, "There are many ways. The colors of the emperor's road are white, blue, purple, and gold. The denser the color, the stronger the great tribulation of wind and fire. According to legend, during the most glorious period of the martial epoch, there were 7 colored steps or even 9 colored steps. When the emperor's road descended, colorful clouds flew and auspicious signs filled the sky. It was a miracle of the world. However, it has not appeared for a very long time already. I have only seen a golden one. That was when Emperor Forsaken underwent his great tribulation of wind and fire. The golden light was so dazzling that no one dared to look at it directly. Indeed, that fellow did not disappoint everyone, surpassing the 9 heavens and reaching prime. There is also a kind of Black Emperor's Road that is unique to demons and evil cultivators when they undergo their tribulations. Xiao Chen now understood. This color represented a person's accumulations and accumulations. The darker the color, the stronger the great tribulation of wind and fire. In the future, one's accomplishments would also be higher. Of course, that was assuming one could finish walking the Emperor's Road. A colorful Emperor's Road had only appeared in legends. Now a golden Emperor's Road appeared. This was already a heaven-defying matter. Most of the Emperor's Roads were white and blue, with relatively little purple. As for the number of steps, it was also a manifestation of one's accumulations. The stronger one was, the more steps they would have. Xiao Qian wondered what color his Emperor's Road would have when he underwent his tribulation, and how many steps there would be. 1,000 steps and a jade-white color. It looks like old Qin's accumulations are still lacking. I believe that the outstanding talents of your generation will have at least a purple Emperor's Road when they undergo their tribulations. There will be at least 3,000 steps. However, this is good for old Qin. At the very least, the intensity will not be too high, and it will be easier to clear the great tribulation of wind and fire. As the two spoke, intense determination flashed in Elder Qin's eyes. Then he leaped into the air, wanting to step onto that Emperor's Road. Whoosh! However, just as Elder Qin was about to land, a huge fireball fell from the sky. The blazing fireball seemed to give off an intense light, so piercing that it hurt one's eyes. This sudden turn of events caught Xiao Qian off guard. He squinted and felt a piercing pain. However, Lan Chaofeng had been prepared long ago. He circulated his primordial energy to protect his eyes, so he was fine. This is a rank 3 solar true flame. It is not particularly powerful, roughly equal to a strike from Emperor Wu of the First Heaven. Elder Qin should be able to break it. Xiao Qian understood. No wonder it felt familiar. Turned out to be the solar true flame. However, Xiao Qian's solar true flame was far from being able to rival Emperor Wu's with a casual strike. It was still far from that. Everywhere the fireball passed, it left behind a long flame tail in the air. That flame tail was like a snake, filled with spirituality as it swayed about continuously. When facing this fireball formed by the solar true flame, Elder Qin did not dare to be careless. He executed his martial technique, Meteor Palm. Xiao Qian moved like a meteor tearing through the starry heavens. When he threw a palm strike, it was like a meteor exploding, striking the fireball. Boom! The fireball shattered, turning into golden motes of light scattering everywhere.